Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Today was, geez Louise, probably the longest meditation session I've done in a long time. It's about 4 hours or so.
Yo.
But I have everything kind of structured out, I suppose. Everything
Like,
that we've already done, but the mantras included this time.
yeah, like you have a playlist and you just go through that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna get myself a playlist, like how you did it with like the Kaya Stratum and all that.
yeah. It makes things so you don't have to make things seamless. So you can just sit on and do it. And it's just music. The work is actually done with you. But
Yeah.
I just found that Kaya Stratham track. It's kind of funny because that dude is so intense. I don't know if
Oh
you listened
yeah.
to it yet, but when you
I
start
haven't
getting
listened
those,
to that one.
oh, it's funny.
Oh,
But it's like a
I'll
trigger,
do it tonight.
It gets me like in the zone. Like, okay, we're about to
Yeah.
sit down and do this.
Well, I found super interesting from that should he video, the top what should he, or the Buddha should he, when
Yeah.
he was, I wrote it down. He said basically like it's not. He said that the prana follows your attention and your thought or your awareness. So like directing your awareness or directing the prana through your awareness,
Yeah.
just like telling it where to go instead of like putting your finger to your nose.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
That was a
that
cool
shit was
concept.
super interesting. Yeah.
Because I know it's mentioned in a few of Satyananda's books, namely the Kundalini Tantra and the other one that he has where he details the meditations on the tantras. He talks about that exercise and following the breath, and he says it's optional. I think he says it's optional to use your finger, but I always thought like, well, shit, these people are doing it automatically. But yeah, it made sense when Dr. Svoboda talked about it like that. Your attention is what's directing that prana, and eventually it starts behaving that way on its own.
Yo, Trav, it's crazy. I was overthinking today. As I was overthinking, like my brain's being creative, and I'm like, yo, why am I just breathing through my left nostril? So it's like it just blocks automatically. You might like it's crazy. I thought I had like sinus or something, but I don't usually get that. So yeah, I went through that today. That's crazy.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
that's also a perfect example. It just kicks in.
And then when I'm trading, my right side kicks in, which is dope because left side logical, right side creative and stuff. I was like, oh snap. So like those are the things I realized in the past 2 weeks also.
Yeah, yeah. In one of these books, Niranjan Ananda talks about how if you pay attention when you're doing certain activities, you're gonna notice more effort placed on one of the nostrils than the other.
And then when I'm meditating, I feel like I'm at equilibrium. Like there's such a, I don't know how to explain the feeling, but it's like a, like you just got home from work and you're just super relaxed or something. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that.
So, do you do your meditations later on in the day, as opposed to first thing?
For me, sometimes because I like lately I've been having a lot of insomnia in a way, staying up because of like trading, overthinking and stuff. Like still going like, still letting go of like the deaths and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dealing with major thoughts, but so it's I don't have a set time as of yet.
Yeah.
I don't have a full set time yet, but usually it's after I work out. So around 12 noon to 1. And then if I'm busy throughout the day doing calls, like teaching people and stuff like that, then I have to do it around like 5, 6 o'clock. But, in Tantra school, they said that it's better to do it around sunset and sunrise anyways. So
Yeah. Yeah.
the only problem I have is during sunrise is when I'm up trading, but I'm trying to figure something out. Maybe do like 10 minutes, and then after I'm done with the session, go ahead and give my 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
What's going on?
This is what's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Good, good. Greetings.
Good, good.
Is this
Greetings, greetings.
is this the first time you've been on?
Yeah, this is the first time I've been on. Yep. Yeah, I signed up a few days ago. We were chatting back and forth on IG.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't really be on IG. I got like a IG account of my bus build and stuff like that, but I really don't use it. But I use it to reach out to you and to sign up because I've been.
I think you cut out. Is that just me or did he cut out?
Yeah, he could up.
Yeah, he cut out.
Is that something that you only experience or notice during meditations, or is that something that you experience during just regular life?
Ask that again because that all that cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm out of my garage. I was saying, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I was saying, you guys were talking about the nostril thing, and I was just wondering, is that something that you guys experience during just everyday life, or is that something that you just noticed during your meditations?
Yeah, so it's something that happens automatically, because the nostrils are related to what type of energy is flowing through us at any given moment. Um, one dealing with the Ida, one dealing with the Pingala, which is the mental energies or the vital energies, and certain activities are
Correct.
related more towards one or the other. But it's just that during meditation, at least what some of us learned recently is that you can trigger it on purpose because usually it just kicks in as a part of life. But
Yeah.
yeah, with these meditations, doing it on purpose, I thought was pretty interesting because it's just regulated by attention, which would also explain why it kicks in everyday life because what we're focused on requires a certain type of energy. Just a really cool observation.
Makes total sense. Appreciate that. Carry on.
Yeah, for me, if I never read it in the book, I wouldn't have been aware of it. But I read it in this healing book that I have. And then once I read it and I started practicing it, that's when um I didn't always realize it throughout meditation. First, I realized it doing like the work that I do. And then also like just thinking. And then like through meditation, I realized the equilibrium effect. But yeah, so just through everyday life, once you're aware of it, that's when you can be conscious of the action in the moment, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome, bro, by the way, since it's your first time.
I mean, I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Appreciate it.
Well, I stuffed dog 69. I just have to ask that.
It's a long story, man. My nickname's been stuffed for a long time. And I grew up in the '90s where Snoop Dogg and all of the dogs and whatever. So I just kind of put it together, and it's been my kind of nickname online for a while. So, and the 6'9", that number
Okay.
is.
I was about to say, don't skip over that 6'9" now.
Oh no, that 6'9", it's just a number that I like. You know what I'm saying? I like the symmetry of it. But
Are
then
you a Cancer?
no, I'm a Scorpio.
Like, do you have any Cancer placements though?
Oh yeah, you like the symmetry, all right. I know what you're talking about.
Shit.
No, when all of that, when you're younger or whatever, but then when you grow up and you get a little bit more knowledge or look deeper into things, it was cool what I found then also. But yeah, you're right about that.
No, I was
But
joking. 6'9" is the 69. I realize is all about give and take. It's just our mind.
yeah, right.
To,
Yeah, yin and yang. It's it's just the dualism.
yeah, exactly.
But no, Cancer placements. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to jump on and kind of chop it up with you guys, because I wanted to dive more into those aspects. The Vedic astrology and things like that. I was more so coming through the line of like Bobby Hemmett and Brother Panic and I never really dug into the Vedic side. I was more into, finding out about, the side that I correlated with me, in my background. But just through expansion and wanting to get to the meat of everything and the truth, you got to go where it takes you. So yeah, I kind of want to dig into that and see if any of my any of those things correlate with my life. I pulled it up in Dastro, just listening to you guys and following along on the book just through YouTube, and I looked it up through in Dastro. So I got a lot of those things saved on my my placements and all of that. But you guys will have to be more specific when you were asking me if I have any placements wherever, and show me and guide me to what I'm looking at and where I'm looking at it to get it. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to share your screen and be on Industro, we could do that.
Okay, cool. How do I share my screen?
You should see a share button.
Yeah.
Hey Trav, when you hit me up the other day to ask me for that stuff, bro, I was a little nervous. I'm like, oh hell no, this nigga's gonna know me.
I was excited so Trav could tell me what's up.
Nah, bro, I joke first. Nah, because I was a little nervous because I was a little nervous, but I was like, all right, cool. Let's see how this goes. Huh?
I didn't take that into consideration. Some people were like Amara and they were like, yeah, all in the name of science. And then there was other people who were kind of skeptical. One person, I'm not going to mention names in the chat, was very concerned that I was that I've been hacked or something.
Yo, ever since you told me about that mirror, that mirror travel shit, bro, I was like, oh shit. At nighttime, I'll be like, man, who the fuck's in my room right now? Because like through meditation, bro, for some reason my senses been getting like stronger. So like sometimes I feel like something's crawling on me, or I feel like something's touching me, and it'll be throughout the random times of the day. I'm like, yo, am I catching schizophrenia or something? You know what I'm saying?
That the itching feeling is Kundalini. Like that's one of the things that I've read like through my research. One of the feelings, like ants crawling on your skin type shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's like
okay. So I'm not schizophrenic. Great.
Yeah,
I've
been feeling that too. I've been feeling that too. Like it mostly happens in like my arms, and then it might move to my core. Not for long, but for a few minutes. And it's usually whenever I'm meditating or listening to like a lecture on, yoga specifically.
Yeah, definitely during meditation for me. Sometimes it's just like I'll just be letting my thoughts go and they just come out of nowhere. I'm like, what the hell? And I'll look at the time like it's 9 o'clock. Dang, is this man remote viewing right now?
There's no
Nah, but
nothing is ours. We ain't nothing but placeholders. Cups made
at
up.
the same time, I was excited when you did it at the same time, bro. So I can't wait to find out what you develop from what my comparisons. You know what I'm saying? That would be dope. With my chart, obviously.
One thing that I've learned about, just being a YouTuber. I'm still not used to that word.
Separated YouTuber.
Dealing with numbers, right, and data on a larger scale, the picture begins to change. Have you ever played a game called Katamari Damacy?
Nah.
No.
Love that game so much. Well, anyway, the king of the universe, God, essentially got drunk one day and broke all the stars. Wow. He broke all the stars and constellations. So he sends his son, the prince, to Earth. And he equips him with what's called a katamari, which is this ball, and it's very sticky. And your job in the game is to roll that ball around, and it picks up everything. But you can't pick up things that are too big. You have to grow your katamari so that it can. So first you're picking up like paper clips and thumbtacks and small shit. And then it gets bigger, and the landscape gets bigger. So now you're able to see the cat over in the corner. And you're picking up shit, and it gets bigger, and then you zoom out some more. Now you're able to pick up the cat. Then it gets bigger, and you're picking up the people in the house. Then it gets bigger, and you're picking up the house. and then eventually you're like going over the whole fucking city, picking up everything on your Katamari. Once it's big enough, you send it, you take it to the king, and he judges it, and then he sends it off, and it becomes one of the constellations. And essentially, the whole game is you're rebuilding the constellations. Like for Gemini, you've got to go and collect
Wow.
twins or two of each thing. You know, like it gets pretty cool. But the whole reason I brought that up is that when you're at a certain size, you can kind of see things in the distance, you know, but they're kind of fuzzy. But all you can really focus on, you know, when you're tiny is like bugs and paper clips and stuff like that. But the bigger you get, the more that you can see because now it's in your sphere of influence. What I've noticed about these numbers and dealing with people on a large scale is that when you're able to see more people, you begin to see patterns and things start to make a different level of sense. I noticed that there are certain ones of us in this group that communicate with each other on a regular basis, have begun to come into experiences that are very similar to each other, like at the same time, and often dealing with the same things. But nobody's talking to each other except me because like I'm in the center. So I feel like if I'm able to look at all these charts and compare them together, we might be able to zoom out and see something even bigger because there's definitely something there that I can't quite explain yet.
That's how you build a corporation. The Magus way. All right, but so you're trying to find a synergy between all of us, basically.
Not trying to find it because it's there. I'm trying to define it.
Ah, okay. Better words.
The few that I've done so far are all, let's just say there's a lot of similarities in lots of places. Me and Amar, you know, me, everybody that I've done so far has so many matches. It's ridiculous.
It's more than synchronistic. That shit's wild.
I tried dancing around that word because I didn't want to say it.
So
Yeah.
speaking of that, is it all right to share that online? I mean, on this, I mean my chart on Zoom.
If you'd like to do that, go ahead.
I'm trying to. So I just hit share.
Yeah, in the center there, are you're on your phone, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so if you hit share, you can share your screen, and that'll show us everything that you're doing. Or if you took screenshots, you can share the photo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did that. I took screenshots. Well, shit. Yeah, I took screenshots. Yeah. Cool.
Greetings to all my friends in the chat. Good to see y'all. It's been a super long time, like 2 weeks or so. Specifically, I see Gerald Sombright, Adam Genesis. You sent me something in the inbox. I didn't check that yet. Matthew Watson, peace. What's good? Tree Marie, of course. Always lovely to see you. Who loves orange soda? Light Simone, peace and greetings. Yuri, what's going on, bro? Al Dickey, peace. You're able to get it, Stuff Dog?
Yeah. I was just going through I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh well, I'll was waiting on you. Sunshine Chick, what's good?
Man, you know what, Trev? I'm gonna wait on this because I have no clue what I'm doing. I see the share, but I'm going through so many things. I'm not real tech savvy. I kind of been in the hole for about 8 years. So yeah, I'm gonna wait on this, man. So y'all go ahead and continue what y'all were doing, man.
Okay. Are you gonna be with us for a while tonight?
Oh yeah, bro. I'm with y'all. I'm listening. I'm in.
Okay. Well, we will definitely go through it.
Okay, cool.
No
Cool.
worries on that.
Appreciate it.
Grace.
Hey,
Hey.
what's up?
Hey.
How are you? How's everybody doing?
I'm doing swell.
Hey, Grace.
What's going on?
Night Creatrix, are you with us? Oh. Good evening, Philip. How's it going?
It's going good, man. It's going good. I just moved into a new apartment, and I got a lot more room. I've just been feeling a lot better, just mentally. Because the other place I was in, man, it was so small. It was like being in cabin fever, man. Especially now it's wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I got like a bigger, you wouldn't think that it would make that big of a difference, but it does. Just like having like, because I was in the studio before, so everything was like in the same room. So now that I got like a 1 bedroom, I just extra space, man. I just feel a lot. I'm just in a lot better of a place now, and everything in my life is like coming together. And dude, I gotta say, man, those Lakshmi, I do these Lakshmi or Varahi mantras, man, and dude, they really work with like bringing like money just out of nowhere, man. I did like I did one for like 100. I did the whole 108. I did even longer than that. I did a whole hour one. I just chanted for a whole hour. And then the next day, my dad calls me and he tells me this guy from work wants to buy all these like all this stuff off me. And he's like, okay, so I just put $300 in your account. I was like, what? I was like, all right, thanks. It's just, dude, I don't know, man. Chanting really works. I gotta say, it really keeps me tied to the Vedic tradition. Because like, dude, I love working with the Egyptian pantheon, but I always go back to like the goddesses and chanting with the goddesses because they really come through, man. They really come through if you do the work. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed. That's awesome to hear. It's good to hear that
Yeah.
you're in a better place,
Yeah,
physically and mentally. And also, it's great to hear that you're employing those mantras.
yeah, it feels good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, bro. It feels like your energy is like hella up too. Just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, and another thing, in that other room I was in, that's like when I practiced a lot of magic in that room when I didn't know what I was doing. And like and when I was like in a really like bad place and I did a lot of like just like stupid freaking spells, like succubus spells and shit like that. And dude, I don't think I ever even really even got them out of my room, man. Like I really think there was like something in there like draining my energy. It really felt like that. I just like I'm so glad I got the fuck out of there, dude. I don't know.
Yeah. It's always good to move away from the place where you first learned magic
Yeah, right.
for that reason. Shit, most of the places I've lived in are all demolished at this point. Except for two. But yeah, I agree with Amar. It does seem like your energy is up. I noticed you a bit more active on the Facebook too. So that's cool.
Yeah, feels good, man. I'm sorry if I was ever bringing any type of like dark energy or anything like that. It wasn't intentional.
No problem, man. No problem. I've
Hey,
become quite skilled at transmuting those kind of things.
hey, man, there's this book I wanted to tell you about. Have you ever heard of this book called Simulacra and Simulation?
Hmm.
You should
I don't
check
think
that
so.
out. It was, it's one of the books, I guess, that Neo pulls out when he's in the like in the Matrix in one of the movies, and yeah, it's called Simulacra and Simulation. Um, it examines the relationships between reality, symbols, and society, and then it shows like the significations of the like the culture and the media that are kind of like manipulating it all. I don't know. It's really deep, but I don't know, man. I think you would like it if you checked it out.
Hmm.
It's
The
by
body in theory.
Gene. It's by Gene, but Durrell. He, I can't even pronounce his last name.
Brogiard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a little video on that. I think they were saying that the movie was inspired by that book.
Oh, really?
It's like a Alice in the Wonderland kind of book in a way.
See, I
Like
haven't read it
going,
yet, so I don't know.
yeah, not like storytelling, but more like I don't know how to say. I didn't read it, but yeah, I saw a video on that book.
Hmm. It's kind of old, also. Yeah, this does look interesting.
Yeah, check it out. I still got to read it, but I think it's something you'd like.
One of the reviews is titled "A Boring Mess That Says Nothing." Probably somebody that didn't understand a word in that book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that to my list. That looks cool. Yeah, right underneath that review, it says a revelation on every page if you're willing to put the work in. There's a lot of 1 stars and 5 stars, so I guess this is some very polarizing information. Hmm.
It must be written pretty well then, if it's able to get those polarized reactions.
Yeah, I'll definitely add that. Oh my goodness. Geez, where to start?
It's,
So, I guess what the big problem is with most people and the spiritual information is that our understanding of life and our individual experiences are very limited, right? Most of us have life in these chunks, these big fat chunks of good and bad. So we go through life putting stuff in the good box or the bad box, good box, bad box, and it stops there. That sucks. What you learn when you actually study and practice these things is that the line starts to blur in the middle, and those two boxes become several boxes. And that's what I mean by a lot of this granularity, right? Because that's what granularity is. It's zooming into that fine line and it becomes gray. And you start to see that those two boxes aren't even really, you know, they're relative. And relative reality is not ultimate reality. There's two kinds of realities. There's relative, which depends on your experience, and there's ultimate reality, which is what it is, regardless of what you say or feel about it. And it seems that we have a better time acclimating to life when we're able to align our relative experience as closely as possible with ultimate reality. But really, that can only happen through active study and practice. That's why a lot of this information gets misinterpreted and misunderstood because it's very delicate and people try to force it into a good and bad box, right? As soon as a limited mind comes across the Hindu pantheon or, all these different Vedic deities, they think, oh, they worshipped a bunch of different gods, not understanding that there's so much more to it. Oh, I don't believe in astrology because it's just floating rocks, not understanding that there's so much more to it.
That's the reason why it's getting so hard for me to even start communicating with people, bro. Like lately I've been dealing with a new side of my irritation, which is dealing with people that are ignorant and tend to judge me just because I'm the outcast from how they think, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I am at a point where like I'm trying to socialize with people or keep the old friends or even socialize with certain kind of people without me have to intaking into the play that they want to do. Like homie, like my homeboy, we just went to go chill with some people, like some girls the other day. And then he's like, I'm trying to, because I see they're of the same energy. I'm like, all right, you guys want to play around. I'm gonna put you down with someone that's trying to play around with me and I'm not down to. But then it's like, to him, it's like, bro, you're a square. Why don't you want to, why don't you want to do that? I'm like, bro, I'm doing techniques where I need to cultivate my energy. And I was like, you know what? Let me just show you a video that you can understand from. I showed him a YouTube video of a dude doing tantra to someone without having sex with them. I'm like, can you do that to a woman without touching? So what the hell you judge? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just trying to open his perspective, but it's just frustrating because it's like, I don't know, the disconnection. I can see and accept, the past side of myself through that in a way, because I was never that aggressive when it came to it. But the little stuff, bro, it's hard to even maintain friends now for me, even women friends, unless they're into the same stuff that we're into, which I appreciate those relationships. You know what I'm saying? A lot more because I was raised by women. So, yeah.
I feel you. I know what you mean. When you start speaking on these type of topics that are a little bit more sensitive, and when I say sensitive, I mean they're not easily judged as good or bad because they're not meant to be judged. When you start bringing these kind of topics up to the average public, they kind of either
Look at
struggle.
their phone.
Yeah, if if they are paying attention, then it's like they struggle to force it into one of those boxes, like immediately. So it's easy to offend people with this kind of thing, even when you're
And
not.
then sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, even when you're not trying to offend people.
And then they always go to what is it called? Escape routes. Like, not everybody's the same, man. You live your life, you live mine, I live mine.
Yeah,
There's nothing good or bad in life. And it's just like, bro, yes, I like your perspective, but you're stuck at like a level of looking at it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like a
They
year
can't.
ago, I told my friend about semen retention. He's like, something that I realized, because I have a lot of Aquarius friends too. Their planets is one of the slower moving planets, Aquarius and Capricorn's planets. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, so they have strong mentalities. When I think of like a slow moving planet, they have very strong mentals, and they take a while to adapt or see something in a new view, right? So for example, the government, Capricorn sign. So I always kind of look at it like that. Told this man about semen retention. It took him till this year, which is amazing, to be like, yo, Curve, I see what you were talking about. Because before, when I brought it up to him, he's like, man, I can't do that. A nigga got to get a nut. You know what I'm saying? They're just laughing. Just like that. I'm like, yeah, I get it. But it's just like, bro, there's more you can do. And then, these are the same people that's like, yeah, man, I'm trying to change my life. I'm going to be this, that. And I'll even speak to them at their level. Semen retention helps you manifest faster. Man, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's like, damn.
I'm trying to hear that.
I'm like, bro, I'm not even speaking good or bad. I'm just speaking a fact that is going to play out no matter how you believe it, And it's like, oh, this nigga thinks he knows it all. All right, let me just stop talking.
Yeah, semen retention. I didn't want to hear that shit. I didn't want to hear it for the longest time. Fuck all that. Nigga trying to get a nut. But trial and error, wow, there's something to it. Just like the monatomic gold and ormus and colloidal silver and all that. I tried it in the past because I thought it was like this magical get rich quick thing. Didn't work. But I think when you combine all these different things together with the intent of spiritual growth, it does what it's supposed to do. But there's also more to it, you know, because we're at the end of the day, we're talking about attachment and releasing attachment to certain things. The less that you're attached to, the more you're one with source. It's funny to me. It's all about attachment. The body's it's here and it's gonna do what it's gonna do regardless. Things are gonna happen in life because that's the way that it's supposed to be. But it's all about what we identify with, what we cling to, what we attach to.
It just goes back to what you said about the good and bad, like the kleshas.
The glaciers
Yeah.
being the veils.
Oh, not kleshas. Like in the Yoga Sutras, they say like klishta, klishtaha, like likes and dislikes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I get mixed up. The words are like hella similar.
Yeah, it's all good. We're all still trying to assimilate these words into our vocabulary.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, here with each other is the only time we get a chance to use them.
Yeah.
Bro, when you didn't do a meeting for 2 weeks, I'm like, man, fuck Trav. I'm just kidding.
Hey man,
I didn't really do that, but I was like, dang, man, this is the only time I actually get some like, well, you know, unless I'm doing it myself, but to and the homegirl that's a teacher in the tantra school now. But other than that, it's just like to do it in a group, it feels good, man. Like, damn.
indeed.
How
It was
dare
a
you take
pattern interrupt for sure.
Yeah, don't ever do that again, Trav. I'ma find you, bro.
You don't
I'm
use
joking. I'm
Instagram.
joking. You said what?
You don't use Instagram.
I do. I think I'm gonna create my personal account. I'm gonna create my personal account.
We have a group there. I mean, that's what we were. That's where we kind of send stuff. I
All
mean, if
right,
you just want to
cool.
send memes all day, there's the Facebook group, but we tend to stay relatively focused on what we're working on in the Instagram. But yeah, there had to be.
Keep you posted when I make an IG. When I make a new IG, because right now I just have that business one. But yeah. My checkers fries are done. Yes, sir.
Those are tasty. So it seems to me also that a lot of these meditation and yoga techniques are about cleansing, releasing, and separating, right? A lot of this is about letting go. Now, the video that we came across the other day from Dr. Svoboda had a really interesting uh, portion when he talked about the elements and working with them. I thought that was really cool. About how, you know, through working with these elements, you're able to, so to speak, I hesitate to use the word master them because there's nobody to master anything. And a person with the ego damn sure ain't about to master no cosmic element. But in working with these elements, we, I guess, integrate them in a new way with ourselves. You know, we're able to express awareness through reality differently. One of the interesting things he said was working with the earth element is going to be pretty slow because that's one of the characteristics of earth. It changes for sure, but very slowly. So working through the earth element, you can expect stability, but it's going to take some time before things change. That's useful information because there's times where that would be necessary, you know, and there's times where you wouldn't want that. I think, and the reason that I bring that up is because keep in mind that everything that we know as spirituality and magic essentially comes out of this Vedic tradition. So when you see the earth element used in rituals, it usually deals with what? Protection, wealth, right? Fertility and that kind of thing. Those are all pretty stable, just like the earth element. Then regarding working with the fire element, I thought it was pretty cool where he mentioned that the main purpose of the fire element is to transmute and transfer things from this subjective reality to the subjective reality. That was pretty damn cool. Just like how when you have fire and you put something in it, it converts that thing back to spirit and leaves what little bit of material behind in the form of ash. So doing work with the fire element would have a lot to do with transforming things from one objective reality to the subjective reality, or vice versa. I took a certain fondness to what he talked about as far as the air element. I'm not sure if it's because I'm an air sign or it just naturally happened that way, but I think that what we've been doing as a collective group here is a lot of work in the area of the air element, which is why we've been experiencing so much of this telepathy and psychic connection and that kind of thing. That's definitely an air thing. Not so much empath stuff because that's very water, but yeah, I think we've definitely begun to acquire cities that would fall under the air category. Because what are we doing? A lot of breathing exercises, a lot of pranayama, a lot of these meditation exercises that we've been employing deal with the breath. So it only makes sense. Chakra shuddhi, that's all breathing. Mantras and stuff, that's air, vibration. What's the 5 cents that's related to the air element?
What was the question?
I said, what's the sense that's related to the air element?
Isn't it like
Isn't it breathing? Wait, breathing is not a sense. My fault. Smell?
Smell is related to earth.
Oh, for real?
here? It should be sound or
Hold on. Oh, is it hearing?
Sound has to do with akasha.
Oh, then it's like the throat. That's not.
Taste
All right,
test.
we're down to 3 now, guys. We can get this.
The lung.
That's not a sense though.
Taste has to do with water.
All right, now we're down to 2.
Wait, there's sound, touch, form, taste, and order. So is it gonna be form?
It's touch. Definitely touch.
No, I think he said, oh, it's
Yeah,
touch.
no, it's
Wow.
yeah, it's nice, right?
How's it touch though? That's interesting.
Because the air element deals with movement.
Hmm.
But yeah, an important thing to keep in mind is that in learning about using these spiritual tools and all that good stuff, it doesn't just happen. There's a process of gradual growth into it because, essentially when we start, we're still babies in the subjective realm, right? We're babies. Just like when we're babies in the objective realm, we don't know how to use our five senses. We flop around and cry and shit all over the place. But over time, through trial and error and watching other people do it, we learn how to use these senses better and better through experience also. Likewise, there's no skipping over this meditation stuff and expecting to have uh, abilities beyond the body. It's a very rare case that some people come into this with those abilities, but that's definitely the exception to the rule.
Yo, Trav, I was doing a meditation the other day, and I was in it for like about an hour, and I came to this realization, and I was like, dang, in a way, how like the earthly realm is like, life where you're born as a baby, then gain all these attachments, and then through old age, you're back to baby stage again and looking at everything through innocence, if you're lucky enough, I guess. Um, I was like, yo, that's how like reincarnation is really. Like you start off as a baby, meaning the smallest thing that you incarnate in, and then you learn everything, a lot of these things about life. You learn about wealth, and then now you have to, through the old age, when you're coming to that, getting closer to the y'all, it's like now you have to let go of all that and come back to the innocence. And I
Yeah,
was like, yo, there's some similarities. That's crazy.
yeah. Along with these five senses, we learn attachment. We learn how to attach to those senses. And with that attachment comes accumulation. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years of accumulation. Like you said, if we're lucky enough, we can spend that time to start letting things go. But how much easier for you if you're able to let it go now before it's ripped away from you, which it most certainly will be.
I'm just enjoying the ride, Trav.
As if we have any other choice.
Hey, as soon as you said that, Trav, I can't. I started my mind like, these motherfuckers ain't gonna get me. I'm letting go now, nigga.
Right? And you realize that those motherfuckers are you.
I was listening to one of your past videos, man, and it was a lady on it was a lady on here, and she was talking about going into meditation, and I think it was Shango. He said that's not meditation, and you guys kind of went into explaining to her what I guess the deeper meaning of meditation is, not just sitting down and reflecting and contemplating, but the deeper aspects of meditation. And I had the question is, where do you guys find these the deeper aspects of the meditation? Because which book is it? I know it was you guys talk about a bunch of them. I'm reading Samkhya. I'm reading Samkhya right now, and that just kind of talks about the structure.
Yes.
I guess you would say the structure, you know.
Yes.
But reaching those levels in the structure, you know, is where those meditations come into play. And I was just wondering which one of those books talks about those meditations and what meditation is and reaching those higher stages of whatever.
So, in particular, a really good one to look into would be Dharana Darshan.
Okay.
Now, this
Yeah.
one, the first part of it gives a wonderful breakdown on just the whole setup of what's going on. All right, and it's very plain and simple. And then the majority of the book are actual different meditation practices and exercises, or at least gradually introducing different practices that can get you to that state. Because if we want to get technical with it, meditation is the experience where the observer and the observed becomes one and the same. Hence, if someone says, you know, if they describe their experience to sitting down, feeling good, relaxing, and like you said, reflecting, that's not meditation. That's what it is. You're relaxing and reflecting. But what meditation is, as described by these guys, is that's when you're able to focus on that particular thing or lose focus and become one with it. There's no distinction between you and that thing. Like you lose self and you're able to enter that state.
Okay. Is there only one path to that state, or is this just the path that this particular sect has carved out uh, to that state?
There are multiple ways to get to that point. There's multiple ways. And what this group, the Bihar School of Yoga, has done is they have detailed it as best as humanly possible from every angle that can possibly be considered to give any and everyone who's seeking uh, a way suitable for their lifestyle to get there. Um, Dharana Darshan, this is about focus and concentration, right? So Dharana is actually focus, concentration. That's what that word means. Darshan means the vision, right? The vision that you get when you reach that experience. So this particular book talks about focusing and building that level of focus to where it's like a laser that you're able to penetrate and break through the limitations of the five senses and get to that point through concentration. But there's other ways.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I heard you guys mention you did a book study on Franz Barden's um, initiation into hermetics,
Yeah.
and that one wasn't. That was when I was trying to figure out how to get behind the veil of YouTube and get into the conversation, you know, because I read that one a while ago. And is Samkhya and that book on par with some of the like same, I guess, principles of attaining that level of focus, or is Samkhya just, you know, miles ahead of that and its practices and where those practices lead, you know, which ultimately is probably the same place that Franz Barden was getting to, but you know, he didn't have Samkhya. You know, he had to develop his own. But that's
Yeah.
the question. Yeah.
So we know that you know, even Franz Barton had to go to India to get his info. In one of the
Oh, okay, okay.
in one of the pictures, he's got his guru in the background, you know, on the wall. But yeah, all these people, they got their stuff out of India, all of them, even up to the current time. But as far as the Samkhya, that's like the advanced study on what's going on, like you said, the structure of reality. And from Samkhya, we get these other practices. From understanding what reality actually is, from understanding it, now we've got all these other practices to help us get an experience of it. You feel me? So
Yeah.
Darshan helps to give us an experience. Jnana Yoga helps give us an experience. the practices of initiation into hermetics helps us to get an experience of what's going on. So even
Gotcha, gotcha.
even what he was trying to do was teach us about tatwas and tatwa shuddhi and working with the bhutas. Is that what it is, Amar? The Yeah, I think it's
Are
bhuta.
you asking me something right now?
Yeah, the elements is called bhutas.
I think there's like different names for them. Dr. Salvato, he called it Buddha. Yeah.
Bhutas, ton mantras, elements. Initiation into hermetics. You'll notice in the beginning, Franz Barton had so many different exercises dealing with the elements. Well, what I was talking about a little bit earlier was working with the elements. It connects. There's different approaches, different ways to work with the elements, which are just categories of how energy is expressed.
Right, right. Because it's all abstract on the other side. I mean, there's no form. You know,
Right.
the form is on this side, right? So getting to that, I guess getting to that state, you know, it would be a bunch of different paths to the same source, you know.
Yeah. And ultimately, they're all leading to that way. So I guess it doesn't matter which door you go into; they're all leading to that same spot.
Right. But yeah, but the best way, I guess, would be going to the oldest method of you know, and people who got the longest, you know, track record of going into these, you know, these states, these different, you know, these different levels of consciousness, you know.
Yeah, that's how I see it. Um,
Right, right.
that chakra dhyana, that chakra meditation I have. I mean, that method's been used for over 5,000 years. Some of this information is damn near 10,000 years old. This Vedic astrology, this was, I want to say, first mentioned 9,000 BC in one of the Vedas. And them four Vedas are like the oldest writings discovered. They talking about Vedic astrology. They're talking about Samkhya. They're talking about, what homie's talking about in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So yeah, talk about a track record. These are like the oldest. This is the oldest science known to man. I don't care about what none of these new folks are talking about. I want to see what these guys are talking about.
So let me ask you something, man. You know, what is the ultimate like goal? You know, because I know what mine is, you know, but I wonder if that, you know, if you know, my ultimate goal is the, you know, the goal, you know, because I guess mine would be and to explain my question, mine would be to, I guess, evolve along the natural lines of evolution, because if this thing is everything, then you'll never get out of it. You know, it's just a wheel.
Right.
But it appears to me that there are higher levels and lower levels. You know, it's a scale.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. So I guess and I guess what would put you on a higher level and a lower level would be your perspective,
Yes.
uh at that time, and your ability to have that perspective. So we're talking about the five senses in human terms, but like the ultimate goal is to raise in perspective and be able to have a greater view of this thing that we're in. Is that the ultimate goal? Like, or you guys' ultimate goal is to evolve along those lines and not get stuck, but stay, in the river that flows.
I like the way you put that, especially regarding the perspectives. So one thing I learned about working with magic and getting better at it is it's never that I acquired a stronger crystal or a better candle. It was always a better perspective. Every round, every year, I get a wider perspective. Just like when I was talking about the data or the Katamari, the perspective expands. So when we talk about the ultimate goal, I mean, I guess of course it's relative to the individual's ego at the time, but really and truly, like you said, there's no way out of the wheel. So I think the goal would be to get a perspective where you're no longer in the wheel. The body can't leave the wheel. The ego can't leave.
Okay. I mean, but can the thing that that we consider inhabiting the body, or the thing that the inhabits the body, can we consider that thing able to get out of the will? Because from what I'm reading in Samkhya, dealing with Purusha and Prakriti, um, Prakriti is the ultimate, ultimate. The only way to get out of that is to rise above that. And, now you're at Purusha, and which I don't think is possible, because I don't think you can have the thing that you're looking at without the thing that's looking at it. You know what I'm saying? So is it possible for us to evolve out of the wheel, or are we just trying to get out of the wheel of humanity and into another wheel in some of those subtler energies that like are spoken about in the Kabbalion and in Samkhya, some of those subtler energies that we don't have the tools to actually view right now?
Again, I think that was perfectly stated. And I think to answer it, I'd love to ask you a question, because I think it really deals on, again, that perspective. So when you said the thing that's inhabiting the body, how to put it? What is evolving?
um well, I mean, it really is nothing evolving, because everything is everything. So I guess it would only be your perspective that's evolving. You know, your ability to discern things. To break things down to their grossest elements. And maybe build them back up. I don't know. I'm just asking. So
Listen, I don't know if you're hearing what you're saying, but is there a goal then? If everything is everything?
you know what? um, if you're asking me, I my the conclusion I've come up with is no, there isn't a goal. And with there not being a goal, that makes me wonder what the reason is, you know, because if there's no finish line, why run the race? You know what I'm saying? And that's just the question I have. I'm not answering that question or anything. I'm just, that's just a growing question that I have, which kind
I
of,
mean, you did because it's weird. The answers aren't a end all be all. The answers more or less illustrate a bigger picture. Everything you're saying is exactly right. I mean, shit, obviously you're reading Samkhya Darshan. So, what you're saying is spot on. But hmm, yeah.
It's
It
interesting that all of us go through that stuff. The balance between, damn, what's the point, and like, let me keep going.
yeah, I don't think you have a choice but to keep going. But that don't stop me from asking what the point is of me keeping going, because you don't have a choice. I mean, every day, it's the day is gonna come. It's not waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? So, you own the wheel, and that's obvious. So I'm just asking, like, what's the point of the wheel if it's just coming back around again? You know what I'm saying? And is it just to experience? You know, um, and if that's the case, then there's other questions that I would have. Because if these things are the end all be all, wouldn't the experience be already embedded in the being? If that's what we in right now, why go through the motions if it's already there? You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if I'm asking that right, but that's what I
I mean,
got.
you're not even asking, you're stating what it is. It is what it is. There's a wheel, like we can say that there is a wheel, there's a barrier, and you can see this thing when you go deep enough in meditation. There's an enclosed thing. And within that enclosed thing is all experience that could ever be possibly had, period. Her name is Prakriti. There's Purusha, there's consciousness, and he's not in it. He's observing it. So at some level, people identify with what they're observing and they continue observing it ad infinitum. Well, I say some people as if there were multiple people. Some experiences are attached to what they're experiencing, others aren't anything at all. I think
Those are. I'll go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think that those of us in this group are heading in that direction. The second one.
Yeah, I'm come. My background is from a real, I guess, gross. Um, it's a real gross background. It has to do with money and all of these different things that I hear you guys kind of dog out on occasions, and I laugh. You guys kind of dog out or have things to say and objections to certain elements of life, sports wise, and that's kind of my background. um, and I just had questions on why my life evolved in this direction, and the people that were with me doing the same things kind of just fell off. And like, is that, does that make me special, or is it just the work? And I realized that it's the work, and everything is the work. You know what I'm saying? So um that's kind of why I kind of evolved along these lines of asking these deeper questions. And I've always asked them, one of those kids that wanted to know why Judas was condemned, why he had to kiss Christ, and in that moment, and and why, if there was a hell, how could he be condemned if he was like instrumental in the whole
Right.
crucifixion and all of that? You know what I mean? Like, and nobody could ever answer the question. It's like I always go to God, and I'm like, well, how do I do that? You know what I'm saying? Give me the number and I'll call it. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, nobody could answer that. And that's the that growing question of free will, that I hear everybody on that it brings everybody to this level of thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is free will if these things are the truth, that was baked into the culture, and the mindset and the way that we were taught and brought up. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't want to keep on going on, but yeah, that's a little bit.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's a powerful question, right? That I don't know if people are scared to ask or don't come to that point, but think about it. Why is Judas condemned to hell if that's what he was supposed to do? Jesus wouldn't be crucified if it wasn't for that moment. He wouldn't be
Right.
deified. He wouldn't have been able to die for your sins if Judas wasn't there.
Yes, that's like the the antithesis, the antithesis. I can't say that word. The opposite that needed to be there. You know what I'm saying? It because every story has to have a villain and a hero.
Right.
You know, but why is the villain? Why is he vilified if his role is instrumental in the hero becoming the hero?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't understand that. You know what I mean? But that's built
Yeah,
into
that's deep.
every story. That's built into every story that is told in this reality that we're experiencing. And that makes me wonder: is that a program? Like, is that something that is like baked into the fabric of what we are and our being? That story, like, is that's a ceiling. You know what I'm saying? And like, nobody thinks past that or breaks that ceiling. Or I won't say nobody, because I'm obviously amongst people that are trying to break that ceiling, which is so refreshing, I might add. But because I can't get a conversation where I'm at with anybody, man. I mean, you can just see people cut off when anything is brought up, so I just stopped bringing it up. And you
Right.
know, kind of keep to myself in these things. But and I think that's why I'm ranting, because this is the first time I'm able to kind of get this stuff off my chest and get a true like perspective, not an answer, but just somebody looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah.
And when y'all just said that, I'm like, damn, basically Judas helped Jesus reach moksha. That's crazy.
And I mean, when you just ask that simple question, there's so many things that come along with that. That means that if Christ was who he was, he knew that was going to happen the whole time.
Yep. That's 100% true, man. I'm telling you, I didn't ran this scenario in my brain. I can't even tell you how many times, it's like, yo, if this is God, all of these things was preordained. Judas should be the right hand man to God in the kingdom, if that's the case, because it's almost like he was like the catalyst. I mean, we talk, you talk about cause and effect in Samkhya, and we talk about cause and effect, but you can't have an effect, without a cause, and the cause don't start without something triggering it, the catalyst. You know what I mean? And so he was the catalyst to all of these things that so many people believe in, that they just drill in your brain. It's like, if you don't go to these things and you don't learn these things, you kind of vilified in our culture. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at them a little bit deeper, man, they pose some questions that people just don't ask. You know what I'm saying? It's insane to me.
And that only starts an avalanche rabbit hole of all kinds of other questions.
Yeah, I guess that's my story of how I evolved out of those mindsets and into I guess a greater perspective. Because I mean, I'm realizing in my, in I guess my studies, and my looking at trying to look at things deeper, not just staying so surface. But what I'm realizing is, even doing those things that I'm talking about, it's just a matter of perspective. That's really all there is. And I think that's the whole point, is just to be able to look at the thing that's being put in front of you and decide whether you like it or not.
Or even to get beyond the point of liking it or not.
And just look at it.
Non-attachment.
There you go, right there. I can dig it.
But I think that wheel that you mentioned is a very important concept, because within that wheel, again, is every possible experience that could be experienced. And it it's been detailed, documented, and broken down. Shango says, like, a mechanic is able to take an engine and completely disassemble it and lay all the parts out on the table and put it back together, and it works. Samkhya has done this with not only the mind, but also the experience of objective reality. And we find that there is an organ that hears, and there's also an organ that makes sound. And those two things connect, but they're not happening the way we think that they are. But we get attached to this illusion. We get attached to these experiences. Our whole reality is a combination of smells, sights, tastes, touches, and what's the other one? Smell, sight, taste, touch, sound. There's 5 of them. Our whole reality is composed of those 5 things and our opinions of them. We make this whole elaborate world a map. NLP tells us the map is not the territory. And that's what that means. We have this simulation that we go off of, but that's not what the real thing is. That's just our simulation. And the simulation might work, but it's not the real thing. We're literally out here groping in the dark blindly.
Do you think that extends beyond um, different states of consciousness? Do you think that they may extend into the physical reality and how we view, our surroundings and things like that. And I guess the way that we judge the things that we come in contact with on the outside of on the outside. You know what I mean? Like, we there's theories out there of things, but no fact. But the world goes off of those theories as if they're fact. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And you can't tell anybody that, well, they're just guessing. These are educated guesses. Nobody knows these things. You know what I'm saying? So I was wondering if those, if those things are the same on that side of the veil as they are on this side of the veil. And you know what I'm saying? Am I asking that right?
Yeah. I have an understanding of what you're saying. I mean, the misconception, the map and the territory aspect, that's all about the physical realm, right? We don't know what's going on. We literally don't have those five senses to give us a map. As far as the subjective realm, there are still veils, and it's those veils that cause us to have the misconceptions that we have. Um, the veils are a little bit more explored in the Tot Washuti book. You'll notice it has that same map as Samkhya, but it goes a little bit further. Um, I don't remember the name of the particular school of thought, but the Samkhya that's covered in this book stops at Purusha and Prakriti. And then there's actually a level a little bit more that talks about the different veils on the subjective realm that pretty much blind the soul from its immortal state. Specifically, this map here on page 45, right? At the bottom where it says microcosmos, that's what Samkhya covers, right? And you'll see that on the cover of the book.
Yeah. I see Purusha and Prakriti. Right. Yeah. Gotcha.
Objective reality. But there's another set of veils in the subjective realm. And that's where we're dealing with Maya. You see in the center?
Yeah.
Greetings, June. What's good, bro? And it's the veil of Maya that separates us from the reality of immortality, of eternal existence. Because
Okay.
as you can see right underneath that veil, now we've got microcosmos. That wouldn't be the case if it wasn't for the veil of Maya.
Do you think that there are bodies to those experiences? I mean, I know you can get to them in different states of consciousness, but ultimately you come back to this waking state of consciousness. I mean, it takes mad concentration to get there through to those levels of consciousness. Those people, and people, go through years of doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then they'll achieve it. Do you think that once we leave these physical vessels, that those levels of consciousness have physical vessels to inhabit, so that your waking state of consciousness is that right there, and then you springboard from there on up, and it's easier to reach those higher states, and then the cycle continues? Or how does that work in your mind?
So, as far as what I've experienced, what I'm studying, it looks as if all of form is contained within Prakriti. So any instance of form is contained within that microcosm. Beyond that, there isn't really much instance of form. But there are varying degrees of consciousness. But it looks like form is limited to Prakriti herself.
Okay. So consciousness doesn't need a form to experience the things that's on the outside of consciousness. And it goes beyond Prakriti. So
Consciousness is formless.
right, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, yeah. Um but I guess my consciousness is formless, but there has to be something to be viewed though, right? In order for it to have an experience, it's a two-way street, you know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. At least on the lower microcosmic level, there has to be something viewed. I think that's what makes it the microcosm. But in the more pristine and uninfluenced states, there's nothing but observation and awareness of pure awareness. And I think that is what, just the concept of that, it's very difficult for any of us to grasp because, you know,
Yeah, I
with
thought I was by myself in that.
what can that can't even be compared to anything.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, there's no starting point. You know what I mean? To even be able to grasp that concept. I mean, because you born into this. I always use the phrase. When people get riled up about things. This consciousness thing that we got going on. And I got people in my family. That get mad at certain things that happen. They're into the world, and
mhm.
certain things that happen, and I always ask them, does that belong to you? And they never can answer the question. It's always, something around when we got to do this or we got to do that. And I was like, well, but that mindset was here when you got here. You inherited that mindset. Somebody told you that from their perspective. So that might not have even been what was going on. That's just how they viewed it.
Yeah.
And they gave you that perspective. And now your energy is so riled up from that. So, but ask yourself, does that belong to you? That concept, or even getting mad at that, or what's even behind driving that anger. You know what I mean? But it's just weird. I find this place it's getting to be real weird. The I guess the wider my perspective grows, and the deeper I look into things, what drives people is real weird to me nowadays.
These attachments are killer, literally.
Yeah, I was like that too. I had the mindset of and it was recently, and I think there are steps and you can get stuck on the step, if you don't realize that you are on the ladder and you're climbing and knowledge, and you're getting the ground floor for the next level of knowledge, because I'm realizing that this is a staircase, and you can't go to 8 before you go to 4.
Right. Even if you did, you wouldn't even know what to do there.
Yeah, you wouldn't yeah, because you don't there's no nothing to support, there's nothing to build from. You know what I'm saying? So
That's been my experience here with this the Vedic astrology, from working on these charts. Now I see why it takes Kristen 3 days to do one person's chart. And I'm just doing surface level. These nakshatras are only the tip of the iceberg. I thought I was really about to do something. No, there's so much more to it. I finally cracked open Beneath a Vedic Sky and saw what that thick book is comprised of. There's so much more to it. I think that because the nakshatras are new, it was exciting, and we all thought we found something, but it goes so much deeper, so much deeper. Yeah, like what you were just saying there. Every step is really preparation for the next. I used to have a notion, I could sense that all of this was heading in a particular direction. There's a lot of people who, are waking up, for lack of better word. People message me all the time that they're coming to these new levels and these new states, and they're seeing these things for the first time, and it's amazing. And at first I'm thinking, okay, we must all be going somewhere. Something's about to happen. And it's easy to get stuck in that. But what I realize is this is just the train moving. This is just karma unfolding. It's not going anywhere. This is just, it is what it is.
So it's just an unfoldment. It's just things are just happening just because they are. It's like
Eternal.
different combination, different combination of different things. Bring about different things, right? What is it called in Samkhya? It's the three gunas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So if this is a wheel and we just coming into these experiences, these vessels to experience, over and over again, regardless of what the vessel is comprised of or what energy level you're on or whatever. Um, if that's the case, then what is there really to be? What is there really to observe? Like, if everything is the same, like, what is there really to observe?
You tell me. What is there really to do? What is it? And it takes a strong level of vairagya, detachment, to even get to that point. Because the average person, if they were to come to that realization, depression sets in, right? Nothing to do. My life is pointless. Oh, you know. But it doesn't have to have any kind of emotion attached to it. Like, this thing is going to operate without you. Matter of fact, it is operating without any of us. We're not doing anything. We're literally just observing this. It's karma that is flowing out. Those three gunas, they're operating, and they're going to operate without your effort or involvement. So there isn't anything to do. There never was. There never was. That's ego, right? That's what this study helps. It helps us to define what's what so we can have a better picture. You and I, we're not any of this. Obviously, we're not the body. We're also not the ego. We're not the personality. We're not the thoughts. We're not the memories. We're none of this. All that stuff belongs to Prakriti. All that stuff belongs to the material plane. The memories have no value. The experiences, really, none of this matters whatsoever. But it all matters. That's the dichotomy, I suppose. Paradox.
So what's the point of the I mean, in your opinion, in you guys' opinion, anybody can chime in. I just got these questions. What's the point of the veils? What's the point of being cut off from the entirety of the experience? What's the
I don't think there's a point. I just think it's a mechanical byproduct of consciousness squeezing itself into matter. Like, you gotta, you know what? This has been illustrated across cultures. You read the Necronomicon?
no.
Well, there's a legend in the back that starts to talk about Inanna and her descent into the underworld. And as she's going down, she has to stop at each gate, which is symbolized by each of the planets, and she has to give up a piece of her armor. She was like the warrior goddess Christ figure of the Sumerian times. And for her to go down into the underworld, she had to give up a piece of her armor at each gate, give up this, give up this, give up this, until she was finally bucket naked. And it was at that point that the forces of the lower planes beset upon her and ripped her apart and impaled her on the stake, like Christ. But I think that's a good example of divinity. In order for it to come down and experience these lower levels, it has to shed parts of itself. It has to lose the awareness of parts of itself just to function down here. Like, if you go to certain neighborhoods, you got to change your behavior. Even though you're capable
That's
of
true.
other things, you have to behave a certain way to, blend in, assimilate, move around without drawing different kinds of attention.
Yeah, they call that code switching.
Code switching.
Yeah, code switching. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I definitely understand that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, uh, I guess I always thought of it in the reverse of, putting on things. Because when you get here, when you in that child form, that's the purest that you're gonna get to, that state in the physical form.
Mhm.
And that entity is completely wild. It has no core decorum about itself with anything. It wants what it wants, and it wants it now. And it does what it does, and it's going to do it now. But as you get older, people kind of teach you out of that. And they put in you the things that they want to see. As you grow older. And that's what is kind of elevated. It's such a good boy. But you're a good boy because I do the things that you want me to do.
Right.
you know what I'm saying. So um I guess that was always my thought of, you just add to it. I didn't choose the things that were put up in front of me when I was younger to decide what I liked and what I didn't like. That built my personality. I realized my personality doesn't belong to me. It's not. It's something that was built here. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just had that realization, you know just out of just observation, like, dang, this really is not real. Everything that I call myself, all of my achievements were under a certain mindset, where they were put in a certain category, which is me, or what I thought was me, or what I was portraying as me. you know and it's a weird thing to talk. That's a weird, man. That's brain scrambling right there.
Yeah. Right. We talk about free will. How can it be free when, just like you said, it's all been given to me? Every piece of it. Greetings, Michael Jordan.
Greetings.
What'd
What's
you have
up?
for dinner?
Who, me?
No, Michael Jordan.
Oh, I don't know. No dinner tonight. Doing it fast.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were some deep concepts, honestly. Those type of things stay on my head a lot lately. And it's good to be able to sit with them, because it's scary. Let's keep it real. The average folks that you talk to, if these thoughts were in their heads, it would not be comfortable. It would not be comfortable. It's scary. But to be able to sit there and, not have an answer for it, but be able to contemplate it, I think that builds a level of mental, emotional, and spiritual strength to be able to endure uncertainty like that. I think that shows a level of spiritual maturity, you know, and hell, to even have to say that or to have to come to that realization shows how immature the Western mind is, how fragile the Western mind is.
Wow. It's almost something that you can't escape, because this is like I was saying earlier, this is what you're born into. This is kind of what they hammer into you. No matter what culture it is, it still has its underlying theme, and it's all the same. Capitalism is, a part of it. You know what I'm saying? And you're judged off of what you have, not what you know and what you've achieved. And uh, it's all about what people can see. The objective. I guess that's the objective reality. That's what you're judged on here, and like that's across all cultures. You know what I'm saying? It's like a theme, of this reality. It's like an immutable law. You know, how much you have is how much you're worth.
And it's all materialistic. It's all 5 cents based. Like that type of behavior is indicative of a person and persons who are out of touch with spirit. They're so out of touch with spirit that they judge and base their entire life strictly off the 5 senses. Strictly. That's an undesirable state, to me at least. But that reminds me of a page that I have in Beneath the Vedic Sky. I was going to take a picture of it and post it on my Instagram. But it's a chart at the end of the book, and it pretty much shows the differences between the Western mind and the Eastern mind. And a lot of what you said is in there, and it basically illustrates that the West is very materialistic, and the East is extremely spiritual. The West is very me individual. The East is very group oriented. You know, um, yeah, it's a full 2-page list on all kind of different things like that. But that just, I don't know, it just kind of shows where we came from as a human race and where we're headed.
Do you ever wonder who had these original thoughts of this is how, you know, these people are going to think, how powerful that person must have been to have so many people under that mindset right now, you know?
As far as the transition point, like how, like when it started, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like when this Western mindset started, you know what I'm saying? Like this whole Western culture, you know what I mean? This is an entire culture. I mean, we're talking about millions of people that think this way, but there was an original, this was an this there was an origination point for that thought process.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean? If that makes sense, there was origination point for that thought process. And I just marvel at how powerful that person must have been to have originated that thought process and have so many people following that, and as a code of life. You know what I mean? That person had to be just in the I couldn't even imagine it.
Yeah.
The influence, the level of, I would imagine that would probably have been a city, a person that they would have some kind of city unlocked to an extreme level to be able to manifest this, where millions and millions of people in both sides. I'm talking about both sides, in the Vedic mindset, or the Eastern mindset, and the Western mindset. The people that divine these cultures had to be extremely powerful, man.
Yeah. Bobby Hemmett said it comes from a
The
background of
melon.
having to survive in caves.
I don't think that was the origination point. I think it's way farther than that, man. I think when we think back on history, I think our perspective is very limited. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I think it's very limited. I don't think any part of history that is put out for public consumption is the way things went. You know, it, you know, it's almost like, it's almost like our the concept of reading and I always go back to this because this is the background that I come from, so it's easier for me to explain my concepts in these terms. But it's like going back and reading the Bible and reading about the Exodus out of Egypt, that the so-called Hebrews took, and how that's an overview of it. But if you go into the book of Enoch, they give you a in-depth synopsis of what was going on. It's like, you know, a wider perspective, and then zooming in to the day-to-day things that were happening into that in that scenario. You know what I'm saying? And you know, that's weird to think about that, you know, how history can be written like that, you know, where you can actually zoom into it and be like, okay, this is what was happening. This is how these things came about, you know, the events that led up to it, you know.
Uh-oh. Hey, Kristen.
Yes.
Did Venus still bust? Is it still busting?
Combust.
He said-
Is Venus
When he said that, I'm
combusting?
like, who's Venus busting?
Well, I guess
Um,
technically Venus is being busted, hanging out with.
Combusting. No. No, the
It's a
whole
gangbang on Venus, bro. I'm sorry.
no. So combust is when a plant. Now you have to think of this in terms of floating rocks, right? Combust means a floating rock planet is too close to the sun, so the sun's burning it. But we know better, right? We know that these are points of light, right? And these points of light, like Venus, is being charged right now by the sun. That's what's happening. And that's why everyone's getting this boost of creative energy instead of what they expect to happen, doom and gloom and curses and all that. So Venus will be invisible in the sky for 2 months because it'll be in front of the sun getting charged. But it's not only Venus that this has happened to. Jupiter had it, Uranus had it. And that's because we're restarting a new cycle. So what's happening is everything is coming through and connecting with the sun and getting their juice. And then they're moving.
Ooh.
It's a good thing.
So,
And that's why we call her Jordan. Sorry, go ahead.
okay, so is Venus in retrograde as well?
I don't think so. Wait a minute. Let me see. Mercury is in retrograde. I don't think Venus is in retrograde right now.
But she's in bust. That's for sure.
Bust.
Yeah, she's getting busted.
She's getting busted. And you said that's for 2 months now, so that's a wonderful thing. That's good.
Yeah, for 2 months she'll be in front of the sun. So we won't be able to see her.
So I get to enjoy all of these fancy.
Yeah, her retro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Her retrograde. Yeah, she actually will be in retrograde. December 19th, 2021.
Oh, damn.
And then she will end her retrograde January 29th, 2022.
Oh shit.
But last year she was retrograde. That's what I was talking about, retrograde in my chart, in my page. Last year when she was retrograde in Taurus for sidereal, it was supposed to be a bad thing. That's when everyone got all their money. That's when people were going on trips. That's when COVID bullshit went down a little, when she was going retrograde. So something I've noticed with Venus, especially if she's in one of her better signs like Libra or Taurus, when Venus seems to be afflicted in some kind of way, good things still happen, because Venus is one of the benevolent planets. Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. They can all be aspected in negative ways, but every time so far that I have seen Venus in the so-called terrible alignments, all sorts of fantastic shit happened. So I don't know. I feel like when you see things in a certain way, like I talk about the perspective, when you see things in a very textbook surface level way, you're missing a whole big picture. You might say, oh, this is a bad thing, but you're missing, the idea that there's floating rocks and they're being burnt by the sun. Yeah, that seems like it would be bad, but the sun's not burning any one of those planets because they're points of light. It's charging them. So now we need to look at this whole idea of combust in a different way.
Wait a minute. Wait, there's people that are thinking that it's literally combust, like it's literally on fire.
Yes, that's what they literally think, that it's burning these planets, that it's too close to the sun, so the sun is burning these planets. Not like it's setting it on fire, but that it's like a bad sunburn, like it's too close to the sun, so it's being burnt real bad. So now it's suffering. No, that's not what's happening.
Venus is suffering.
Yeah. So they'll tell you right
Venus.
now that your relationships will suffer. Your sex life will suffer. They'll tell you that you shouldn't get new looks, that you shouldn't spend money. All these things. They'll say that anything that to do with Venus will suffer. But if you're looking at it from that low perspective and you expect that shit to happen, that might happen for you. But it's not really what's happening. That's not really what's happening. It's getting charged. It's like a battery. So, and we just had Jupiter and Uranus do the same thing. They've been all lining up again for the last 2 years, this year and the year before. So they're all going to be getting their charge, their revamp, because we're starting a new cycle. And what gives everything life in this realm? It's the sun. So you best believe each one of these bodies are going to come back around and connect with the sun and get their charge.
So is Venus getting her summer body?
Yep, she's getting her charge. Lucifer is getting the light of Christ right now. Go figure.
I knew it.
Yep.
Oop, I knew Jesus was coming back. Jesus is coming back.
Hey, Kristen, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. Hey, how do I get my information to you so I can I guess indulge in some of these conversations you guys are having about your charts and all of that. I didn't really want to share it on, I guess, the Zoom. I didn't know if it was going to come through on the screen or whatever, because it has personal information on there.
No, I understand. You could send it to me private message on, I don't know if you have Facebook or Instagram. Do you have either?
Yeah. I got access to an Instagram account.
Okay, so what's my Instagram, Trav? I forgot. Do you know it?
Witchy woman.
That's right. Is it? That's what it is? Oh no, witchy woman beauty, all lowercase, on Instagram. That's what it is. I always forget because I have a couple of different names.
Spell that. I'm not smart.
No, that's okay. WITCHY
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
BEAUTY.
Ain't nothing special on there. Some people got all of these funny
Oh,
ways
right.
of saying things. Is that at something? Because I don't necessarily use my account like that.
Oh yeah, no, it's just witchy woman beauty.
Okay, all right. We'll try to send that right now. And what do I send? What do I need to?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're wanting some insight on something or how to read something, or what were you looking to?
I don't even know. I'm just kind of interested in, I just kind of want to get I guess a ground floor. I'm floating here. You know, I don't have any basis in anything. You know, there's books, but you know,
Well, you have your chart already from Indastro?
yeah, I got all of that. Yeah.
Okay. So, what I don't, do all your lives use, or do they all stay on YouTube, or are they self-destructing in like a week or two? Does that happen?
Sometimes when I get a wild hair, but for the most part, they stay up.
Okay, because I know they're so long. There's many of the lives that we've done, I've talked on different aspects of the chart, like the Rahu and Ketu, and then the Saturn returns we did. The nakshatras, we've only hit some of the nakshatras, but we talk on them a lot. The houses and basic things like that so far. So, I mean, you could probably pull things up on there, but see, I
Yeah.
can't tell you what, because it's like 12 hours, sometimes 18 hours. So I wouldn't be able to tell you timestamps, but you could get some extra help from there. I know the last one we did, the last live, was it the last one where we did the Rahu and Ketu, or was it the one before that, Trev?
The last two.
Okay, so that can help. Yeah, there's really there's so much information, so much. So
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know.
know really where to start all over again without repeating myself again from what we've already done.
I got you.
It
I
would
got you.
also
I
help.
understand.
It would also help to
But
come up with a clear, you know, what is it that you're wanting? Because
yeah,
this whole Vedic astrology stuff is a massive ocean, and there's got to be some type of reference point from where you want to, what you want, you know.
yes, thank you, Trav. Yeah, it's hard to explain when you don't understand, right? It's hard to explain because you're we're used to the Western where you can give a chart, your information to the chart, and it's you can like push it out real quick because it's only the birth chart. There's no divisionals, there's no moon chart, there's no dashes, there's no extras that I have to first go and look at and a different science altogether. So I could take a look at you. Do you know what the nakshatras are? Have you heard that much at all?
Yeah, I got them right here. Uh,
If you want, we could talk on your sun, moon, and ascendant nakshatras, what that means, and what houses they're in, and how that will kind of affect you in a general way. If you want, you might have some
uh,
nakshatras we haven't talked on yet.
yeah. I mean, whatever. I mean, whatever is allowed. I mean, I'm cool. I don't want to hold anybody up or waste anybody's time.
Oh no,
But
no,
yeah,
no.
that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. If I mean you're fine with it, Trav, is that okay? Trav?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Okay, so why don't you not hand me. Why don't you let me know what your sun or your ascendant, your moon, and your sun signs and nakshatras are. Or you could send it to me. I'll look at it. Just send it to me. You already did that, right?
No, I didn't do it yet. We were still discussing now.
Oh, okay.
We were just saying, you know, a lot of those things.
All right.
Okay.
So send me your birth chart, and then send me the planetary alignments. That's a different chart. It's grade. It's just a bunch of written out words.
And that's
And
where it said planet, sign, degree, Lord, nakshatra, pad, and Lord.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need the first three from there.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, I'll do it. Y'all go ahead and do
Okay.
your thing. I'll get that done back here in the background.
All right, cool. Yeah, just send it to me through the to the messages on Instagram.
Okay.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that? No, there's not. I don't know.
Congratulations, EST 1985, on completing your 9-day water fast. I know that's not easy, but you definitely come out of there with some powerful insights about your own personal strength.
Giovanni, I need you to check the internet, make sure it's okay, because you got school tomorrow. I don't have school tomorrow. I don't have Zoom. Well, check it, because I have to make sure it's on. So why is your computer messed up? It is hot in here, but cold outside. Anybody here from Texas besides Mike?
Oh snap! Mike's in Texas.
Yeah.
Did that stuff affect him?
Yep, he's without water. Lights keep going out.
Oh
They're
damn!
cold. Yeah. So they get moments where they can charge the phone and stuff. They got the vehicles, but yeah, the neighbor's pipes burst and everything.
Yeah, I seen some people's ceilings are leaking and all
Yep.
that stuff.
Floods. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder what's Texas natal chart.
Right. There we go. I got that. Let me accept it.
All right, Christian, did you get it?
Yeah, but it doesn't tell me your ascendant. It doesn't tell me if it's ascendant, sun, and the moon.
What am I missing? Like, what does that look like? What am I missing on that?
It'll tell it'll be at the top. It'll say ascendant under planet. It'll say ascendant. It's your very first one. It says ascendant. And then underneath that, it'll say moon. And then underneath that, it'll say sun. It's the same charts, but you gave me your K2, Uranus, Saturn, Rahu, and Neptune and Pluto. You didn't give me any of the ones at the top, your sun, ascendant, and your moon.
Is that in the little yellow chart that's got my name, gender, and all of that, and it says moon signs? Okay, that's not that.
No, not that. This is the ones that you sent me with all the information on it. You just need the very top one.
Oh, I sent you. Okay, my things is in reverse. No wonder I sent you the last ones. I should have sent you. Okay, I'm
the first
sorry.
3. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. It's in reverse. So I sent the first 3, and I should have sent the last 3. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Oh, and I think you sent me the Bava, which you have to send me your birth chart. Let's see.
Okay.
Let me see. It might be the same, but this is more of the hours, so it might be a little different. I want to make sure it's the right. We got to send me the first one on the front. Sometimes it changes a little bit between the Bava and the birth chart.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, that's the only problem is you sent me the one without the nakshatras.
Trip. Oh, okay. I went all the way to the bottom. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm tripping. I guess I gotta search it out in here.
Yeah, you want to. Planetary alignment chart, and then you click on it. I don't know if you're on a computer or a phone.
I'm on a phone, but I was just trying to I guess get all of the I took all of like a bunch of screenshots and I did
Yeah.
it over the course of I guess
Oh, I see what you mean. You were pressing. Yeah, I get it. I do that too with my phone. It gets weird.
I was not to double take. I was like, what just happened?
Bro, what the hell?
Yeah.
You look like a black queen just now, man. Respectfully.
I'm about to say, what the hell Ralph Smart told you that I don't know?
Diving deep.
Okay, then Fifth Element. Anybody seen that movie Fifth Element since they've been into studying?
Absolutely.
movie's awesome.
I need to go back and watch it.
I should probably watch it again.
I should watch it for the first time. Well, damn.
Can I borrow your Netflix?
Wait, you serious?
No.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, yeah, sure.
All right, Christian, I think it's them last two.
Okay, let me see. Yay.
Philip, that's a real fire burning?
You got
Or is
it.
that like,
That's
or
not
is that
real.
like the electric one? Oh, okay.
It's like
Oh, yep. So you have your ascendant in Virgo, and it is in Chitra, which Virgo is Mercury and Chitra is Mars. And then you have your sun in Libra, in Venus, and then obviously Libra is Venus and Swati is Rahu. Excuse me, I gotta sneeze. Okay, and then your moon in Sagittarius, in Uttara Ashada, and then that's Jupiter and the sun. Jupiter rules Jupiter rules Sagittarius, and Uttara Ashada is ruled by the sun. So let me see something for you. We'll talk about your ascendant first, because let me check what house. Obviously, that's the first house, but let me check what house your sun and moon is. Your sun is in the second house. That's good. And then your moon is in the fourth house. Moon and Venus in the fourth house. That's good.
Oh,
That's
wow.
good. That's lucky. That's sweet.
What's your
Loving.
second house? Ruler?
I think she said Libra.
No, his second house is Libra, yes. And then he's got the sun and Jupiter and Pluto there. But when we have
What's his rising?
his rising, his ascendant is Virgo in Chitra.
Okay.
And he's got Mercury and Saturn there. But then his moon, he's got sitting with Venus, and his moon is
Sagittarius.
yeah, but it's in the fourth house.
That's interesting.
He said that's the Sagittarius Virgo or Sagittarius Capricorn cusp.
Wait, moon and Sag in Uttara Ashada. Yeah, he's on the cusp, 29 degrees.
Yeah.
So, excuse me. Where's Pada?
Wait, Christian, before you continue, when someone's on a cusp, they're affected in Vedic, they're affected by both energies in a way, or?
Well, all it is it's not even, if the cusp is not as important. I mean, it's important, but all you do is just look at the nakshatra and the pada, because that'll tell you. Because any end degrees or beginning degrees are always technically some of the other one. So when it's cusp in the Western, it's more like that. But this is where we have our nakshatra, because basically it's at the end of the sign, and they're in a nakshatra together, sharing nakshatras. That's why the cusps over there are so important. Just like things like Uttara, Purva, they're basically both of the same nakshatra, but Purva is more intense, and Uttara is the one who's already lived the intensity and now is moving on to the next stage. So it's less intense of that nakshatra's energy. So we all, kind of have, depending on now, if you're smack in the middle of your nakshatra, or you're not really picking up the other end, and then you go into the padas, and that's where the navamsas come in there. So you just break it down further to get more of an insight, because every couple degrees it changes, but we still have like an overall theme that connects us, if you know what I mean. Just like the zodiac sign itself, it's all connecting us, but then each pada is splitting it up. Then the Navamsha is splitting it up within the nakshatras. So, yeah.
And then just to repeat one more thing, you said Purva is the one that's going through the intensity, and then Uttra is the one that already been through it.
Yeah, and like they've already, the people that they've done it in a past life, so now they're at the end part of it. So, for instance, when you're coming, there's the funeral cot for Uttara Falguni, Purva and Uttara Falguni. The front end of the bed or the cot is like, oh, I'm crawling into bed. I'm gonna get some rest. I'm gonna get some luxury. I'm gonna get pampered. And they're in the front ends of the bed. They're getting ready to do all these things. And then Uttara is the back legs. So they've already rested. They've already done that. They've already done the things in that bed that relate to that bed. And now they're about to get up. They're about to move out of the bed now. So if you follow the stories along, if you follow nakshatras, actually, it's a story. Okay. And you can learn a lot about yourself from even knowing the one before and the one after, because the one after is where you're going, the one before is where you came from. So we go through every nakshatra in the lifetimes we live, right? We go through them, and it's like a storyline. So learning the mythology of each one, you'll see how the next one falls into the next one. It's one long story. It's one long epic. And it can really explain to you what's to come, because you understand where you came from. And now you know where you're going to be going.
What can you tell? What can you tell about like a person from those things that I sent you?
Yeah, I was just about to get into your ascendant information.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. All right. So your ascendant in Virgo, Chitra, at 28 degrees, and you're pada 2. Oh, no. Hold on 1 second. I'm pulling something up. All right. I'm going to read this to you, okay? Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah.
Chitra, the star of opportunity, is beautifully reflected by a fixed star, the fixed star, Spica. It is symbolized by a bright jewel or pearl representing the divine spirit within us. Chitra means the brilliant, or the bright, or the beautiful. It reflects the many variegated colors seen in the radiance of a white star. Chitra also translates as a painting or work of art, suggesting pretty pictures or something pleasing to look at. Artistic talent and ability to arrange things creatively is observed here. Chitra people are usually attractive, charismatic, and possess dynamic personal charm. They are excellent conversationalists. They usually wear bright and colorful clothing and jewelry. Chitra also has a fondness of flowers, garlands, and other objects of natural beauty. This nakshatra is mridu. Wait, mridu? Yeah, or soft in nature. Chitra's influence is excellent for learning music, dance, and drama. The presiding deity is Tavashtar or Vishwakarma, the celestial architect of the universe. He is the master of Maya and magic who fashioned the thunderbolt of Indra and the chalice of Soma. Soma is the holder of the elixir of life. That's another whole entire story there connected to Rahu and Ketu. But the deity represents prosperity, regenerative power, and longevity. Its power is the ability to accumulate merit in this life. Chitra is one of the most mystical nakshatras and has a deep spiritual depth. Sudden flashes of inspiration and the urge to realize one's true self is encouraged here. Mars is the ruling planet, reflecting a strong desire to explore the caverns of the soul. Chitra allows us to gain the fruit of our good karma that comes through righteous activity. The challenges of Chitra involve strong sexual desires that must be harnessed. Its animal symbol is a female tiger, and it is sometimes associated with serpents. A passionate, seductive person can develop. The primary motivation of Chitra is kama, or desire. Chitra people usually have beautiful eyes and a well-proportioned body. A smug, arrogant, self-indulgent nature can also result. According to Bipin Bahari, there is a tendency to give a reply on any matter without forethought, and then wake up at the 11th hour and try to rectify one's utterances when it's too late. Chitra's temperament is demonic in nature. Don't listen to that. I mean, listen to it, but don't take that to heart. That's just something I like to say about a lot of different signs, like demonize them, basically. Chitra can reflect. Yeah, Chitra can reflect the world of Maya and delusionary appearances. It is connected with the work of magicians and other masters of illusion. A strong ego and self-centeredness can occur here. Chitra people should focus on allowing the ego to die. They should remember what the word ego stands for, edging God out. So some Chitra on the ascendant brings a strong ego engaged in a variety of pursuits. Is often wealthy, lives away from the birthplace or moves far away from the place they were born, wears colorful clothes, jewelry, expressive nature, graceful, desire for spiritual liberation, and honest. Famous people with Chitra ascendant: Adolf Hitler, JFK, Frank Sinatra, Nelson Rockefeller, Cary Grant, and Christian Dior. It says Chitra career interests include interior design, architects, jewelers, lawyers, judges, priests, religious people, people who learn about the Vedas, publications, radio, TV, film, armed forces, police, and detective. Some other famous Chitra people are Kim Kardashian, Amber Rose, people connected with butts. Their butt is front and center for the women, especially because the pearl that we talked about is actually in the anus. So there's a sexual center that comes from people, Chitra people, and it comes from the backside. So you get people who either enjoy that kind of sexual act or they want to do it with you, and you might even be off guard by it, like, what? And it's because there's this like a magnetic pull towards it for people that have Chitra. So yeah, there's that.
There's a little bit of I guess an Eastern understanding that there was that jewel in that part of the body. I think that's kind of lost in the Western, but it's kind of understood commonly that that's where the soul resides.
They said that's what I was saying. That's where the pearl is, in there, in the in the back end.
Is that why the Chitra Nakshatra symbol is like a gem or like a multifaceted?
It's a pearl, yeah,
pearl?
right.
Yeah.
And if you think about the whole milking the prostate in the back there being for men, I know it sounds crazy, but there is a G spot back there. So
You said milking.
I saw John's face.
yeah, that's what it's called.
Milking the prostate.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's milking the prostate. The way you hit it up there, and then you pull down with your finger in a certain way, and
Wait. That's called milking.
Milking the prostate. When you
What the
need
hell's
to
going
get a
on
man
here?
to ejaculate immediately, all you do is you insert, turn back, bend your finger, and up and down real fast. It'll happen.
That's the technique.
That sounds like the G spot. That's crazy.
Yeah, it
How
is
do
the
you
G
know
spot.
that?
That's called milking the prostate. What'd you say?
Milking.
How do you know that? That's
I'm
crazy.
Miss Lesha.
It's crazy because I studied that for women when I was younger. Not studied. I was watching Cat House when I was like
see,
13.
but women don't have it in the same way. They don't. The women you're talking about in the vagina, right?
Yeah. The G spot in the vagina, 3 inches.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But I never called it milking. I never knew I was milking somebody. That's
well,
crazy.
no, it's not the same for the woman. It's different. But for the man, the prostate, because only men have prostates, it's called milking the prostate because it's similar to you'll feel because it's similar to like milking a cow. The way you pull the finger down, the way the finger goes down.
Kristen, this is like the booger inside the milk, man. I feel violated. I feel violated.
Don't make me talk about that again.
No, I already
people
feel
here,
violated,
they ain't
man.
ready for that. Milky egg.
Much rather hear about the Milky Way than the snotty way.
No, I don't want him here. I'd rather not hear about none. Let's talk about the Deshaktra.
Man, wouldn't it be nasty if someone nutted snot? Oh,
well, I mean, it's kind of.
Wouldn't it be nasty if Trav, if a woman approached you like, Trav, let me milk you.
Well, the guys that go and donate their sperm if they are having issues, the nurse can come and milk the prostate. 2 fingers in, turn, and pull down. Yep. Yeah. Have you ever seen I think it was one of those movies with Stifler in it. I think that they did that to him in that
American
movie.
Pie movie.
American Pie.
Yeah.
He kept going back too. He loved it.
Crazy.
All right.
Anything else?
Yeah, let me pull up the other ones. You've got your sun is in Libra and Swati, like myself. And now I wanted to say something about after I'll read your nakshatras and then I'll tell you a little something about the fact of where they're sitting and why it's good or bad or why it's beneficial. I don't really say anything is bad because it's all a lesson. So you won't hear any like doom and gloom from me, but I ain't gonna lie to you either. So your sun is in Libra and Swati, and yours is at 17 degrees. So the 15th nakshatra is called Swati, which resides entirely within the sign of Libra, the scales. It is primarily located near the golden star Arcturus, the brightest single star in the constellation Bootis. Before I go on, what's funny, Trav? Remember when I sent you my Western chart? If you look, it says Scorpio ascendant, but it also says Swati.
Yeah.
So something ain't making sense right there.
Swati's Libra, right?
Swati is all Libra, like I said.
I'm learning.
So for some reason, I think there might be some weird interception. Like I was talking to you briefly about the interception and what that means. I think that might be there and why there's a little confusion. We'll get into that another time because it's a little involved. But I was like, this doesn't make sense if I'm Scorpio. But
wait, Kristen, you have an interception in your Western chart?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
I do too.
Well, yeah, we're going to talk about that. I think the next time I'm going to put something together because I was watching some in-depth videos about it a couple of weeks ago. And I'm like, maybe I could bring this to the group and talk with them about it. It's a little, it's a little confusing to get people to probably see where it is, to understand where it is, but it, maybe if we can do screen share, we can find it for people. Maybe you can help with that when we do it.
Yeah, just let me know what you want me to do.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, so back to Swati. It's primarily located near the golden star Arcturus, the brightest single star in the constellation Bootis. Swati means the sword and reflects a strong desire for independence. A sweet-spoken, virtuous, and compassionate nature is cultivated here. Called the self-going star, it is pictured as a young single shoot blown by the wind. Swati people have an ability to bend with the wind in order to survive the forces of change which they may encounter. The deity that rules Swati is Vayu, the demigod of the wind, air, breath, and prana. Vayu is the purifier and cleanser that represents the movement of pranayama that provides the universe and sustains life. It gives the power to scatter like the wind. A restless and adventurous nature can result. Swati is ruled by Rahu, an airy planet, and is located in the air sign of Libra. Saturn, a Vata planet, is exalted here. Swati reflects disciplined energy and the powers of communication and influence over others. The great talk show host, Johnny Carson, has his sun, Mercury, and Lagna in Swati. Lagna means birth chart. So his ascendant. These people, his ascendant. These people are often business oriented and clever in trade and commerce. Swati people are very eager to learn and can show intense passion towards life. The asterism symbol is coral, which has strong intuitive and psychic properties. Swati also translates as the priest, and its natives are usually learned in theology. They are often modest, compassionate, virtuous, and communicative with sweetness. Swati's nature is quite self-controlled and emphasizes the principles of dharma or right action. Swati people are usually generous and charitable to people doing religious work. Swati is a Deva nakshatra, with the animal symbol being a male buffalo. In addition, a female deity that is also associated with this asterism is Saraswati, the goddess of learning, and her festival is happening right now, actually, the next 40 days.
40 days?
It's the 40 days that presides before spring. So it's like a festival that takes place beforehand, like the 40 days before spring. It's like this ushering in of life, because life, people say life begins in spring, and that's not accurate. Life is already starting right now under the ground. It's breaking the seed and moving the way up. And once we see it break ground in spring, it's already been alive for a while. So it's like the what is that? The conception is happening now, and the birth happens in spring.
So we got the Saraswati festival for 40 days, or celebration to keep her in mind. And we got Venus being combusted for the next 2 months.
Combust, yes.
Combust.
Yes. I would like to say charged, because combust gives a negative connotation, because, it's like she's exploding or something.
For those with lack of data.
Yeah, lack of data.
But
So
they're both related, are they not? Saraswati and Venus, aren't they related?
Yes, they do. Absolutely. They connect with a lot of the similar things: creativity, writing, skills, beauty, all of that is connected, because Saraswati rules Swati, but so does Venus rules Swati. So they are connected.
Notice that she's been a lot of these authors from the BR School of Yoga books, they've taken her on as their name.
Of course. Yeah. And we had a Saraswati yoga right before the new year came in, which was a time when a bunch of people got money from the government. And I think we started something with the group also, which was interesting. Some kind of something that happened then. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was before the big conjunction. And it was, I think it's when we really started the Vedic astrology, when we were getting into it, because what happens during a Saraswati yoga, it's a great time to start something to learn, because if you start it, then it says that you'll follow through and finish it out. that it'll be a good.
Abjahit with the conjunction.
Pardon?
The Abjahit thing with the conjunction. Is that what you're talking about?
No, this was before that.
This was before that.
Yeah, this was before the new year. This was Saraswati's alignment. It was a yoga that was in November. So this is when we really started, when I started coming on your group, and we started doing the astrology, the Vedic astrology. More of a in-depth study, because I don't think, I think maybe October or November is when I started coming on. But so it's no coincidence. No, the shadow side
Hey,
of Swati.
Chris.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. No, go ahead. You can talk about that. I was just gonna ask about the logness after, but go ahead.
The shadow side of Swati is self-centeredness, within the primary objective being personal gains. A divine disconnect and restless spirit may be experienced. Swati causes things to move and scatter. This can be destructive energy unless the individual learns how to use his or her power to remove negativity in a constructive way. Thus, Swati people may exhibit both healing as well as destructive tendencies. They are very sensitive souls and need solitude and balance to balance their nature, their Vata nature. Ultimately, the lesson is to overcome one's sensory and material attachments. Swati's primary motivation is artha, or material prosperity. Rahu, the ruling planet, can create strong desire for financial success and a lust for life. After these natives have found success in the world, then their spiritual journey can truly begin. They must find success in materials. This is something with Rahu people. You may even be like, I don't care about money. I don't care about this and that. But when you have a Rahu ruled nakshatra like Swati, you have to go towards that. Before you can find liberation, you have to go, like with Jim Carrey, how he had to go for the money and go for the he talked about how he gained everything in the world and then realized it meant nothing, and his true happiness was realizing that all was nothing. This is a Swati, and he has Swati, if I'm not mistaken, which is funny. So this is a Swati thing to happen. Your Rahu is what we are driven for and driven towards. Swati people are also martial artists a lot of times. Bruce Lee was Swati. So Jean-Claude Van Damme was Swati. Muhammad Ali was Swati. You got a lot of, because they rule the breath, the breathing, the movement. And they also rule Maya and illusion. So there is a lot of drive that comes with a Rahu dominant nakshatra.
Wow.
And you have to go towards what it talks about to gain liberation or moksha. You have to. You can't deny it. You can't just like write it off. And see, because you have Swati and it's Rahu ruled, now you want to check where your Rahu is. And then you will see, hold on a minute. Let me see where your Rahu is.
Bless you.
Mm-hmm. Your Rahu is in Cancer, and that is in the 11th house. So you would also connect your aspecting, so you've got your Rahu and Swati. I mean, your Swati there in your ascendant and on your sun, So then you're going to look where Rahu sits. Rahu sits in your 11th house, and Swati is in your 2nd house. Oh, dang. That's crazy, because your 2nd house is money, right? So going to be driven towards making money and having savings, but having your sun could mean that you might burn through your money. So you could bring it in easily, but you might burn through it. You might have to spend. But you also have Jupiter in the 2nd house. That is a large savings account. That is having a good amount of savings. And then you look towards the 11th house where Rahu's sitting, because you have Swati is a Rahu ruled, and your 11th house of gains. And that's Cancer. And That's Sagittarius, your moon. And so, so I'm going to probably confuse you. So that's Cancer, and your Cancer is naturally ruled by the moon. So now we go look at the moon, right? The moon's in the 4th house with Venus. Dude, that is so good because Jupiter and Venus and the moon are all about creativity and making money. And you have your 11th and 4th house all connected and aspecting each other. And 4th house is real estate, vehicles, homes, mother, home life, mindset. So this is a real good aspect for making money and making gains and having homes and having real estate and having vehicles.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have moon and Venus in your 4th house, and that's usually mother. And so, and 4th house is naturally, it's supposed to be moon anyway, it's supposed to be Cancer. So having moon there is great because moon wants to be there. And then you have, but it's in Sag, but still you have your moon sitting there with Venus. This is you might have a creative mother or a beautiful mother or kind mother, a mother that maybe sang well, a mother that spoke sweet things, or a mother figure that did these things. You can also, and if it doesn't manifest through mom, it can manifest through your own mind because it's your mind. So it's a creative mind, a mind who is into beautiful things, who loves to look good, who loves creativity, who loves beauty, who loves music. And then you can also connect it to your wife or your future wife because Venus is the wife for men, and having a moon there might mean some connection with mother-in-law or mother-in-law's front and center in some way. So it's a really good connection. I mean, a really good placement to have moon and Venus in the 4th house, though, because that's beautiful homes. That's a nice vehicles. That's a lucky thing. And you would probably having it with Sagittarius, you might be the kind of person you walk in their house and there's like sage and Buddha heads and tarot cards and Ouija boards, maybe or it looks like a shrine in there. It looks like there's things from spiritual places in there, books, occult books, things like that, because you've got Sagittarius there. Sagittarius is the guru, and then you have that in your house, and it's beautiful. It looks like you walked into a place in another land. Like it doesn't look like it's a westernized home inside.
Wow. That's like, this is like, this is somewhat of like the devil. This is the devil.
Right.
This is like, this is crazy, man. Yeah, I mean, I can't even say anything. Like, I'm just listening. I'm just eating it up. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Please continue.
Yes. Okay. So we left off with your sun. We were talking about your moon too, but I want to give you your moon's nakshatra now. This is a really cool. I like your aspects here between your 2nd, 11th, and 4th house. But really I can keep going because we can look to Jupiter and then Pluto. The funny thing is Jupiter is the ruler of Sag, right? Jupiter is your 2nd house. Sag is your 4th. So there's another connection with 2nd and 4th. These are houses that rule money and income, also fame. Fame can come to somebody with placements in these houses.
Okay. Okay. All right.
You gotta tell me. You got me in suspense.
What do you mean?
Because you're tripping out. Is there something specifically you're tripping out about?
What he hasn't told us is that he's actually somebody famous, but he's
Wouldn't that be crazy?
I mean, I wouldn't say I was famous, but I probably done things that would bring people fame.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's I mean this stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll shoot it to you real quick.
Cool. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you've got Jeshta in your chart. I see that right there. Jeshta is also a very wealthy nakshatra. Jeshta is like Donald Trump wealthy, and what's his name? Charlie Sheen wealthy.
What if you got your Jupiter and Jace in the second house?
Who?
Jupiter?
Yeah. Who does?
I don't know. Continue.
Oh, he's got his Jupiter's in Swati in the second house. He's got Jeshta in. Wait a minute, I saw it up at the top. I might just scroll up more. His Jeshta, which is a Scorpio. His Neptune is in Jeshta. Which, listen, Neptune is about movies and cameras and pictures and film and online and making money through things like that. He's got that.
Wow.
Okay, so Uttara Ashada. So you know what's cool is
I sent you some.
You did?
Sent you some on IG real quick. Yeah. Just a quick message.
Oh, snap. Dude, I have to tell you something. I'm gonna message you something. That's really weird because of the feeling I got when we were talking. That's nuts. Okay. Wow, that's so cool. All right. So let me continue on for you. Let's see. I wasn't, you know, are you familiar with Cleveland, Ohio at all?
Yeah.
Do you know Bracknell?
Who?
Bracknell, Ohio. It's right off of in Cleveland. It's where all the mansions are. And
No, I don't. I'm not that familiar with it.
Oh,
no.
okay. What's the guy's name? Khloe Kardashian's baby daddy. He lives over there. I was over there today. And
I think his name is Scott.
Something like that. Lamar?
No, she's talking about
No, it's Lamar Odom.
Tristan
Lamar
Thompson.
Odom. I was talking
Tristan Thompson.
No, Tristan Thompson.
Tristan Thompson. Tristan Thompson.
That's it. Yeah. And yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I was over there today. But it's the reason I say that because it correlates to what I'm about to tell you in the PM. But that's funny. Okay. So your moon now. I'm sorry. Uttara Ashada. Let me pull to it for you. Uttara Ashada. Okay, so Purva is the first half. So Uttara, which means that you've already lived the first half of the Ashada. Now you're in your second half in this life. Okay. So Uttara Ashada, the 21st nakshatra, is Uttara Ashada, consisting of 2 stars in the breast of the archer of Sagittarius. Uttara Ashada has 1 pada in Sagittarius and 3 in Capricorn. Ruled by the sun, its symbol is an elephant tusk, reflecting Ganesha's blessing on our activities. Another symbol is the planks of Abed, which symbolize the securing of rest and peace, called the universal star. This asterism reflects deep humanitarian concern and fairness to all races. Excuse me. Abraham Lincoln had his natal moon in this nakshatra. Uttara Ashada is ruled by the universal gods, or Vishvadevas. These deities are the 10 Vishvadevas, the sons of the god Dharma. The deities include goodness, truth, willpower, ritual skill, time, desire, forbearance, ancestors, abundance, joy. Their power is to grant an unchangeable victory. The asterism's primary motivation is moksha, or spiritual liberation. Its natives enjoy being involved on a quest for the spiritual unknown. Uttara Ashada produces great insight and a more stable and less aggressive nature than the previous nakshatras. Purva Ashada, Uttara Ashada people get totally involved in any task and can penetrate deeply into some aspect of knowledge. They are usually blessed with affluence in life, leadership qualities, and a good ability to relate to people that make them good politicians as well. They can show a dogged persistence and to succeed with any task they encounter. Uttara Ishada represents the completely integrated, manifested of godlike power, being in the zone. Uttara Ishada, that's next, brings us to the summit of our power, support, and recognition, not so much through our personal efforts, which is more the case in Jeshta, which you also have, but with the appropriate alliances and support of a team. Its natives are usually very idealistic people with lofty goals and refined virtues. Victory depends on a righteous cause that is beneficial to all. The shadow side of Uttara Ishada can be a type A personality that is consistently active. The opposite effect of laziness can also occur. High energy. Uttara Ishada people need to feel fully engaged in a project or apathy can result. They can start new enterprises and then fail to complete them. A self-centered, stubborn personality can occur when Uttara Ishada is afflicted or off balance. The Capricorn side of this asteroid can result in loneliness or melancholy if Saturn is poorly placed. Uttara Ishada means the latter unconquered or later victory, which may reflect losses in early life and more success as they grow. These people need to learn the quality of patience in confronting early adversity in life. The animal symbol is a male mongoose. This is the only nakshatra that does not have a female animal counterpart. Some difficulties in early marriage or sexual incompatibility can result. Note, a 28th nakshatra, yes, we know this, called Abhijit, is sometimes inserted in the last 5 degrees of Uttara Ishada, but you are in Sagittarius, so let me see, Uttara Ishada, 5 to 10 degrees. Yeah, no, so it's between 5 and 10 degrees, but yeah, no, you're good. So you're not Abhijit, but you are Uttara Ishada, which is still pretty great. Which also has to do with being victorious. So that's pretty interesting, actually, from considering the little bit you
And
told.
what planet is his Uttara Ishada?
He's got moon in Uttara Ishada. And then he's got his moon sits with his Venus. Oh, hold on a minute.
Man,
But I think he's got another Uttara Ishada, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see.
Yeah, I have Uranus and Neptune in Uttara Ishada.
Yeah, that's it.
Christian, you have Jahid too, right? Because
I'm sorry, what was that, huh?
You have Jahid also, right? Because
I have Abjahit in my 4th house in K2. Yeah.
Ooh,
which I am feeling deeply right now. Oof. Oh my God. I want to say something really quick. Trav, guess what?
What?
So a friend of mine who makes copper bracelets, she pounds them with a hammer and bends them, and she engraves them with words. Guess what she's making for me? She messaged me, says she wanted to make one for me. She felt compelled to and asked what I wanted on it. Guess what I want on it? Abhijit. I'm like, yes, this could not be at a more perfect time. I'm like, yes, I would love this. So I'm excited for that. What?
What's the metal?
It's copper.
And what planet relates to copper?
I don't remember. Which one did we
Isn't it
say?
Mercury? I thought it was Mercury.
Wrong. Take a guess.
No.
Oh, made me guess. Now you guess.
We just talked about it the other day.
We did.
Venus?
Yeah. Venus.
Yes, that's right.
Cooper.
Yep.
Ooh, Venus?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's where my Jahid is.
Uh-oh.
Wait, you have Venus, Abjahit and Venus?
Yeah, in my 8th house.
They say that Abjahit and Venus is too lucky. They're like, that's
Look.
it's too lucky, which there's no
Uh,
such thing as too lucky, but that's so good.
That might
Ah,
be too
heaven,
lucky.
object, Venus. What'd you say?
That might be too lucky.
You might be too lucky.
Too lucky. I like that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I have been lucky. That's true.
Yeah, man. There's okay, let me finish this really quick. So it says that Uttara Ishada on the ascendant. No, you're on the moon. Uttara Ishada on the moon is virtuous, intelligent, charitable, well liked, many friends, charming, graceful, refined, pure hearted, grateful, leadership, military prowess, more success after the age of 35 can come. Troubles can happen in early marriages. Famous people with moon and Uttara Ishada are Abraham Lincoln, Cary Grant, Robert Kennedy, Deepak Chopra. That's weird. Cat Stevens, Billie Holiday, Napoleon, and John Lennon. You know what's funny? Abraham Lincoln, Cary Grant, and Robert Kennedy were also with Chitra ascendant. You have a lot in common with these people.
Wow,
That's funny.
that is.
No coincidence.
None.
Kristen, does that book have that same information on Uranus and Neptune? Just wondering.
Does this book have it on Uranus and Neptune? What do you mean?
Yeah, Uttara Shada.
Oh no, it doesn't. I wish it did. But this is a Vedic. They're not gonna. They only talk about the sun, moon, and ascendant in this book. But hold on a minute. I have another one, and I have my own books that I wrote down. Let me see. You said Neptune. What?
Neptune and Uranus.
Well, and Uttara Ashara. You said right. Well, Neptune
Yes.
is, take it this way. Neptune is our illusions, the fog, our creativity, our dreams, right? It's also movies, TV, film, pictures, modeling, media, on screen, internet, right? So you have Uttara Ashada mixed with those themes, and then you have it in which house? Which house is it in?
Neptune is in. Neptune is in the 5th house, and Uranus is in the 6th house.
See,
Neptune
and
in Sag, and
we
Uranus
talked
in
about this
Capricorn.
before about you could make money or entrepreneurship online or with pictures, with modeling, with TV, with cameras, what you already do with stocks, trading. This is connecting with people. Excuse me. This is connecting with people on a media type level, like online or through pictures, through media, things like that. But also entrepreneurship. A 5th house is also fame and creativity. It's also sex and family. So you're driven towards your family. You're very focused towards your family, but you may also see or be very fun and do fun things with family or your kids. But there can also be a little bit of an illusion at a younger age when it comes to women. There could be an illusion there because Neptune is fog. And
Yo, you're on point. Oh my God. What? Okay, go ahead.
well, what's crazy is when Kobe Bryant, when he died, Neptune was, God, what was happening? Well, I had to look it back up, but Neptune was activated in some way, which was talking, and Neptune and Mercury, they were conjunct. Neptune was all about fog and all about illusion and lies and deception. And Mercury was retrograde. Mercury is transportation. Mercury is communication. It's media. So he passes in an airplane, or not an airplane, in a crash with a helicopter, right? So, but it was because of fog, they said. But there was also deception and lies told on the TV of whatever happened. There's something that we don't know about that situation. That's what Neptune tells us. There's something that we're not being told, something hidden behind the lines. Just like when we had the election, Neptune was at the midpoint between Rahu and Ketu, and Mercury went direct. That means there's something secret happening right now. While you don't know who your president is, something behind the scenes has happened that is deceptive. So Neptune tells us a lot about like illusion, and that's where that's why pictures and stuff come into it, because it's an illusion. It's a sort of lie, or just like acting is an illusion. It's a show we put on. So it could be in a good way, but can also give us, illusions or things where we can't see clearly. We think we know, but we're seeing it in a more fogged way. And then you said Uranus. And remember, Neptune and Uranus are generational planets, Pluto, which means everyone around your age are all in the same place. But it's still significant. It still matters. So people that's why people born in certain eras all have the same similar mindset. Everyone, the generation before says these kids are nuts these days, because there's a new mindset coming through. There's a new kind of person, a new belief systems that are coming out now, because there's the generational planets are moved into a different place. So there's going to be different belief systems, and Uranus is sudden and unexpected events, but it's also great victories and, hey, stop fighting. Great victories and fame and abundance. It can also be Uranus could be that kind of energy that's like, I don't want to say snotty, more like, arrogant or narcissistic. Like, hey, look at me. Oh, you're not going to look at me? I'm going to do something extreme. Boom. Don't pay attention to me after a while. Okay, now I'm going to explode. Same thing with when I was saying how Mars and Uranus, when they were conjunct, that's something unexpected and sudden is going to happen. And then we had the shit with the Capitol. You're not paying attention, and then boom, something happens. Where's your Uranus? What sign is it in?
It's in the 6th house in Capricorn.
No, what nakshatra? I mean, Uttara Ashada?
Yeah.
Okay, and see, there you might have an interception, right? Right, Amar? Because if he's got, I have to see that, because if you've got your 5th house is your Neptune's in Uttara Ashada, and then in your 6th house you have the other planet in Uttara Ashada, you might have, see what interception is when you have like, you see what I'm saying, Amar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible that he has it there. It's easier to see it in the Western chart than it is in this chart, because the way they do the pie, so you can see when things are overlapping. Someone said it's when you have more. See, the thing is with the chart in the Western, when you do Placidus instead of whole house, you can end up having a house that is over 30 degrees, which does not happen normally in a whole house or how we do it, because they always make it a uniform 30 degrees. But in truth, that's not how it is. There's signs that are bigger and smaller than each other than others, and they just do that to make it uniform. So in the Western chart, you might find planets with more degrees and ones with less, and that's what an interception is. And it's like a whole axis, and it actually means something when that happens. So if it's in your 5th, 6th, that's, you said it was Capricorn.
My 5th is Sag. Yeah, Sag. My 5th is Sag, and my 6th is Capricorn.
Yeah, so Sag and Capricorn. So then it's going to be Gemini, Cancer, I think. So you're going to have like there's like I'll have to look into it, but basically it would mean, if that's what's really happening, if we didn't do whole house and we just left it how it is, it could mean that your other side of the chart, where it's Gemini and Cancer, would be a house that's lacking a little bit. And there's a whole reading that you give when you have one of the houses lacking and the other ones that are bigger or intercepting or making up for it. There's like a whole entire thing. Like it's like another chart you can do. But we'll get into that next time.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And the last question
Pretty
I had was,
spot.
what do you understand the lognas and how they
Yeah.
work?
Lagnas, it's your ascendant chart.
But we have like, I have the Gati Lagna, the Indu, the Bahava, Hora.
Yeah, those are all
and
your
the Street.
divisionals, remember? That's all your divisional charts.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Bada is about the hours you were born at. And sometimes it might differ a little from your birth chart, but all of that is the divisional charts. And there's, like I said, there's a million different divisional charts actually, but most people keep it simple with the 16 that are there. But you can go all the way up to 171. You can just keep going. Yeah, but that's just different charts. Like I said, you can literally make a chart for everything and keep going and keep going. So the Lagna chart is like your ascendant chart. It's the chart for, you got your moon chart, your Lagna chart. So you can have your other divisional charts, they have an ascendant and that's their Lagna. Do you get what I mean? So your D7's Lagna chart, it'll tell you what ascendant it is. So Lagna just means ascendant.
Okay. So the whole chart would be based off of the perspective of that Lagna, basically?
Yes, that specific divisional chart. So you might be a Libra rising, but your D7 might be Scorpio or Leo. So then that specific chart is a Leo Lagna chart.
Okay. That's what I was trying to get. Because like, yeah, I've seen many Lagnas. I was like, okay, one's in Kritika, one's in Chitra, one's in Danishta. It was weird, but okay, I get it now.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and your main one is your starting point. Just like there was something else. I don't know if you were here for it. I think you were, but you can years down the road, like with you can do a Jupiter return, and you literally map out from that specific day a new chart for those on the returns. You map out a chart and it gives you a whole new reading of you now from that point on. A whole new, it's still based off of your birth chart, but now you have a whole new set of charts because you're at a new place in your life, right? So now the chart gets even more detailed. You get a whole new set of charts because now you're on this day. So it's like, because your returns, your Jupiter returns, your Saturn returns, they're like a rebirth, right? So then you get a new birth chart added to. So you get all new divisional charts and everything.
Thank you.
But your old ones still matter because those are the ones that will tell you the new ones. So they all still matter, but you can literally map out a new chart from where you're at that point and what's going to happen from then on, which is pretty cool.
Mike, how crazy is the stores out there right now, man?
Oh shit, bro. A lot of them are shut down still, but I mean, stuff is starting to melt. So we're gonna see how everything is by the weekend and everything. But when it warms up.
How bad is your?
Oh, Mike's on.
Go ahead.
Huh?
I just said, oh,
I was gonna say, how
Mike's
bad did your house get? How bad did your house get affected and stuff?
Shit, just the lights went out, man, and three of my neighbors, their shit just flooded, man. Their pipes busted and their shit, they were swimming.
Damn.
But ours was a fucking flood and we caught it in time, and then and they had called the fire department, and they came and turned off the water. So they turned it off just in time before that shit flooded our shit. So and we cleaned up the little puddle of water that we had, um, and everything. So right now they cut off the water, so we don't have any water, but we do have our lights now. So we got our heat. So, but I mean, compared to what it could have been, man, and a lot of people that's going through shit right now, man, like shit has just been in our favor, even though it's been fucked up. But you know, it's really just really looking at it from a different angle this time, you know, and just being really resting in gratitude, man, that we're not asked out on the street cold. So, you know, had a warm car to stay in for the past couple of days and stuff and keep warm and shit, and our belongings were still intact. So, but we're good. You know?
That's good to hear.
Yes.
So which state is that you are, Michael?
Alpha State.
Oh.
Texas.
Dude, we
No,
are
Texas.
freezing. We are freezing in here in New York.
I
Like
know.
right now, my fingers are like, I just went outside right now to like put salt in the yard because it's like icy and snowy, and we just finished like 8 inches of snow, and like it was like a week ago. I think I showed you guys last time it was snowing, and then we just had one today, and we're gonna have another one tomorrow. So it's like putting salt. I go for like 100 pounds of salt to try to melt out the whole like icy snow right now. So it's like a lot of people in the city too. They going through like hard times because the heat is not working, or the pipes are freezing. So
Yeah, you know, down here, Veronica, yo, cause like in New York, of course, like it's just fucked up, but it's like
we
too,
already trained.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
we
you know,
get
cause
used to.
this ain't shit down here. You know, I'm used to blizzards. I'm used to snow that's my height. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and but down here, man, like they're not prepared for that shit. And
I
then
know.
and this was actually it didn't really hit me until earlier because I just thought it was just the DFW, but and I've heard other spots, but like the whole state of Texas was fucked up with this storm. Like it went across the whole state of Texas, and they said that it hasn't done that since 1983, I think it was. So they had record, you know, it got down to 2 fucking degrees.
Damn.
And
Damn, dude.
so they don't have the equipment, you know, they got a damn shovel and a bag of Epsom salt in some damn warehouse somewhere. That's all they got, you know,
But
down here in
they
Texas,
did
you
it.
know what
Is
I'm
that
saying?
caught up as a surprise? Like this snow was a surprise for Texas, or?
Texas, if one flurry hits the ground, they automatically just run their truck off the damn road. Like they don't know how to handle that type of shit over here. So it's like they're really ill prepared and everything. But I think it's a mix of a lot of things going on at this time, um, especially with not only politically, but of course with the retrograde and all this other shit. You know, there's a lot of
Right.
weird shit going on. You know, but other than that, like I said, I mean, once everything kind of thaws out and everything, probably come Sunday, Monday, everything should be normal. But we won't have any water probably until the end of next week because they got to go in and they shut ours off and they got to go and repair all those other apartments. You know, outside of that, we're all right. Appreciate y'all's concern and everything.
Yes, absolutely. Being cold is it's not fun.
No.
Not.
I'll be honest, if I have to pick between the cold and the hot to survive, I'll pick the hot. Cold is a tough one.
Yeah, now you understand why I only lived in Connecticut for like 5 months. I left right in December and came to Las Vegas.
Damn, man.
Damn. We chilling over here.
They're early.
Was your food stocked up and stuff? Like, did you guys have enough food in the house? Because I heard
Bro, it
like
was
the
so damn
stores up there.
cold. Shit, we put our shit outside, bro. That shit stay fresh, bro.
Oh,
You said you
nice.
put
That
your
shit was
food
wild, bro.
outside?
We put our food outside,
Mhm.
bro.
Freezing.
There was a fucking refrigerator outside, bro. We
Yeah.
just put it outside and it fucking
Nice.
froze, man.
The
Got
meat
some-
freezes, the water freezes. It's good. At least you have something optimistic up there.
You're right. Yeah. But yeah, Texas ain't what was like 5 years or something like that, almost 5, yeah, about 4 or 5 years. We didn't really go do any crazy winters, so I guess it was a pendulum. But it wasn't really. I
Did
mean, it's bad. And trust me, it's definitely bad. But it ain't New York bad. It ain't up north bad. You know how it can
It's
get. In
bad. Yeah, because
you
it
know,
wasn't prepared.
yeah, they
Mhm.
just wasn't prepared, and this was the whole state of Texas that was under the same thing. So all that energy and shit like that. So, but it was a lot of miscommunication, a lot of miscommunication, a lot of electrical issues, and a lot of miscommunication. It was real heavy during this whole month. You know,
would you say it was like in the starting? Wait, did that happen all when Mercury retrograde went in place, or?
hell yeah, shit,
Oh shit! It's crazy that you say
yeah,
that though.
yeah. They were trying to get in touch with Encore. Like hell, we was calling Encore. People was trying to get in touch with Encore, and they would not pick up. Their phone lines was jacked up, emails and stuff. We had to find updates through Twitter and all that stuff. And it was just heavy miscommunication with the corporate here at our apartment. It was a lot of miscommunication. Um, ever since I left Georgia last week, it's been like that, tidbits of it before I went to Georgia, not last week, but the week before last, I think it was, or whatever the first week was. Yeah, the first week in February. But before that, it was like trickles of it, and then it was just like these past 3 weeks, it's just been real heavy with the miscommunication, um, and just shit just not being organized. You know,
Mhm.
Did it affect your work too? Like
yeah, man, I was off a
like
whole damn
the
week.
fact that you couldn't like leave the state and stuff.
Yeah, I was off all this week, and I didn't work at all this week, and I had to use the rest of my vacation time that I was supposed to use for other shit. I had to use that so this way I won't miss pay for next week. But it's all good, man. Things are working itself out. Anyway, how y'all doing? Shoot, I'm sorry I came in late.
You're all good, bro.
A lot of reading, that's for sure. I got a lot of reading actually this time that we were not together. I'm like, where is everybody? No, why everybody disappear?
It's Trav's fault. Blame it on Trav.
I text Travis. I'm like, are we still on? What's going on here? Am I lost my Wi-Fi?
Showed you my beef. Answer me.
No, I figure, that people were like, I think it's like a people wanted to do the meditations. I'm like, probably Travis is doing his thing. I'm like, I'm sure he's reading 10,000 books. And I'm like, yeah. I'm sure we're going to get together. I'm like, that's it.
When Mercury goes retrograde, Trav does too. Don't forget he's afflicted by Mercury.
I was just about to say he's directly connected to that shit.
Damn Geminis. Yeah, damn Gemini. I'm just kidding. I love Geminis.
actually facing backwards. This is the back of my head.
Well,
That is
this
crazy
whole
though, that he did take a break as soon as like that is crazy.
actually I did a lot of
Trav,
reading.
did you do that strategically or was that just your karma, bro?
It was planned in advance. If you look at the syllabus for the Kabbalion, there was a
Let
break
me
schedule.
grab it.
That's some Mandela effect right there.
It was happening like this when we were doing mystical Kabbalah too.
Well, I was reading while you guys were on break. I was reading the I know we talked about these books a long time ago. The man, what books I got into? I got into finally I got to actually sit my ass in here and read the Create the Servitors, like we did talk about like years ago. I finally got myself to some cool servitors up there, the House of Functions. And I was reading about the concepts of thoughts and how thoughts has a high density of energy. Um, I don't know if you guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys did already, have your own servitors, but I like the concepts of synchronicities, the theories of it. What else I got into? Actually, I got to understand the concepts of Dr. Tesla. Let me put it on the chat. So, does anybody know who Tesla was by any chance?
Nikola Tesla?
Nicholas Tesla, yes.
If someone don't know, never mind.
Yeah, I
Nicholas.
love the fact that she says Tesla. It's so cute.
Nicholas Tesla. This dude.
It's Tesla,
awesome.
but that's cute.
This dude was awesome, guys. If you're gonna say he's the goddess Zeus with the thunder, lightning, and shit, that's him right there.
I never heard that correlation. That's cool.
He was genius with with the alternate current electricity.
He had a lot of chit replacements. That's funny that you mentioned him. We talked about chit earlier. He had like 3 or 4 chit nakshatras replacements.
He was competitive with Con Edison. I don't know if you probably can see it up there, his biography. The fact that I got attracted to this guy is because he was actually binding with the Vedic.
Yeah, he had a lot of meetings with Swami Vivekananda.
Yes.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yes. Did you know that's how after he was practicing the concepts, he was capable to have the ideas, the thoughts, because I'm reading this book at the Servitors, which is relating with thoughts. And Tesla has in his mind thoughts. It's just something about it. And basically, once he was into the deep concepts of spirituality with the meditations and with Vedics, he was not like a regular type of person that you were going to put candles and you were going to put your spirits and spirit animals and stuff like that, right? So that's just not, it was not him. But he was kind of like understanding so much about electricity itself that he kind of like say, I'm interested to know about the human body and electricity. I mean, guys, this dude like electricity all over the place, but he would never got electrocuted ever. I don't get it.
He studied a lot of like Akasha and Prana.
I don't understand it. like
This
he has this strength on his mind that he literally
12
destroy buildings, okay, and as in a form of vibration energy. It wasn't even like electrical conduct energies like on Edison, like a light bulbs type of electricity, direct contact, direct waves of electricity. This guy was doing alternate currents, and he was the creator of that, by the way. He was the number one creator. So
Yep.
he was able to manipulate electricity into the point that buildings went down. And he was like a normal dude, like electricity around him, and he didn't get like electrocuted. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? So, but he was, at the end of the day, he was more like more into like understanding the concepts of spirituality, and the concepts of like wavelengths on the human body. Although he didn't have knowledge about the human body, he was capable to understand some way, somehow, how electricity was working in the human body. However, he did not create the x-rays. It was a female who created the x-rays, but the introduction of the ideas of the x-rays originally came out through him. Along the road, other scientists decided to follow the concepts, but he was originally the one who had that in mind. The other part that I learned about Tesla was that he kind of like opened, I wouldn't say he finally opened his third eye, or he probably went into these, how do you say, into these high levels of frequency vibrations on his mind or something. I don't know what really was,
it's because
but
he has got 12th house placements. He's able to reach from the air. He was even born during a lightning storm, and every time he would get epiphanies would come during the lightning storms. He's got something directly affecting him in his chart that's connected with lightning and insights. And it's a lot of it coming from the 12th house.
let me tell you, he's Zeus. That's
It'll
it.
also tie into what
I
Amar
never
said.
believed in Zeus, but now if I had to say the god Zeus,
Well,
because
it's the deity ruling over him in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
like a lot of Tesla stuff came from Vedic sciences. Like
Yes.
they knew his concepts thousands of years before he was born.
yes,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000.
Maybe million, but like that's
Hey, who's counting, right?
yeah, like
and then he also was having in his mind that he wanted to do some kind of like electricity connection of electricity, but
Free
not being
energy.
connected.
Free energy. Yeah. Wireless free energy.
Yeah, the wireless energy. You guys saw that? I mean, I'm sure some of you shared some of the information with
Oh,
me too.
we all know about Tesla. I mean, it's funny that you're talking about him because I was just teaching my kids about him today. We watched a whole thing on how to make Tesla coils and a Tesla gun and everything. It's just weird that you're talking about him, but that's also because of Mars right now. Mars also rules electricity and electric and fire. So,
and Chitra, right?
yes.
Because he has a lot of he has like 3-4 planets in Chitra.
Yep.
Tesla does, yeah.
Yeah, which is, it's so funny that you're even bringing it up. When you started talking about him, I'm like, what are the fucking chances? I literally was just teaching my kids about him. You can look at my page. I just posted a bunch of things on how to make Tesla coils and play music with them.
Well, the reason I'm talking about him is because on your servitors, they talking about thoughts and how those thoughts can help you to create these servitors, and it can give you a function, which we already know that too. But the fact is that you put so much of your power into a servitor like that, and Mr. Tesla didn't put all his thoughts into a servitor. He created something on his mind. And actually, that servitor was that motor, you know, those big motors that produce that electricity.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to visualize that.
The coils. Yeah, the Tesla coils. Do you know why he was able to visualize that? Because it's a replication of the body and the earth. It literally is the same science, the same way things work, our own spine and our own body, and the same way as the same with the earth. It's all like repeating information, and he was just able to see that and take that and replicate it.
You replicate it.
Yep.
Oh boy, I gotta tell you, I was like, wow. Like I got attracted to that because he obviously he's doing diabetic, and I was like, okay, let me see. And let me see, and he's a scientist too. So I was like, let me just try to see certain things in certain perspectives. And it was pretty cool the way that he was able to work with electricity and energy itself, vibration and all this stuff was like, it was awesome.
Yeah, he's a fantastic person. I love that man. I've been obsessed with him for many, many, many long years before it became cool to like Tesla.
Mike, are you doing mudras in Amazon?
Did I do in Mojos in Amazon?
No,
What do you mean?
in Walmart, this is the empty shelves, no water. That's my
Oh.
spider.
You're doing mudras in Walmart.
Spider mudras.
The water bottle's about to pop up. The movies.
So looking at that video from Dr. Svoboda, and he talked about doing work with each of these elements to strengthen your connection with them. He did mention that working with Akasha was very difficult because there's nothing there to work with. But it sounds like Mr. Tesler had some great results in working with the Akasha element. And what do you expect when you have a teacher like Swami Vivekananda?
Yeah.
That's where electricity comes from. I mean, or at least the way that he displayed it, he was literally pulling electricity out of thin air, you know, putting light bulbs in the ground and them lighting up.
Yeah. And it looks like electricity was like, I don't know, it looks like electricity was like it was his home. Like he probably wouldn't touch any electrical thing, he wouldn't get electrocuted whatsoever. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh boy, but yeah. I'm still going to do more readings on him though. Probably gonna dig it in some of those books later on. But right now I'm working in other good books up there, and you know me, I'm everywhere with the readings, and I still doing my practicings, my meditations. Sometimes I get good results, sometimes I just fall asleep, and it's all between. But my readings are like priority at this moment. I'm like, now that I have a little bit of less work because obviously snowing, but I take advantage. I go to Banera and get myself up there and start doing some good readings. Then,
Mike, are you that bored, bro? You trying to pick his nose back?
Or you forgot that I'm on live? No, I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute.
Did you let one rip?
Yeah, he did. See, I told you I wasn't on mute. Oh, now you playing all shy.
Glad I didn't think that was you.
No. Well, could you imagine? He's all the way across the other room. Yeah. 10 feet.
Talk about pulling from the Akasha.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be Vayu, huh? Nura in the chat said, "It's amazing how physics and the Vedic science merge as one thing, just described in different terms."
Yep, it's literally the same thing.
Yeah, I'm
There's
sorry.
a
It's
yeah.
the same thing. They just flipped the names and left out some key elements to sound fancy. I mean, that's what they keep doing throughout the years, copying it and leaving out the important parts.
Yeah, it's all literally it's literally talking about quantum physics. It is physics completely. It's just been personified. It's a story, just like the Bible is astrotheology, personification of the goings ons in the heavens and in our body. And it's all personification, man.
That's what makes science inferior. They realize that
Yo,
speaking from the logic mind, it isn't going to stick because the logic
Yeah.
mind changes so much. But
Yeah.
speaking figuratively through story, it's going to be able to stand the test of time because we can all relate to story, anecdote.
That's
yo,
true.
Trav, what I realized too, with talking to a lot of people, even like business-minded people that are like rich and millionaires and stuff, I see like they have a power, like a not even power, but they have a issue with accepting free, like there is no free will in a way, you know? They have an issue with accepting the idea of something having control over them.
Mhm.
And I feel like most scientists, I'm not to say that I'm 100% right, but I feel like most scientists come from a perspective of let me prove the Vedas wrong. But every time they try to do it, it's like they can go back to the Vedas and it's like it's already there, you know?
Yeah. That's why I said that science is inferior. I've seen enough of the Vedas to know that it is the origin and fountainhead of knowledge. And anything that is anything important more than likely came up out of there. And I say inferior
And it's
because
not to even give them the whole, and it's not even to give them the whole like power of proving everything, but it's just they guide us correctly to where to receive that knowledge and all that, you know, extra stuff in the experience. Not to give it to the whole Vedas, like just to say, like, oh, okay. If you get what I'm saying. They just guide you where to get it from.
yeah. Why they got that boy rolled up in that sand like that? But
It's
yeah,
gonna be my
it's just
But you guys gotta look it up in the other perspective too, because I am bound with science in a way. But look it up, and I'm not talking about that all the scientists. There are scientists that we are open mind to everything. If you're not open mind to everything, then you're not a scientist. You are just an arrogant ass who think that your testing or your theory is the only thing. And that's what it makes a scientist bad scientist. In fact, you actually have that in your servitor book, where this gentleman was talking about how scientists are very close-minders. And it's true, it is close-minders. But it's because, in a way, how do I explain this? In a way, for example, when some Chinese doctor or some Chinese guy tells me, oh, this point, it helps you to uh tonify the chi, to tonify, in another way, the mind or certain minds doesn't work that way. In our minds is, well, how does it work? What part does it react? What nerve? What hormones? What this? In order for me to be able to develop a system where you can improve the medicine. You understand me, guys? This is what the Chinese doctors do, the doctors. And I'm not saying to be an arrogant, I'm saying to improve the medicine, because in reality is where, when you go to I notice when we go to a regular acupuncturist and he starts sticking needles, people don't get results. And then they come to me and they say, I don't get the results. Now I do neuroacupuncture and I know what hormones I trigger, the clients get better results. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to block the spiritual fact. Now, I was digging in today to two servitors that I wanted to work with, which I'm reading about this book, and I have two Chinese doctors. One of the doctors' name is Sun Samiao, and Sun Samiao was kind of like an MD. He was a spiritual type of person in his time, and he was also a scientist where he was trying to collect information about all the doctors. Now, he make an oath based on his research, based on the information, based on the fact that he was going to different doctors, and these doctors were having some form of a promise, it a form of oath from their side. Now there's another one that he calls Hu Tao. This guy was actually a surgeon. When I was in school, guys, they tell me that surgery in the old times was not allowed. And I don't know about you, Christine, when you went into nursing, they literally they lie to you on the system. Because when I learned in history of medicine, they told me that Chinese doctors or Chinese people or spiritual people or shamans, they say the body is a temple and you're not allowed to open the body for history of surgery. Guess what? I just find out today through a British library that Hu Tao was a surgeon in like 300 years before Christ. Like it was like he was already doing surgery. So by the time that the Greek medicine came in, which is our Western medicine today, these guys, man, they were like puppies at this point compared to the surgeons in Chinese medicine. So the point here is this: at the end of the day, I don't want to twist the whole stories here, but the point is that there is sometimes a requirement of science to certain things. Yes, there is the spiritual part, but also it is necessary the science perspective. If you didn't have any logical thinker scientists, we wouldn't have light today. Okay, we would. This Mr. Tesla was a spiritual person, but at the same time was a logical person. So through him, a lot of shit got done through his mind. Cornelison is another guy. He was not he was not a spiritual type of person, but he find his way to use science to be able to develop things for communities, for people, for whatever. Tesla was very unique because he was actually developed both terms, science and spirituality. So that's what makes him as such a great minder on his time. But I understand when you guys say that it's inferiority, that science is inferiority, but it's because a lot of them, they block their minds. They block the concepts, they block the possibilities. And a lot of us are open. Now, you can see now a lot of the, if we're going to talk about something else, you can see that a lot of the Buddhas or a lot of the um, how do you call it? A lot of these monks, they are actually scientists and they are actually practitioners of Buddhism. So you can see now there has been a lot of research up there in how the brain enhances. So by the point that we started to talking about these dimensional spirituals enhancements, in my head, I need to understand how is that working on the brain. So there is research in how that happened, but also it's very unique. The fact that it's so personal and it's so real that you like, oh my God, like this is awesome, right? So it's just, correct me if I'm wrong, but in my head, I need to understand the anatomical perspective, but at the same time, I do practices the spiritual perspective, and the fact that I feel so free that I can call the freaking demons of magic, and I can feel free because now I don't feel that I'm attached too much of the Christianity. I'm like, I can feel like free to even call Lucifer. I'm like, it's a system. So it's just that mind of a scientist that it's very challenged to
Yeah, I'm sorry if I generalize scientists. I just meant like the most majority of the Western You
The
know,
Western, yes.
pharmaceutical scientists, not the. I know there's scientists that believe in spirituality too. Definitely.
Yes. Yes. So it's no, I don't mean it to you. I'm just explaining how the scientist mind works. And I don't mean it like for you to say, oh, you pick it up from us. No. I just wanted to let you know how the scientific mind works. This is how our brain works. It's like we had to know everything in an anatomical perspective, in a visualization perspective. Unfortunately, I include myself, we have the problem. We have to visualize how everything works. And this is why I'm digging into Tesla, because I'm like, I need to know how these frequencies work the money. Because when I'm reading these fantastic books about Buddhas, Swami, and they're talking about frequencies, okay, so what kind of frequencies are we talking about, right? What kind of wavelengths are we talking about? What's the volume? What's the speed? So that's what certain people, like crazy psychos like me, is that how we function. So but yeah, but it's explanation. Everything has an explanation. Everything.
Indeed.
Oh, and I got the next one that I'm going to be doing is the karma and karma yoga. I just got the book today for karma and karma yoga. This baby is next. I
Yeah.
did read a lot the other books, but of course I'm still practicing. But I'm still doing the Swami, definitely. And you're right, Travis, by the time that you finish working with Swami, you are going to understand that all the spirituality and all the science and all this stuff that we're talking about, it comes, no doubt, it comes from the Vedic. It definitely comes from the Vedic, absolutely.
Yeah.
They had their system ready before we even start to, you know, before we even start looking at it, these guys already make a fantastic program for them.
For some reason, guys, I feel like I was Asian in a past life.
Just those high cheekbones, man.
I could see that totally. Yeah. I think so too, that I was.
Asian?
Definitely. Yep, Asian and Indian too.
Yes, I feel so connected to the Indians and the Asians for some reason.
My
real.
my whole life I have. Yep.
Like I was always even when I got picked on and people try to like fight me, I was more of the passive aggressive, like I'll put you in a headlock and choke you out. I don't want to hit you. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm so angry I want to, but like I would hold it in, you know? I feel hella connected to the Indians and the Asians.
Yeah, same. Much respect for that. Their culture too.
Like if you guys had to pick out of all of the yogas, what would you say you guys connect with the most? Like for me, it's Tantra and Bhakti.
Bhakti, yeah. Very water element. I think for me it'd probably be, it's gonna be either Raja or Jnana. Probably Jnana, but one of those two.
Tantra and Kundalini. For sure.
We hit Kundalini.
Don't you dare, you little fucker. You better stop.
Kundalini.
She's talking about Kundalini, then you hear, you little fucker, you better stop.
Sorry. Go put your ass downstairs. Go to the basement right now.
So interesting, because what you mentioned, Curve, is water element. What I mentioned is air element. What Kristen mentioned was fire element. Kundalini and Tantra, that's all fire. Bhakti is water.
Fire.
Oh, so you said Bhakti is water and Tantra is fire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Yep.
My sun and moon. My sun is fire, and my moon, because that's what I said. Tantra and Bhakti yoga. Those are my two that I connect with the most. And my moon sign is water, so that's interesting.
So we kind of know which elements are with the strongest, do we?
That's
Say that
Flesh is
again,
also
Veronica.
Tantra. Sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
saying like we already somehow we know what kind of the element we are the strongest in our.
Mm-hmm. That's mainly because it has nothing to do with our logical mind.
Right. Yes, it's true.
Even in its nature of how it works, the logical mind is slow and it's late and it's an after effect. Science and psychology tells us that the logical mind is trying to predict events before they happen.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they're operating moments later after receiving the stimulus. So it's not even really here now. But it's the subtle mind, the abstract mind, that we put on the back burner, but is actually running the entire show. It is the show. It's this logical mind that we attach to, and we know of it as the ego.
Which is the conscious mind, you're saying, right? Conscious.
The analytical mind, the left brain, it's living simultaneously in the past and the future, but not in the present. By
I
the
saw
time we
that
receive
today.
all the stimulus from our senses, the logical mind is making a story of it. In these books, they call that the manas. But it's a second late. It's responding to everything. It's not here. And then on the flip side, it's also trying to use that data and making a prediction of what's going to happen next. Every second, we're frantically trying to predict what's going to happen next. That's why it's so hard for us to stay in the now, because it's not the nature of the manas. It's not the nature of the logic mind, the ego mind. So really with this, we're learning how to transition from attaching to the logic mind into releasing that so we can become the abstract mind, the observer.
I think
And
there's
it's
different levels of that too. Like different levels in people with that in that process. You know, different levels of people in that process, or the people in different stages of that process.
Yeah, different levels of releasing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I mean, I've experienced something being faster than mine. It's like almost like if you open up a cabinet and a cup falls out. You know, you can't, it happens so fast you can't really think about it, but your hand goes out to catch it.
Yes.
You know that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know if that's along the lines of what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure there's levels to it, like I said, but that's just something that I've experienced.
So you have a quick
in
reflections when the cup.
I'm
So you
sorry.
have a quick reflection. So when the cup falls down, you tend to grab it pretty quickly.
Yeah, without even thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, I can catch things on my feet. You know, like I drop my keys and I catch them on my feet without even thinking about it, or
That's awesome.
just weird things like that. But I move so fast. It happens so fast that I think about it after the fact that I did it. I'm like,
It's that
it's
mongoose
like
coming out of
it's
you.
weird.
The mongoose in your chart.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. But I've been telling you, I have like super fast reflexes. Like it's like it when things happen like that, it happens so fast that you can't even think about it, but you just react. And I was just thinking of something like that. But I'm pretty sure you're talking about something on a higher level than that. But I was just saying.
But it's related to it.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is coming from the essence of what I'm talking about. You're not thinking about catching it. You're not calculating it. It's happening because you're in that flow state. you're in the now.
Trav, and I think that's why I like Bhakti yoga. I was gonna say that before. That's why I like Bhakti yoga so much, because like that cancer makes me reflect on the past, but worry about the future sometimes. Just like at times, not all the time, sometimes like, but the bhakti yoga helps me just be in the now and also like understand that things are gonna be the way it's gonna play out, you know?
Yeah.
So it causes that balance for me. Definitely having the Cancer moon, 6 and 9. So yeah.
Yeah, I could only imagine that there's greater levels of that. What your discussion about detaching from things and then just letting it just flow through you. Being where you're supposed to be. Always being where you're supposed to be. Never being out of place. I'm pretty sure that's the case right now, but we just assume that we out of place and we just want to move things around, but everything is probably in order.
Yes. See, it's beautiful, but it's also scary. It's scary to the ego. The body is here to play out its karma, and all the world is a part of that karma. So the whole world is playing out its karma. It's an automatic process. So living in the now and that flow state is being aware of that process and letting it happen. We always think that we have to do something. That's the ego. We don't have to do anything. There's nothing to do. It's already in process. There's nothing to do, literally nothing to do. But being in the now helps you to really see that. Because when we're lost in our thoughts, we're in the past or the future. We're not here. And those places don't exist. They really don't. The now is all that exists because the now is the unfolding. It's eternity. This is eternity. This unfolding will never stop and it never
Right.
began. It has to be seen from a different perspective entirely. But since we're not there yet, the best thing for us to do is to not generate any more karma and let this shit play out. But we
But if
generate
karma,
it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When I say generated, I don't mean like we're adding new karma. I'm meaning that we continue to attach to new karma. This whole, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do that. That's also a part of the autopilot, but it's the part of the autopilot that causes the karma.
Okay, I got it. Because I was that was actually perfect because I was going to ask that question, like if karma is the unfold and how do we generate more? But there you go, right there. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful system. A lot of people are like, oh, this is a prison and oh, we're trapped and we gotta. No, that's your perspective.
Right, it's a matter of perspective. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a matter of how you look at it, and it's also a matter of how you're looking at it is a direct correlation to your ability to raise yourself to look at it in a broader sense. You know what I'm saying? And that takes work. you know. So I say in the book, Faith Without Works is Dead. I always ask, these Christians, what is this work? What is this work that it is discussing? And they always, well, it's feeding the poor and all of this. And it's like, because that's just that's a human thing. You know what I'm saying? That's like a thing that's generated from human thought, and that's a trickle down effect from a cause. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't have to be feeding the poor, if we had a different mindset. So that can't be the thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Because feeding,
so go ahead.
Feeding the poor, that's doing charity and stuff like that. This is a touchy subject for some reason. I don't know why people find it so hard to think deeper about it. But obviously, if somebody needs help and you're able to help them, obviously, you know what I'm saying, go out and do that. But I think we get caught up in when people try to save the world. They try to save the whales. They try to save all the battered wives of America. They try to save all the kids. You can't do that. It's not in your sphere of influence. Like, you literally can't do anything about it. We got the politics and we got, McDonald's workers want better wages or whatever. It's ideal, if you feel compelled to support these causes, and you can, by all means. But if you cannot, and you just sitting up here getting worked up and frustrated to argue and bitch and complain, like, what are you really doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
expressing your powerlessness.
yeah, yeah. That goes along what you're saying about things being in your sphere of influence. Goes along with something that I always. So my brother-in-law called me and asked me what my I guess my secret to life is, you know, and I told him that, you know, anything that you do, you have to have what I call a lane to get to that. So to say you want $1 million, you can't just say I want $1 million and just rest on those laurels. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You have to create a lane for that $1 million to come from you. So whether it's playing the lottery, whether you got some rich uncle that's old and you know he got two or
Right.
three people that he might, you know, give his inheritance to, or you know, it could come in something bad too, because if you leave it just abstract as I want $1 million, you could get hit by a diesel truck. You know what I'm saying? And get a
Mhm.
settlement that's $1
Half your
million
brain knocked out.
because half your brain knocked out because you weren't specific and you didn't have that lane opened up. You know what I'm saying? So if you just leave yourself open to those things, to those possibilities, you have to be specific when you're dealing with these things and saying that I want this. You know what I'm saying? Well, how do you want to attain it? And do you have the means and the lane to attain it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo, guys, I got a question. You know how Libra and Taurus, they're both afflicted by Venus?
Afflicted.
Like they're both controlled by Venus,
Venus
basically.
rules them. Yeah,
Yeah,
afflicted's a bad.
rules.
Afflicted means that it's bad.
Yeah, sorry. They're both controlled by
okay.
Venus. Like they're both ruled
Yeah.
by Venus.
Yes.
Don't you guys? Okay, not to compare. Sorry, Stuff Dog and Mike, but you guys have very similarities in the way you guys speak. And I know Mike is a sun sign Taurus, and you're like a Libra or Swati ruled. So it's interesting. Sorry, I was just seeing the similarities.
No, I agree. I was hearing the his tonight in Kristen's talk, like what Travis was mentioning earlier about Ashleshas, or like people with similar placements like that, like in Libra and all of that. They have like a tss at the end of their when we use our S or whatever. So even
because
just
it's
in our
ruled by
thorough
the Naga, yeah.
we
the
sound
snake.
similar.
Yeah, I feel like Stuff Dog speaks a little faster, but they have the same tone. But Michael speaks a little, like slower. But yeah, I see a similarity though for sure.
Jeez Louise,
That was
Curve.
my-
I usually like to let it go on for a few hours before I make an assessment. But yeah,
I
I
was
was
I
picking up
assess
those
very
same
fast,
vibes.
bro.
Yeah, we was thinking that for sure.
I assess very fast,
Man, you
Trav.
guys are so judgmental.
But
I
the
like
funny
to
thing
assess with as much data as possible.
You guys are so judgmental. No, I'm joking.
Damn, Amar, we ain't twins no more, bruh.
You got a new one.
Damn, I'm gonna have to find
We
someone
triplets.
else.
We triplets now,
Oh,
bro.
oh my god.
You got a different twin, Amar.
yeah. Who?
Looking at these charts I've been doing so far.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, dealing with this compassion subject, 'cause I think that's what we're talking about. It isn't, like you said, it's not about going out to the streets and handing out a bunch of food packages and stuff like that, because that goes into the territory of you thinking that you know what's good for everyone and you trying to impose your will on everyone, because
Yeah,
everybody don't necessarily want that.
right. Because it's your perspective that is a good thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Having a house or a warm place and stuff. I mean, that's all coming from what you want. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Or what you would want in life. You know what I'm saying? And that may not be. You can't project those things. Which is what we tend to do as people. You know what I'm saying? That's why the world is like it is, because people in power are projecting what they would want to see, and it's like, this is what I would want to see. So I'm gonna put this out on everybody, which it might not line up you know, and it obviously don't, because we got this two-party system and all of those things.
Mhm.
But yeah,
So that
you're right.
so that brings us, you know, as far as seeking a resolution, then a resolution would have to be, number one, releasing this notion that you know what's best for everyone else, because you don't. You only know what's best for, well, shit, you barely know what's best for you. But the thing would be to embrace the law of acceptance. You know, uh, if there was true spiritual enlightenment, then it would come with an understanding that the divine mind knows what's best for itself and for you, right? So, in other words, everything is perfect, everything is divine, everything is exactly where it's supposed to be, and there is nothing to do. So, if Bill Gates is making a vaccine for everybody, then that's literally what Prakriti and Purusha have, you know, come up with. That's the solution. Who am I to say that that's wrong? Who am I to say that it's wrong that, you know, cops are killing innocent people along with all the other human beings killing other human beings? Who am I to say that these things are wrong? I haven't been here long enough to make any type of judgment.
When you're not gonna be here long enough to make one either. You know, it's you know, you're a flash in the pan here. You know, trying to influence anything is not going to be based off of anything that you came up with. It's definitely going to be based off of things that was put there, you know, through your upbringing. You know, nurture is definitely a thing. It's not nature. We come in here a blank slate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's the influences along the way. You know what I'm saying? Especially at those very influential times in our life that shape us. You know, and it can be the smallest thing, you know, and you just hold on to it, and it could be it's a seed and you just build around it, and now you have a whole philosophy based off of this one little kernel of information that somebody just gave you by happenstance, but you grasped it because of like you said, attachment, you know, and now you spreading it across the world. I really think that's what happened with all religion. I really don't think that there's anything different in them. You know, that's, you know, they all say the same thing, but that's
Yep.
what happened. You know, and it's all interpreted through somebody's mind and you know their experiences and things like that. And they got the power to put it down in books.
Absolutely.
Very interesting how this system works.
Sort of makes you think that it's alive at sometimes, you know. like
Yeah.
you can almost see Pakriti if you look hard enough, you know.
Yes. Yes. But I mean, you know, geez Louise. Life. What is life? Hell, are we even alive?
Yeah.
You know?
What
Like
is alive?
what
Right.
is alive?
Yeah.
If everything that we know and see and do is a portion of energy unfolding, is a process of karma unfolding, if everything we do, from the thoughts that we think, every little action that we've ever taken, and hell, we got astrology to tell us what actions we probably will take in the future. If all this is mapped out and planned out, what part of us is quote unquote alive? Is breathing and heartbeats alive? Because that's just the default for, you know, having a body on this plane.
Yeah, you can go deeper than that, you know, because that's just the way somebody described the process, you know. Is that what that really is? Breathing? You know, I don't know. I don't want to get into all of that, man. My brain is scrambled on stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like everything is a manifest. Everything that we associate with things is a manifestation of what somebody else thought it was. Because none of this stuff is our thing stuff. You know, it was here when we got here, and you can go back to that on everything. You know, nothing escapes that concept. You know what I mean?
Always think about things like that is because of your Swati. Swati rules illusion and Maya, and it likes to either create it or destroy it. It likes to explore what the whole thing of reality even is. So, and it being in your sun, which is ego and persona and identity, that's going to be someone who is challenging reality at all times, but also who is in control almost of their own reality and how they can benefit from it because they're the ruler of Maya. They know how to manipulate it where other people are overtaken by it.
That's funny. That's funny.
Wait, did you have Pluto and Swati as well?
Let me look.
His Pluto is, let's see. Hold on a minute. Why is that?
Because you just said Sun.
His sun is in Swati in the second house with Jupiter. And Jupiter's not in Swati though. Where is the messages? How do I get to my messages? Oh, here they are.
Yeah, are you asking about the nakshatra?
No.
Pluto?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Pluto Chatra.
Oh, it's Chitra.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. So yeah, I have
So when you talk
Jupiter
about
in second
Swati,
house as well. There's a connection already.
Yeah, it's like Chitra is all through this nakshatra thing on mine. I don't know, it's like 3 or 4 of them on there.
Yeah, and that's a Mars dominant, which is a very athletic, very strong energy, high energy focused person. Like Danisha is also athletic, Mars driven. Anything with Mars dominance is going to be very athletic.
And Mars rules Scorpio. So there's another strength.
Yeah, I played college on a basketball scholarship. No. Switched to football. Yeah, I played basketball and football. I played basketball and football in college. Yeah.
Shit. That's dope.
Yeah. So yeah, I was a high school All-American or whatever. I was very focused on that. Yeah, I didn't even really have a childhood. I just played basketball year round. But I got to see
you
the
played at the
world.
McDonald's All-American?
I did not play in the McDonald's All-American game, but there are several
Oh yeah.
All-American games. You know what I'm saying? That's just the highest one. But no, I wasn't a McDonald's All-American. No, I wasn't that good.
I mean, if you're playing any All-American, you're good. I mean, if you're playing college, you're good.
Yeah. So I switched to football my junior year, and I played both basketball and football my junior year, and then I just finished out with football. I got tired of basketball, I guess. But yeah, that's funny that you say that athletic, because I mean my whole life has been athletics. I hear you guys ragging on athletics too, man. You guys were talking one night, and you were like, I think it was Shango. He was dogging out athletes and talking. It was pretty funny. I was over here laughing.
That's nuts. You played basketball because of what I told you in the PM. That's weird.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, basketball has to do with like zodiac and all that shit too. I can send you a picture of how they divide the court up into teams of like astrology. Yeah. It's like
Basketball
Saturn on one
football.
side versus sun and the moon.
Yeah, they all are magical games. Football is the same thing, you know what I'm
baseball,
saying? Yeah, they're all like ritualistic games, you know what I'm saying? And
that's
and
funny.
It's funny, football, you got 11 players on each side, basketball you got 5, it's like a hand. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. And then you got the owners sitting up in the box, just siphoning all of that energy. It's crazy.
You still like watch basketball right now?
Yeah, man. Sometimes, I get into it. My wife is extremely into basketball, so I watch with her, but I kind of
Yeah.
got burned out, so yeah, I catch the NBA, but college is it's hard to watch now because there's no fans, man. It's like that was like half of the game you're starting to realize.
Yeah.
Plus with getting into all of this stuff, man, I really don't got time.
Yeah, I just be trying to watch like quick highlights
Yeah,
when
that's what I
can
catch
on YouTube and
nowadays.
stuff. Yeah.
Yep. But I try not to get into it. I kind of got some stuff going with it, so I kind of stay. I got to kind of stay abreast of it a little bit, because it's been a part of my life for so long, and it still is to a certain extent. So,
Yeah.
it's kind of like you kind of got to feed the beast.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I never hooped in college, but I mean, I still hoop like almost every day. I haven't hooped since I moved to Arizona a couple days ago, but in California, I was hooping.
Man, I wish I could still hoop, bro. My body is so broke down. It's not even funny.
Damn. I mean, yeah, you
Hey,
played a
Amar.
lot though. You played like.
Amar, I'm blocking everything you shoot up, bro.
Nah, I don't know about all that.
Bro, I'm 6'4". I play basketball and I play football, bro.
It don't matter if you 6'8". But
Uh-oh. That's funny.
I gotta come to Arizona now.
It don't matter if you 7'12".
I'm tall too. I'm 6'6".
You guys are tall. Tall enough to play.
Bro, I'm 5'7", bro.
What
Y'all got it, bro.
What position y'all played when y'all played sports?
I played power forward and small forward and center sometimes, depending on the lineup. And then in football, I played tight end and I played offensive tackle.
Oh, yo, you played
damn.
the same position as me. I played offensive tackle. I played tight end, but I played also defensive end too.
I knew it.
I never played on the defense.
And then I played
side.
small forward and power forward in basketball. And I played baseball too. I played baseball for a little bit.
I never played baseball, man.
It's boring. It's not as active, dog.
Yeah, but you could play forever, man. And I wish I would have chose it because, I could still be playing right now if I was to go pro. Sure, I could play for 20 years.
True. That's very true.
Football is, the average life expectancy of that game is like 2.5 years, bro, because of injuries. It's just a given of the game. And, and there's no guaranteed contracts. So baseball is definitely
I think
choice.
for me, my sun sign being Aries, I think like both in Western and Eastern, like I like very active sports. You know what I'm saying? Like playing baseball was too boring. Like it's not always active. You have to sit and wait. And I was like, I wasn't feeling that.
Yeah, I understand that completely, man. Yeah, when Kristen was talking about mine earlier, I like I'm sports, but I like martial arts too. I love martial arts. I love to see people get beat up.
Yes. Same.
Wait, what martial arts you did? I did Taekwondo. That's funny too.
Man,
I did Taekwondo too.
Jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai.
Yeah.
Hey, well, guys, I'll be honest with you. I asked my Taekwondo teacher which one is better, who beats butts better, the jiu-jitsu dudes or the bees like us who break out some bones. He say, jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu. Yeah, they'll mess you up bad.
Yes, jiu-jitsu. For us, for Taekwondos, the key is not to let the other ones to put us in the floor, because once we are in the floor, it's over.
Yeah, but you can't stop it though, and that's the problem.
Very true.
You can't stop it, especially if it's a good jiu-jitsu practitioner. There's
Yeah.
no way you can stop them from. You can hit them as many. They're willing to take the punches in order to get in close, and once they get a hold of you, it's over.
That's it.
it's crazy to watch, man. You should watch. Yeah, if you guys hadn't ever watched it, you should watch some matches on YouTube, man. Like to see the chess match that go on with high level jujitsu. It's amazing, man.
I really wonder what's his name, Floyd Mayweather's chart, because he's very patient. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he'll take some hits, and then I heard that he had bad hands too. Like whenever he hit somebody, it would hurt him. But to be that patient when fighting, his chart has to be interesting.
Interesting. I didn't mean to get on here and turn you guys talking to a sports talk. I love you kind of frown on it.
I'm frowning very hard right now.
But that's a good way to release energy, you know, to strengthen up your energy. Because originally that's how everything started, through martial arts. The Tai Chi, Qigong.
Train the mind also. So it's
Did.
very
Discipline.
you know, yeah, discipline and all of those things, you know.
Especially when somebody punch you, the mind has to be like in control.
Most people don't know what to do when they get punched.
Exactly. True.
So how's the meditation, guys? How you guys doing with that? Anybody? You guys had a chance to meditate?
Yeah. They going in.
Yes.
Awesome.
I know Trav was saying earlier he had like a long meditation.
Joy is about it.
Wow.
My cats are fighting over catnip.
Yeah, I want to say I put in just at 4 hours or so, but I'm doing a mixture of the still meditations and also all the mantras.
Yeah, man.
Do the chakra shuddhi, Kaya Stritham, chakra shuddhi, Tattva shuddhi, a japa. The first one, I'm still on the first one, the first and second one. And then I go into Om Namah Shivaya mantra. Then I go into my Ascendant Nakshatra mantra, Sun Nakshatra, Moon Nakshatra, Gemini Nakshatra, and Taurus Nakshatra. And after that, not every time, but sometimes I do the Chakra Dhyana.
Chakra Dhyana.
Which is the official name of that YouTube video that I have. That's somebody else doing the chakra meditation.
The one that's like, this has been a practice for 5,000 years. Like the way she says like, yeah.
Over 5,000 years.
So
I feel like I'm really drawn to the purification process right now. Because what's the point of achieving a higher state if your vessel's fucked up?
So mind if I asking you, you have like this mantras. What's the function of each one of those? Just like I know there's a form of affirmation for the mantras to practice your brain, to strengthen your brain, but because it's a new language for me,
Hmm.
what's the meaning of these mantras?
So one way to think about them is you're dealing with cause and effect, right? You do a cause, you get an effect. A lot of these mantras are cycles. They're very subtle cycles. So by running these cycles and patterns through your mind, through your mouth, through your body, through your atmosphere, you're aligning yourself with a certain result, a certain outcome, a larger pattern. In spaces where these particular mantras circulate, it's documented that it brings you into alignment with types of activity, so to speak. That's a good way to put it.
Got it. Okay.
Correspondence. You know that if you put Tylenol in your body, it's going to cause, your body to react to it and align with those chemicals. So in a way, these mantras are like chemicals that force your atmosphere to align with them.
I see.
When you're born, you're born up under a certain sign, that meaning that the type of energy that the sun was producing at that time is you're a slice of that energy. So these mantras that I'm doing, they are aligned with my astrological chart, with my ascendant nakshatra, with my moon and my sun. All three of those are slices of the cosmic
Okay.
energy that I represent, or that represent me. So by doing that, I'm putting myself into perfect alignment with the energy that I'm composed of, basically. Harmonizing. I think that might be another word for what I'm saying.
Hey, Travis,
Hey,
do you do that? Do you do those mantras daily and like in a certain order, like your sun, moon, rising, ascendant, or do you do certain ones at certain times, kind of whenever you feel you want, I guess?
what I found that works best for me right now is doing them as quickly as I can as soon as I wake up. So before getting out of bed and doing anything, unless
Mm-hmm.
I have to pee really bad, I try to make it the first thing I do. Um, Now I don't have a schedule as far as like when I wake up or sleep consistently. So that's the only consistency I have, is that it's the first thing I do. And I do have them in order, but not because of any reason other than I got used to it. I did mix it up today though. I usually do the mantras first and the meditation second. But today I did the meditation first and the mantra second, just to see if it would be different for me. But the way I have it is my ascendant mantra, then my moon, and then my sun, just because that was the order that I found them in. I tried to switch it around to make my moon first, but my intuition told me to just leave it. So I've learned to listen to that intuition.
Okay. I have another question. I know you guys have the date of births, the time, the minutes, the seconds, the locations, but is anything on this Betty system that you can use for people that we don't have the minutes and the seconds and the hours?
I think like if someone was an experienced practitioner, they would be able to deduce things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
because
you do have that 24-hour window, but that would be for someone with a skill level that would be pretty damn intense.
Over 9,000, yeah,
Yeah, over 9,000.
sure.
damn. Yeah, because some of us, we don't have that, you know, not even in our birth certification. And it's like, that's why I don't see that it works for me. But then I'm saying to myself, it could be work if it's got to be some weight on the system because I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's got to be a form of creation out there. I'm like, I can tell. I mean, I have the book and everything, and I do read, but then I'm like, okay, so I'm reading all this fabulous information, all these fantastic things, but how how do I can, find something?
You can do like mula like root mantras that are like kind of like universal mantras, like the one that Trav does is the Om Namah Shivaya one that he
Yeah, I do
mentioned,
that
and
one.
that's
I
like
do
a
the
yeah
Om.
yeah
I do the
that's a
Om.
really good one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I do the Om for 3 hours. 3 hours Om.
Oh shit.
The 3 hours Om.
Mm.
Yeah.
What's that experience like doing OM for 3 hours? Like, what do you come in contact with? Like, what do you see?
No.
Can you explain?
When you do the Om for 3 hours, the first half an hour, your mind is so everywhere. It all depend on your activities, your daily activities. Like I'm fucking in New York, so our life is hectic. So I don't expect to be like coming at home and start doing a meditation and my mind is quietly fast. You basically, when I sit and doing the Om, the first, I would tell you, the first 30 minutes to 35 minutes, I get all that tension. And even though I try to do the repetition of the Oms, I notice it that in 30 35 minutes my my body kind of like slowing down, and then you start feeling that your breathing is going to reduce. So then I know that Swandi mentioned that you need to breathe a count, like I think it's like a 5 minute, like 5 seconds or 7 seconds inhalation, and then 7 seconds release the breathing off, and then pronounce your Om. So these Om mantras has a certain time for when you breathing in and when you're breathing out. So in a point that you are feeling a lot of relaxation, like you literally feel like you kind of like, I would say, like not in the stage of you like sleeping and not sleeping, but you are awake. You know what I mean? Kind of like an astro in a way, but you are there. Like your mind is now like repeating constantly that Om. Of course, sometimes you're going to have certain things in your mind. I'm not saying that everything is going to be perfect the whole time, but you eventually going to feel that, your mind is no longer agitated. Your emotions are completely like off in a way, and you literally sometimes you feel your heartbeat, like the speed of the beating, and eventually, like in 2 hours, your heart is like the blood pressure or the beating of the heart goes more slower. You can feel that. You can feel your beating heart. Am I, that's the physical perspective, and eventually, like last night, I tried to do my meditation, but then I was like, okay, whatever, it's not working. I'm gonna go to bed. But then because I didn't do my meditation, somewhere somehow, I my mind was automatically like feel that my whole body was expanded, my energy was expanded while in the stage of waking and sleeping. So whether you do it and then you stop doing it, kind of like you train your mind to do it. I don't know how to explain it, but like my mind is like already like doing it in a way, whether it's automatically or not, it's just doing it. The first hour, it's not gonna be that easy. Trust me. Along the road, if you are persistent, it's gonna happen. Your meditation will be physical sensations, more relaxation. Your moods change, and to the point that I told my mother today, I don't want to hear about raping, killing, murder, all this stupid stuff that you see on your TV. Like I told her today, I'm sick of it. So, it's don't want to hear it. I'm like, that's it. So your emotions kind of like change. You're more peaceful, you're more calmer.
That's what I mean. It brings you into harmony with certain things like that. Your
Yeah,
environment begins to shift. A
yeah,
lot of subtle aspects of your being starts to shift.
yeah.
And it sounds good, but you don't really experience it until you actually do it.
You
People
have
are
to do
shifted closer or further away. Things are
mm,
shifted closer or further away. Many aspects begin to change. And the longer you do it, they say the effect compounds. So it grows, it amplifies over time.
and it's funny that you do the meditation, you feel your heartbeat. Like you can see through your heart, like like the pounding of the amount of work that we get. Like it's in the daytime is very challenged. And then when you come to the meditation, this is why I do the 3 hours, because the first hour, the first 35 minutes, again, it's gonna be like difficult for me to just like brushes in there and just do the quick meditation. It just doesn't work for me like that. I need to like take the time just to start to get into the seeing the results. But definitely, yes, definitely your physical, your energy change. You know, I wouldn't say like a magical complete like right away, but it's the sensations and the gravities that start changing in a daily basics, I would say.
It's very subtle to the point that you wouldn't even recognize it until other people in your life begin to,
Notice.
show.
Yeah.
I want to say that you don't even recognize the changes yourself. Like you literally have to see an outside, some type of outside response.
Now the asanas, yoga poses, I can't even imagine how you do these asanas or these yoga poses while you're doing meditation. That is beautiful. You empower that much your body.
So
So
is
I
there any?
am, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, ask you guys, was there any particular way that you sit or anything? I know you talk about the saunas and things like that, but if you can't get in those yet, working up to that, is there any particular thing that you guys do?
Yeah. So it's suggested to, and keep in mind in these early stages, it's less important the posture you take or the hand signatures that you do. Further down the line, when you do gain more experience with them, then you start to notice the subtle difference that those things make. But the main position that they call, I believe, is called Sidrasan or Shadrasan or something like that. But it's just the basic, Indian style, right? You sit comfortably without your legs being too pretzeled up or as pretzeled as you can handle. I think I've only just now been able to put one of my feet on top of my thigh. But with your pointer finger touching your thumb or curled up under your thumb, that's like the basic. There's one for it facing upward and facing downward. Facing upward has more to do with aiming towards knowledge, and then facing down, it has more aiming in the direction of pure knowing. So maybe one with attaining learning and one with attaining a state of knowing. But the emphasis that I'm making is just basic, whatever you see when you think of meditation posture. You sit in that comfortable position, nothing too crazy, with your finger, your pointer finger on your thumb.
Like a Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be, and I know it's in the books, and I'm pretty sure you guys have discussed it before, but I'm just asking, like, just for a brief, synopsis of the difference that, I referred to earlier when you guys were saying that the lady wasn't meditating. What would be the difference if she was sitting in the pose and she was doing her contemplation or whatever? What would be the difference that you would say would be in what she's doing and what true meditation is?
The difference is the direction of the mind.
Yes, I was gonna say that. The
The
mind.
meditation really has nothing to do with the posture. The posture is really just the anchor. And it almost kind of sets the trajectory of where your mind is going. With the legs curled up, that kind of helps to circulate the energy a bit differently. Well, the way your hands are, that also helps to circulate the energy a bit differently. But imagine a ship and it has those wings, and the wing has like this little flap that moves up and down. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That, I don't know what it's called, but that subtle flap, it can change the entire direct trajectory of that ship over a distance. That's a lot more like what these postures and positions and mudras are for. But it all has to do with what the mind's doing. With the person we described before, who has really no type of education in meditation, and by education I mean any type of study and practice.
Right.
They're probably just doing what they normally do when they go to sleep. They're sitting there and letting their thoughts bounce around and attaching to them. But that's the wrong direction if you want to talk about meditation. The right direction is observing these thoughts as they happen, to realize that you're not generating any of them. They're just coming from stimulus. They're being birthed incessantly. They never stop. And rising in your perspective above them, seeing them take place, knowing that you can't stop them or even want to try to, and detach from them.
Yeah, okay.
And in that process, it puts you somewhere else. Because when you're in that place, it doesn't matter what's going on outside. It doesn't matter if you got binaural beats or if there's dogs barking or kids yelling. Because you're in that space, you're able to observe it but not attach to it. And that is called pratyahara. You're withdrawing from the senses. It's called pratyahara. And that has to happen before meditation is reached. In that state of being the observer, now you're able to focus on something, if that was your method. When you're in pratyahara, when you're withdrawn from the senses, now you can use all of your awareness, all of your attention, all of your consciousness on the object of meditation. And the way that you know that you're actually doing it is, like I said before, you become one with the contemplated thing. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you.
So it's literally impossible to even get to that point if you're just replaying your day, thinking about your shopping list and what they did, or what I want to do, what I used to do. You haven't left. You're still where you always are.
Your mind keeps betraying you, the little monkey.
So it will probably take a level of doing some work prior to that too, like what people would call like shadow work, I guess you would say, like you know, so you can detach from those thoughts that drive you pretty much, you know, because you know those small thoughts that come through your head, those are the ones that actually drive you, you know, the reoccurring ones.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Did.
Yo, what did you say about the small thoughts?
I was saying that that like when you were saying detaching, like meditation is, you know, going you know, seeing those thoughts come through your mind and not, you know, forming any attachments to them, you know. But I was saying like that, like being able to do that takes a level of work, right? Like it's not just something that just comes, like you just something comes in your head and you say, oh, I don't really like that. uh you know what I mean? Is that it's not that easy, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. And it is a process. It is This is a process that takes a lot of time, years and years and years. Um,
Yeah.
but it's not that bad and it's also not that good. The process that is taking place is learning to go deeper and deeper. And when I mean deeper, I mean it's like you're taking a magnifying glass and you're zooming in, right? You got this experience right now, and it's filled with thoughts going through your head. When you stop and close your eyes and be still, you're zooming in now. You're zooming in between those thoughts. And like you said, you begin to see those thoughts are ruled by little tiny thoughts. And you continue zooming in. Now, in order to keep zooming in, you have to be skilled at not attaching to those thick thoughts that are bouncing around, because you can get pushed by them. You can cling to them and get dragged along with them. So every session is a practice of non-attachment. Every session is a practice of being able to observe them, but not sticking to any of them. And once you're efficient at doing that, you can zoom in deeper and deeper, and you can go in between those thoughts. Then you can get to the little thoughts and go in between them and see the cause and root of them. And what's the unspoken benefit of all this? Because as you're learning how to do this, you're changing your whole life in a very subtle way. But as you're doing this, those little thoughts that are governing everything, you begin to uproot them so they have less of an effect on you. They have less of a hold on you, which means that trauma is being healed, which means shadow work is being done, right? Because you've never addressed them. None of us have addressed them until we sit down and actually do it. That's why you have a lot of people who, when they do intense meditation, they may hit a point where they just start crying, where they just start releasing all this emotion. And it doesn't have to be a specific reason. You can ask them why they're crying and they can't tell you. But it's because they're getting deeper and they're zooming into these subtle thoughts that rule their other thoughts, and they're uncovering trauma that's been buried. It's been buried so
Yeah.
deep for so long that it no longer has a face. It's only a raw emotion.
It's funny that you say that because I did mention to you last time that my emotions become a little off too. Like I thought I was done with the grieving of my husband, and when I'm start doing these meditations, I was crying for no reason
Hmm.
in my car
That's the kind of thing that
after I went
happens.
shopping. I'm like, what the fuck?
You know, I even experienced a moment of rage, and that's not even my character. I don't get mad about anything. I don't care enough about anything to get upset. But I experienced a whole, you know, outpouring of angry energy that was buried for so long, I literally forgot it existed. You know, and this is recently.
Yeah.
So there are things that can be buried and hidden deep, but you got to go find them and dig them up. Because the thing is, they are gatekeepers. Those emotions are the gatekeepers. Until you dig them up and uproot them, they're always going to be your limit.
Well, they suck.
So most people
Emotions.
don't possess the strength to deal with their issues. So hell no, they're not meditating. They're letting thoughts bounce around. To actually sit down and deal with your issues, it takes a level of a strength. and it takes level of detachment, because when you face them, and if you're still attached to them, they're going to hurt you just like they hurt you the first time and every time. But if you learn to detach, you can face them and let them pass through you, right? This whole thing about being a yogi and practicing these things, you learn to become invisible, you become transparent, you become nothing. Because when you're something, you can be broken, you can be shattered, you can be hit, crushed. But when you let go of that ego and you let go of the attachment, these things can come to you and pass through you. You don't have to cling on to anything. You just let it all flow where it's supposed to go. You get out of the way. You get out of your own way. But until we learn how to do that, we're going to keep getting stuck.
John.
Yo.
So can we paint a picture real quick, or a scenario? So you're in meditation and one of these some scars pop up. Just kind of like what you're saying, you learn to become transparent, you learn how to deal with these things, let them pass through you. Give me an example of something that you have done where you've overcome one of these things, and how did it, how did it feel? How did it look for you when you were going through it, if you don't mind breaking that down?
Sure, absolutely. I recall having issues of abandonment from my mother, right? Now, she never abandoned me, but I think I mentioned before, last time we talked, how, oh no, I think it was to Kristen or something. But my mother was just like me, I've learned. She had her table full of paperwork and books, and she would study all the time. Now, me being a child, children love attention, they always try to get it. I used to always try to get her attention, but it got to the point to where she would be so focused on her work that, I felt that I was ignored, right? She would ignore me. She wouldn't say anything, wouldn't respond, wouldn't look at me. And I didn't realize that that made such an impact on me, right? So in dealing with females, I find that one were, if I were to get the sense that one was paying more attention to someone else, not not me, then immediately I would do something like, oh, just cut her off or get upset with her, or you know what I'm saying? I would react in that way based on my childhood's impression. But it never occurred to me until I found this in meditation. So what happened is I would deal with the scenario in real time where I feel that emotion popping up, and it's okay, well, I'm going to be abandoned, so let me abandon first. That way I won't be hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of doing that out of reaction and autopilot and humanity, I sit with it and I just allow it, you know, um, I move out of the way instead of projecting what I feel is happening, because looking back on the times that I've done that wasn't even the case. That was me projecting my fear.
Mm.
So I allow life to play as it is playing, you know, regardless if what I think is happening is or not. I don't know. And I also don't care. It has nothing to do with me. I don't own anybody. None of these, you know what I'm saying? No female that I deal with is my slave. I don't own her. If she chooses to do whatever, that's what she does. But I'm not going to sit here and jump to conclusions based on reaction mode.
Mm-hmm.
And as I released that, I let that go. And I found that it stopped popping up, at least to the degree that it used to.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Wow. Yeah, see, I like that because I don't know how many you know, as we're going through this journey and we're researching these things, I don't know if how many I don't know of many people who actually take you through some of their own traumas and things that they did and how they actually work through it, to give people some ideas, even though everybody has to work through their own traumas. But like in everything you said, it's like some fundamental principles of how to overcome and work past and work through these some scars, these impressions, these things that happen to us, and how to work through those things. You know,
Yeah.
maybe it makes sense to a lot of people after reading a book. I know for me, as y'all already know, I'm very visual and kinesthetic predominant, but definitely I like to see or like to hear how somebody walked themselves through overcoming these basically doing the shadow work. And then
Yeah.
how did it actually alleviate from them? How did it actually leave? Like you said, it didn't show up anymore because you actually were able to sit with it. You
Mm-hmm.
were able to actually, and sitting with it, people say you got to sit through it, you got to go through it. But what does that mean? When you're going through childhood traumas, and some people have been beat up and bullied, you know, you have to actually sit down, re-envision yourself going through that. you
Mm-hmm.
know how does a person do that? Or do I envision myself getting my ass whooped again, and just now it feels like flowers or something like that? You know what I mean? Like how what is it? Or sometimes through people's examples, for a fact that you're not going to be able to do exactly what they did, but in seeing them and hearing them talk about it, you get an idea. You pick up something within that gives you an idea of how to deal with your own. So um yeah, I really appreciate you walking through that, because I don't hear a lot of people and authors, when they talk about shadow work and stuff, actually talk about their experiences that they've actually walked through and overcome.
Yeah. Yeah. And thank you for saying that.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess I can't speak for anyone else, but I know I can see why somebody would omit those type of stories, because,
I got
it's
you.
vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
you got to put your shit out there. But
Hmm.
again, like I said, if you call yourself advancing, you also have to step out of your own way. There's no me to be concerned about any type of image or ego type. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that stuff doesn't
Hmm.
matter. What matters is we're here to get to clarity. So that means I'm willing to do anything that has to do with getting to clarity. But even in this scenario that we're talking about, I mentioned zooming in to these thoughts and going in between the thoughts to the cause of those thoughts. I think part of the reason why this particular thing stopped happening with me is because I was able to see why it was happening. Whereas before, I never even noticed it. I imagine that there's a lot of people who ruin relationships subconsciously. Like, I would say, it would be autopilot. If I felt that this thing was happening, whenever I would suspect it happening, now I'm causing arguments, I'm causing fights, right? I'm saying a bunch of stuff that is making her upset. Now she's fighting with me. You know what I'm saying? If we keep going on this
Hmm.
train, the whole thing's going to split up, and that's just going to justify and reinforce what I projected. See, I knew it. Now she's with this other person. I was abandoned. All women leave me. Da da da.
Hmm.
But let's analyze it. I did that shit out of my fear. I did that.
Mm.
I think a lot of those type of subconscious processes go on with us when we say that we have bad luck, or we can never find a good mate, or any of those things that we have going on.
Hmm.
It's hard for us to take accountability and really see, not necessarily look for where you fucked up, but at least be open to seeing, hey, maybe I'm doing something wrong.
Mm. Yeah, that's powerful. That's really key, because especially that why. And I think while we're getting into this stuff, especially with the astrology, I know for me that has been like, they say knowledge gets rid of fear. I've been hearing that lately. I've been hearing
Yeah.
that in the trading community. I've been hearing that in the spiritual community, and and I've been resonating with that, the truth of that. When, like, let's just say, a kid is getting abused at home, you know.
Hmm.
You know, this kid is fresh in the world. You know, this kid is probably 5, 6, 7 years old. Who in the, you know, what the fuck could this kid have done to deserve something like that? And part of the reason why we're doing what we're doing is to discover the whys as to why we're going through what we're going through. I know for me at least,
Hmm.
whenever, even if I heard on my chart that, yo, Mike, you're finna go through 7 years of just straight up bullshit. Like every day you walk out, you're gonna step in shit, a pile of shit. Don't matter where the fuck you go, you're finna step in shit for 7 years. Well, I mean, it's gonna be a bummer, you know what I'm saying? But at least by me having that knowledge of that, there's many things that open up in that process. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There's many potential things, just having the knowledge of it. But understanding why. I'll say I've been stepping in shit, and then somebody tells me, "Damn, you." It says that you've been stepping in shit for 2 years, and you got 5 more years to go, homie. It's like, okay, well, at least now I know why the fuck I'm stepping in shit. It makes me feel a lot, you know, a lot less icky. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I may still not like it, but then I might sit up there and it might give me an opportunity to probably override that. Maybe I can be more attentive, and maybe that is designed for me to be a little bit more, have a more keener eye, a
Hmm.
more detailed eye. I start looking for things. I start looking for signs. Now, after 5, more years, I'm a look for shit expert. You know what I'm saying?
That's,
You know
yes,
what I'm
exactly
saying?
what I was gonna say. You,
Exactly. You're a look for shit expert. Now you can probably turn it into something that could be a benefit of other people that's stepping in shit all day, you know? Um,
yes.
and so that's the blessing of what we're doing here. And I know for me, I know that I was damn near crying when Kristen was going in about the Rahu in the second house, even though my basic chart, my K2 and Rahu is in K2's in the second, Rahu in the eighth, but in my Navamsa, it's reversed. And everything that she was saying was wise to what the fuck I was experiencing the majority of my life. And it gave an opening of clarity that there is something to this. You know what I'm saying? To things that I've expressed out loud, out of anger, out of frustration, and to hear her say these words just by one house, one placement in one house, it's amazing. So what you said was so powerful about the whys. And when you understand why you went through it, that is to me the key to the door of opening up that other side of being transparent and being able to look at your situation from a whole different aspect. And
Yes.
so this is why this science is so needed for people, especially for people who are like, well, why would this kid go through this? Why are they experiencing this? Well, they're probably living out some shit from a past life, but that's hard to tell a parent or somebody, you know, that's going through it. It's hard to tell them something like that, because especially if you don't even believe in a past life, you know.
Right. Right.
But once you start breaking it down, I think it's very easy to sell people on the legitimacy of this science whenever you start talking about some subjects that they probably not even known anybody else knew, but you're able to tell them about that. So I think the why, getting down to the why, these things are happening when we do shadow work and asking that question, well, if it's possible to get answered in this lifetime, why did these things happen to me? You know what I mean? And not from a like, oh my God, I need to know everything, but from a sincere, I want to know it so this way I can get past to get through it. And I think
Yeah.
just having that intention will allow you to even actually fall right in line with getting that answer if you're talking about facing these things so that you can, peel back that next layer of the onion.
Yeah. Like what you're saying about the knowledge eliminates fear. It's different when you got somebody asking out of curiosity or someone asking out of, you know, whatever other reason.
Hmm.
But when it's knowledge for the sake of knowledge, that's a different kind of trajectory. And like you said,
Mm-hmm.
the chart may indicate, hey, you're gonna step in shit for 7 years, but on one hand, you could get depressed about that. On another hand, you could waste your time in futility trying to change it. Or on the third hand, you can accept that this is the way that these cards are dealt. And maybe there's a way I can turn this into an opportunity, because the chart doesn't say you can't flip it around.
Mm-hmm.
It's just displaying the pattern of this energy and how it's outflowing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah, because I've been wrestling with that same thought. Like, the chart is just like a screenshot. It's like, oh, this is what the hell's going on when you're coming down here. You know what I'm saying? Um, and I guess that's where we touch that subject a lot about, is this something that is controlled, or is it a part of a equation, as you guys say, or is it something that's just some random shit? You know, um, all in all, it's still, you know, this is a screenshot of, the energies that are available at this time that you incarnated here. You know, that's why I asked that question in that group, because I was trying to find out, like, what placements cause you to look at the game. You know what I mean? You have a lot of people that's on autopilot, but then there's certain placements and certain things that happen that causes you to say, okay, what the fuck is this shit? I don't know the mind of every individual here, but I'm gonna put my money on it that there's some people who go majority through their life not even thinking about that. You know, you know, I think it's possible, but I'm also always open to be to stand corrected on that. But there might be a lot of people who really don't even contemplate their reality, you know,
Yeah.
or maybe they do. It's just to the degree and intensity of it. Um, I guess doesn't outweigh all the other odds and things that are in their chart. But it's very interesting how we're all here on this call, and we all have different placements and stuff like that, and a lot of similar stuff too. So I'm trying to find out, does that placement, um, is that, what is it? What is there anything that influences that placement, or is it just, like you guys say, I think a part of an equation? Like, you go through some stuff, and each stage you just get these combinations that all end up adding up to, okay, you're at this level, and this next level is awareness, and then you just keep going through it. You know, um, that's really where I'm still kind of like going up and down in, but definitely just back to my first point is just about about knowing why these things are going, while we went through these things. It definitely helps us to see it from a different angle. And even if we may not like what we went through, we can at least appreciate it once we're able to explain that, hey, this, you went through this for this reason, and therein lies the solution to overcoming it, you know. And really more so just letting go now that we understand that this is a big puzzle that we just need to just let work itself out. It's all perfect.
Shoot. Assuming that we could do anything but let it work itself out.
Yeah, that is true too. Yeah.
That's another thing. Like, I'm still, I like to pay attention to my words so I can make sure that I live what I say. The last thing I want to do is talk about some shit and then go and run and do the opposite.
Mhm.
So, this whole free will thing, and I don't know, karma, and it just being an outflowing, just the process of A plus B equals C. Mm. Oh well, I guess I wasn't meant to say it. It left my head as quickly as it came in.
Mhm. Wow. So like, because I was curious, because I know that you hit us up about the charts and stuff. So like, what all like? So what are you finding with comparing everybody's charts? I know you said something to do with the spiders and stuff like that. What things or like seeing how everybody's stuff is kind of like aligning up together. So what things have you been discovering since you've been? I don't know how many people have hit you up about or have given you their information, but what kind of things have you been discovering? Um, and are we gonna one of these days kind of go over it, like your chart, our charts, and stuff like, and compare everybody's charts together?
Um, in a way, yes. I noticed that I guess to to sound spooky in Hollywood, that a lot of us are beginning to display what looks like to me increased psychic ability. And I'm wondering if this has to do with actually doing the work or if there's something else. Because, I mean, well, shit, let's just face it, there's some people in the group that aren't doing the work. And I know that.
Mhm.
But they're still displaying some of these qualities. So I'm wondering, well, maybe there's something else to it. You know, is it contagious? Does it mean that if you're in contact with someone who is doing the work at an intense level, does it jump on the other person? Like, I have all these questions that can't be answered. So my next uh, idea was to take a look at everyone's chart to see what kind of similarities pop up. And maybe by analyzing these similarities and comparing them to each other, it might show a clearer picture of what might be going on. I don't know. I mean, I
Mm,
can guess and I can have fantasies, but all I know for sure is that um, a lot of us seem to be peeking into each other's world, but not realizing it. You know,
mm.
um, she's not on right now, but how the hell can one person smell somebody else's UTI, at random
Wow.
across the fucking world? That type of shit is happening on a daily basis because, I'm keeping in
Wow.
touch with everybody. And these synchronicities are literally getting out of hand. It's like people are knowing what other people are doing, yet they're not talking to each other about it. So how do they
Crazy.
know?
Yeah. Crazy synchronicities, dude.
And like I said, with me being the center of the hub, I'm literally able to see it from the center point, you know. Um, but with the charts, I don't know enough to really do a chart. All I know is how to draw the houses and fill in the blanks. But I'm going to work with what I got. What I'm seeing already is that everyone that I've done so far um, shares a lot of similarities. Now, I don't know if that's common or what, but just for example, I got sixth house moon. You know what I'm saying? I got Pluto and Swati and Libra over here. I got Jupiter second house, and I'm seeing other people's charts, and they got the same type of shit. You know, I look at a Mars, and well, damn, if he was a female, we would be perfectly compatible because our first house and seventh house are flipped and just like a puzzle piece right in there. Like
Mm.
everyone's charts that I'm doing, I'm seeing like there's so many connections. So I'm not done. I hope to be done by now, but this process is actually pretty long and grueling. But what I would like to do, I guess, to wrap all that up is I'd like to make just like maybe some lists of comparisons that we all have with each other. And I think that would be kind of interesting for us to look at, analyze, and maybe appreciate between us.
Mm. Yeah. Wow.
Because everybody don't want the information out there, so I'm not about to blast everybody's information on YouTube, unless they want it. But what I would like to do is make a comparison list for each of us, and share that between us.
Yeah, that'd be dope because I kind of feel like every time we talk about this type of stuff, like all of the things that we all share together, I just keep thinking about like cells coming together to make an organ, you know,
Hmm.
and like we're just making like if let's just say if you took five of us, right, and you compared all of it, that would equate to some cells coming together to make, you know, a portion of the heart tissue or something like that. And then the more we can, you know, the more people that we get involved or whatever, and we speak with, and we're all able to share our information with each other. Um, you know, of course, if we all trust each other and stuff, we can share it with each other. And then we're able to see, okay, we saw a little piece of the tissue of the heart. Now we can see a whole ventricle. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And so on and so forth. That's the mental pictures that I get every time we talk about the noxoctures that we have in common, all of that stuff. And the more and more we're able to compare and see it, we're probably not going to even look at each other as individual anymore. We're going to see us as a whole heart working together and actually getting able to see it, you know, being able to see this heart pumping blood, you know what I mean, or pumping. And yeah, that's just the imagery that I get out of the whole thing. Is like our group here, our little group here is like, you know, a decent part of the heart tissue that we don't know what it is. You know, I'm just saying it as an example. So I think that's pretty dope that if we can get something like that done, share information amongst each other and stuff like that. And I think that would build an even tighter bond too, because like you said, it's really leaking over into everybody's lives and shit. Like this is some weird, bro. You know, so you know my zebra tees, my zebra servitor, right?
Hmm.
So tell me why Amar goes down there, moves in with Alora, and Miss Alora, and she showed me a picture. She said Amar told me to take a picture of this. She's got zebras in her in a part of her house,
Wow.
and 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 even Bara, you know Bara, she took a
Hmm.
picture. She took a picture on her page recently. Guess what was behind her that she took a picture of?
Big ass zebra.
Big ass fucking zebra, dude. You know, and even
Little
tree,
stuff
even
like that.
yeah, little shit like that, dude. It's fucking weird. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I definitely feel where you're coming from with that, man. And I can't
Like
wait to see, yeah, for us to share each other's stuff, man, and really see each other. You know, like that shit is gonna be amazing.
it's exciting, yes, but I can't help but think like this that there's really something large behind it. I mean,
Hmm.
if it happened once or twice, he tee he cute, but I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this type of shit happens every single day
Yeah.
to the point where it's not even like it's always going to be exciting, but it's not like, oh my God, oh my God. It's just like I shake my head. You know what I'm saying? It, I mean, with me, it's almost like sometimes I can hear my phone go off and I know who it is. You know, I'm talking about like somebody sent me a message or some shit.
Hmm.
Or it's like, you know, not even guessing, just mention of food. And then it's like, holy shit, that's what I'm eating right now. You know, just like, and it's going both ways. People are doing that with me as well. And I don't really have much of an explanation for it other than, hey, we're playing with some ancient, you know, nigger magic. What if there was something in the charts that would describe this? I don't know. I guess I'm being a scientist here, just trying to figure out if there's some type of way to logically explain it. If not, I'm not gonna cry because I don't, you know, I don't live off of logic like that. But I just think it'd be cool to see, and I think it could
Oh
be
man.
helpful to everyone else.
Yeah, I think so too, man. Because wow, like ever
If
since
nothing
we
else,
all, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if nothing else, it just gives me practice doing these charts.
Man, man. Yeah, this shit is interesting as hell, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I was watching an
Now,
NLP. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead.
I was watching an NLP video yesterday, and they were showing a table full of metronomes, and they were going at different speeds, all different speeds, and within less than 5 minutes, they all matched.
Yeah.
So I think even beyond just you know, we're thinking literally of like the charts and our signs and all of that. But, you know, I think what we're all looking to connect to, at least what I'm hearing, is that bigger, that bigger force that's literally making our metronomes move in unison.
I like that.
Mm,
I like that. I got that visual clear in my head. All these different metronomes going at their own pace, and then gradually you don't even notice it, but they all sync up.
Yeah,
Right.
that's dope.
This is
Wow.
this is like the transits. This is what I talk about, our transits. Right now, as we speak, each one of our charts are aligned because we're here right now speaking to each other and interacting. So we're in each other's charts. When you get in a car accident, you and that person just, your charts crashed, your stars connected. When you walk past so and so, they're in your chart. So it's those charts where in your transits where you're really going to see the day to day, where you're really going to see people. And then when certain people are significant, you'll be able to see them in the birth chart then. Like how I told you, Trav, how every significant male is my Jupiter in the 12th house. And even you are part of that because you're Jupiter Lilith.
Yeah,
So it's,
that was cool.
yeah, it's insane. So it starts where you can really see, excuse me, where I would say to start looking to see some connections is in the transits, because it's what's happening every day and it's always changing. And then once you learn the patterns and you're like, oh, and what they tell you, like for instance, it might say under the Jupiter Lilith, it might say may have a misunderstanding, things aren't what they seem, maybe you should take a break, da 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 da. And so that might manifest in some kind of way, you know what I mean? And then you like, and it might happen on like, let's say we're on the talk and something becomes misunderstood and from someone in the group or something like that. And I decide to take a break, that it can manifest in some kind of way like that. And I can see, because it says Jupiter Lilith, that it was going to come from you or come from something to do with you. So then now we know, okay, Jupiter Lilith, I think that's Trav. All right, let's keep an eye and see. And then the next couple of weeks, you see the Jupiter Lilith. What it's telling you that's coming is what's happening every time you interact with Trav or I interact with Trav. Now I know Jupiter Lilith means Travis. Now I look on my chart. Where is Jupiter? Jupiter is in my 12th house, and my 12th house has to do with every man I have been with and every significant man in my life. So you can really pull from the transits to then look at the birth chart and go, okay, so and so is this. But just because one person's Jupiter doesn't mean another man can't also be Jupiter.
There you go.
Because remember I told you, I kept thinking about that thing with Morg, how he said the part of himself split, and before they decided to reincarnate again, and he yelled out, "Be there for me." And then she said, "I'll be there for you and every person and everything around you."
Oh.
And this is what you are and what everyone on this channel is right now. We are here being there for each other right now. And it's reflective on our charts, some more than others. But so some people might be more Jupiter, some might be Venus, some might be Sun. But you will see the people that are significant around you are all reflective in your transits. And then you can go and look where they are reflective in the big birth chart. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of the things that I took from that, what Kristen said when she first told me that, I mean, I don't know if I responded appropriately in the chat, but it was pretty mind-blowing to me because it illustrated a lot of things that someone else could be in your chart. Now, on first hearing that, you take that to a special level, like, oh my God, it's meant to be. He's my twin flame, you know, all that bullshit. It's nothing to do with that. What we're looking at here is a formula. When you see these charts, when you're looking at this, little diamond chart and these degrees, you're looking at a mathematical formula of a latitude, longitude type of, what they call that, coordinates,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you see a Jupiter pop up in a certain position, and when she says that that's me, it doesn't mean that I'm this special Jupiter man that's come into her life to save her. There's a
Mm-hmm.
certain kind of energy that she literally is pulling towards her and
Yep.
needs to be in her life. And it's going to be regardless. And it
Yep.
just so happens that I am the easiest channel for that energy,
Yes.
right? Now, it don't have to be me, right? I could step out of line and it could be somebody else, right?
Yep.
But the point of the matter is that energy has to be channeled into our life. Likewise, all of us are that to each other.
Yes.
There are certain energies that I require for my spiritual advancement, and it's coming from Mike, it's coming from Kristen, it's coming from
Mhm.
Alora. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from everyone that you have. They wouldn't be in your life. They wouldn't be there if they weren't a vessel for some of that energy. And what is really cool about this is that we're able to pinpoint and identify and have a heads up or maybe a retroactive understanding of why things happen. Because like we said, this karma has to express itself and play itself out. And it's not going to just happen willy-nilly. It needs pawns, chess pieces. It needs players to play the game. So it's
Yep.
not floating rocks. We're looking at formulas that illustrate and explain the outplay of this energy unfolding.
Yes.
It's a beautiful thing. The
Yeah.
fact that
really
they've been
is.
doing this for 10,000 years, come on.
That needs to be on a t-shirt. It's not floating rocks, yo.
I know. Oh my
Not
gosh.
floating rocks.
Only certain people will get that though.
Yeah, only
Only.
certain
But
people.
you know what's so cool? I think about I think about our channel, well, Trav's channel and what we talk about, and I think about expanding outward and my own channel and stuff. And I'm like, I have to make sure I say things in a way that can be universally understood first, because there's so many inside, I don't know, not jokes, but inside understandings that we talk about that only certain people are really gonna get, and they're gonna be lost. And it's like, ugh, where do you start? It's like,
Right.
it's gonna be so exhausting to have to pull people forward. So it's like, oof, you know, but I feel like that's where maybe the like a Patreon thing can be for like the expanded individuals who know what's happening, who kind of
Yeah.
who have a bigger, I don't want to say who know what's happening, but have a bigger understanding or perspective. Because people are, if there was a vet astrologer on here and I said what I said about Venus, oh, they would be mad. They'd be like, oh, yes, Venus is combust. And I mean, that's inaccurate. And what does that mean? You know, I know, I already know. So it's a whole new thing we're doing here. It's a whole new way of seeing the astrology, and how I'm giving it to everybody, how I'm feeding it is through my eyes. So you guys are also getting my filter or how I see it. I try to also give the original, and I'll tell you, like I told you, they say it's combust. I'm not going to keep that from you. I just want you guys to understand that it's not what they say it is. There's nothing is on fire. Nothing's being burnt. So it's just, I feel like when there's a better understanding or more data, as Trav will say, things are easier to fall into place. It's like, oh, well, that makes sense. There's no fear. Like we know this, when we have more data, we're not afraid. We're not afraid.
Right.
I think it kind of illustrates too, like when someone says everyone or everything that you experience is a reflection of yourself.
Yeah.
I think we strain so much into thinking it has to be me in like the one ego self, but we don't see the bigger picture of how, you know, we're literally attracting certain energy forces in order to function. That's the reflection of ourselves that is within everything. is exactly what energies we are naturally bringing in to empower ourselves or to have certain experiences.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not, dominant energies, however they like you guys were saying that, someone is just an easy channel for that energy. So, maybe like have been a shitty situation, but perhaps because you weren't aware at that time of that energy, of how that channel was going to deliver what you were already attracting into your sphere at that moment.
Yeah.
Mm. Mm.
I like that. I like that concept. It was refreshing to me when Kristen first said it to me. And I took that thing and I thought about it, and it just made sense. I mean, I did one of these little personality tests that talk about how violent you are or how narcissistic you are, or whatever, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it said I was completely agreeable. I'm nonviolent. I get along well with others, but
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those pie charts, right? I
Mm-hmm.
had like 0 to 1 and like all those things, but there was a category that was called grandiosity, and that shit was off the fucking chain. It was out of the chart. All of my points
Oh
were.
man.
It
Yeah.
literally bust out of the chart. I have a
Oh
screenshot if I
shit.
can find it. But and it's true. You know what I'm saying? I can be pretty damn vain, but I've learned to temper that with a certain sense of detachment and humility. So it was good. It was good food for me to hear that, yes, I'm special, but also I'm not special. You
Right.
know,
Mm.
yes, I'm special because I'm playing this role, but at the same time, I'm not playing this role because it's me. It's
Right.
because the
You
role
man.
must be played.
Yep. And you just the easiest vessel at that moment that's filling out this part. You're
Mm.
playing the role.
And that may be for me why I focus so much on the fact that the individual is not as important as it thinks it is. Maybe that's me talking to myself whenever I talk like that, you know.
Possible, yeah. I'll say this. You have such like I told you, a K2 vibe. It's so strong in you. K2 really keeps you detached and like secluded, detached. What is that? What is that? I'm trying to think of the word. When you are
Isolated.
um you are you're not outgoing, but you are introvert, is that it? Introverted, maybe a little bit
Yeah.
introverted, but it's not like you're not outgoing, but there's just this introverted. It's one thing that you'll talk on here and everything, but there's this. I rather detach from the world and the outside going ons. I like to stay in my space in the dark, speak in a deep voice and slowly. It's a smoky K2 energy, and K2 would rather cut off everything from the world and sit in silence and just be. And that is so you. So I see it strongly in you, and this is what leads to moksha. There's different kinds of being detached. There's an unhealthy detachment where you're completely unhinged and you don't have any sense of self-control and stuff like that, or self responsibility, things like that. But then there's this where you are just, things are not, you're always working through your shadow. You're always working through detachment of things that trigger you or may have triggered you. I see it. I see how reserved you are. And I know that's taken work as a Gemini. I know. So
Lots
it's,
of work.
yeah,
Isn't that
and
what they
it's
call us?
super respect. I respect the hell out of that.
Isn't that what they
So,
call a social introvert? You know what I'm saying? Like people
yes.
that can be social,
Yeah.
but they would prefer to be by
Their own
themselves.
space. Yep. In
Yeah.
their own little sacred space, but have no
You know,
problem communicating.
Western philosophy dictates that all of these things are static, and I think the difference between Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy is that Eastern philosophy allows for a range of things. You know what I'm saying? It like
Yes.
along the same lines. You're not dug into male and female. There's a scale that you can exist on. You might exhibit more male physical qualities or female physical qualities, but you might fall somewhere, lower on the scale than
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize that about, I used to be real a stickler for that, and that, it's not my business what people do, but I'm starting to realize that there is no such thing as just these hard stops.
Right.
You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying?
Yep.
Everything blends.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
You can see that in the animal kingdom. I was looking at a orchid. What do they call it?
Orca.
No, not an orca.
Oh, you mean the flower?
It's a praying mantis. Is it an
Oh,
orchid?
okay.
An orchid praying mantis, the one that looked like an orchid, I think.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's an orchid. But I'm like, man, this thing is half flower and half insect.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They'll tell
Yep.
you that it's a camouflage, but this thing is literally living on the cusp of
Yep.
being an insect and a fucking flower. So I'm like,
Wow. Wow.
that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because you can see that, in the
Yep.
physical world, nothing is static.
Damn.
Exactly.
Talk
Exactly.
about cusp. You on the cusp of a flower and an insect, man. You in transition. It's taking
Yep.
long as a motherfucker, but that shit is
Yeah, but
happening, player. It's
but
happening.
that happens in everything. Like a goddamn seal is a goddamn dolphin and a dog. They even bark.
Right.
Oh
Yeah.
You
shit.
know what I'm saying? It's a water dog.
Water
You know
dog.
what I'm saying? That's what
Water.
it is.
Oh shit.
You know, if you look, man, and you don't conform to the Western
Mhm.
um identification of
Mm.
things. You know what I'm saying? You'll see that this blending is happening all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is static, nothing
So,
is.
because in school when they talk about, I know when creationists versus evolutionists would always talk about, well, where's the transition of species at? You know what I mean? Like, where is, where you see this damn rock go from a rock to a bird or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Or, you know, where do we see the evidence of the transition of species? Is that
Yeah.
kind of alluding to, like, the different things that happen over time so subtly? You know, um, I just find that very interesting. You know, wow.
It's crazy, man. The goddamn seahorse, man. The males lay eggs. I mean, come on, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Let alone all the other crazy stuff that's in the sea that we don't even know. That's a
That
whole
you don't
nother.
even know. I mean,
You
that
don't
you
even
don't you don't even
know.
you don't even know. I mean, I was looking at another YouTube guy, and he was talking about um a lot of the organs that's found in the human body are contained in mollusk form in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that the lungs, the way that the liver is shaped, there's a mollusk out there that does the same thing that the liver does. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And it looks
Yep.
like it. You know what I'm saying? Like this thing
Mm.
that we
Wait a
evolved
minute.
from the ocean. You
Wait a
know what
minute.
I'm saying? It's
Wait a
crazy.
minute. What do you mean? There's actually a mollusk that
And
does what now?
They're like what our organs do and the way that they look and the way that they function. There are mollusks in the ocean that do the same thing and look the same way that the organs in the body looks.
mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Mm.
I just want to make
Yes.
sure I heard that right, because
Yep.
Yeah.
that's different.
They
That
have
happens all through nature. Everything is repeating, literally. When I
yeah,
say
yeah, yeah.
repeating, as above, so below, as within, so without, that's what I talk about. There is repeating, everything repeating.
It's
There's
yeah.
nothing new. You'll find the craziest shit, and it all looks the same. And it's like, what the hell? That looks like a lung, and it's in the water. I mean, you find even the foods that look like our body organs. They say the
Ooh,
foods
like
that
the
look like our body organs are good for those organs,
or like those clams that I put a picture of that look like vagina.
right?
Wait, Trav, where'd you get those at?
Huh?
Where'd you get those clams at?
Wait, one more time.
I said, where'd you get those at?
Oh yeah, Amazon.
Hey, Trap, the day you posted that, bro, I was one of my tantra teachers. She taught me that staring at the yoni actually heals a man. So I started staring at the pictures.
Bro, that's why I picked it for my psychic symbol for Dharana Darshan. Like, I was not kidding.
Stop playing, bro.
Oh,
He wasn't
snap.
playing. Omar
Little
was
did
on
you
it.
know, Barani.
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 Yeah, that's a different story because a lot of the females I've been attracted to have like Barani ascendants.
Yes.
So anybody out there with wives,
from the
I think y'all should just stare at your
Himalayas.
wives' yonis.
Yeah.
Player from the Himalaya. Mark was science player. Mark was on it, bro. Jerome Rome was on that shit. He was a player from the Himalayas. The players of the game are up there, man. Remember what I said, John? If you woke up, you realized you was some yogi that was meditating and playing the game of
decades ago.
Exactly, a real player from the Himalayas for real.
Yep.
For real.
Yeah.
Man.
So good.
But I think about resonance when I see things like that. When I see these echoes and these patterns, it becomes less confusing when you think of it as resonance. And what I mean by that is that somewhere outside of space, there's a subtle element, right? And science tries to rectify that by calling it a morphogenic field or a morphic grid. But there's a resonance that, it makes its presence known in the material plane, and it takes on the shape and the qualities of its original source. That's why human beings always form in the womb the same way. That's why we all come out looking the way that we do, because it's a resonance from some seed origin, right? I mean, that's what happens when Purusha and Prakriti do the bump and grind. That slap, right, of the two of those entities of consciousness and matter, that vibration itself vibrates out and makes other vibrations. And that's how we get creation. It's just echoes and echoes. That's why there's no beginning and no end, because it just continues to replicate that original echo. That's why there's always going to be this type of animal or that type of animal.
Yep. Everything has a
question. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I just
Go ahead,
was
I'm sorry.
saying everything has a literal frequency.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what you're saying that, Trav, about the resonance and things, coming into being. Do you when you look at things here, you can see that there's a certain code that things kind of unfold from. You know what I'm saying? Some people call it the Fibonacci, but it's that spiral thing. You know what I'm saying? And you can see that in a lot of different things. You can see that reflected.
Yeah.
That thing. Do you think that there's other realms of existence that have different source codes, that things come out looking different, since Prakriti can make things different in degrees but have the same thing, but things come out different in degrees? Do you think that there are other places? Because I mean, even in the book it said that there are millions of planes of existence. Do you adhere to that philosophy?
Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, I like that.
I would say so, because Prakriti would involve every possible thing that could ever manifest.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, I mean, and we can, and gosh, we'd have to really stretch our minds to think about that, because it's more than just other planets and other aliens. It's other types of life. I think Alora made one of my favorite examples where she talked about a dimension where we primarily exhale and then inhale, right? Like a
Oh, that's cool.
slight difference like that, and that
Yeah.
would be attributed to a pattern, which could be quantified numerologically. And one of the videos that I really enjoy watching from time to time is about this Vedic cosmology, where they go into the ancient texts and they give an illustration, a digital illustration of what life looks like beyond the Earth plane, and it shows the higher subtle planes where more advanced entities live. And I mean, it lines up with the mystical Kabbalah. It lines up with the Kabbalion. So I think from what I see, it sounds like you're asking about life in other realms.
Yeah, I don't say planet. I don't like to say planets because I don't necessarily adhere to that philosophy. So, I think of this as a realm of mental existence, that meets what we consider physical, but we can that's a tangent that we would go off on. But yeah, that's what I'm just talking about other forms of perception. You know what I'm saying? Because we have the five senses here. But
Right.
if there are if Prakriti is all that is in existence, the five senses can only detect what's in the range of their frequency of detection. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
and we're talking about an enormous scale of manifestation. You know what I'm saying? So there could be something right beside you right now that you're not in tune with seeing, but it's right there. In a sense, you know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
was
and it
just
even
thinking,
goes
yeah,
a bit wider too, because look, the five senses are only contained in a small portion. If you have your book there, you can see that the five senses only belong to tamasic ahamkara, right? So who's to say that Mahat doesn't have another type of ahamkara somewhere else that is beyond our experience? You feel me?
yeah,
In the tamasic ahamkara, the five senses were made for the things that produce those sensations, right? Sounds were made for the ear. Sounds were made for the hearing organ, I should say. Taste was made for the tasting organ. It's a self-contained unit, That's why this is the binary universe of ones and zeros. The plug was made for the socket, and the socket was made for the plug. Now, outside of the tamasic ahamkara, there ain't none of that. It's a bit more subtle, but who's to say that it may express itself differently on another side of the coin? But this is the only side of the coin that our physical bodies can perceive.
yes, right. Which is what I get at when I start asking questions like that, because I mean, with these books going into that, and that's the reason why I like these books and this philosophy, is because this is the way I think anyway. Like this can't be it. You know what I'm saying? Even if we're talking about the God of the Bible, that God creates an infinitum, and you know what I'm saying, an infinity. You know what I'm saying? So if you create an infinity, that means that your creation will be infinite. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So you wouldn't even be able to create something that's finite.
It's 2:00.
Thanks, Maxine.
But yeah, I get it 100% about you're not even having the perceptive tools to perceive those energies that's outside of you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta grow those things.
That's very interesting because we had talked about that, John, when I was trying to understand, like when we're doing these exercises, it's like we're building those different tools, those subtle
Yeah.
tools to be able to receive, things in a different, we will have a different conversation if we were able to also have another sense that is just like snakes, where they can sense. Some snakes can sense with heat sensors on their face. If we were able to grow something like that, or to have that, build that subtle sense like that, we can all have a different conversation about how we interpret our reality here.
I think that's what's happening. I think that's what I'm seeing. I think that's why I'm really trying to do these charts, because it seems like some of us are growing a different sense. And, I wouldn't be saying that if I wasn't seeing this shit play out in real time.
The cool part, what you saying that about growing a different sense, and what you just recently said about the sense organ being made for the sense, like that puts a whole nother spin on like the development of the vessel. You know what I'm saying? Like if you develop that sense in this reality, then the sense organ grows in the next incarnation. And now you don't have to tap into that. It's a natural part of the experience. But there are ways to go up, because there are subtler and subtler and subtler energies to be detected. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how my mind just goes in a tangents like that. Like, damn, that's some deep shit.
Oh man, I can't think of the movie. Damn, I can't think of the movie. It was like one of those gross 1980s horror movies, but like this scientist was working with some new stuff. I don't know if it was a technology thing or what, but he began to grow different organs, like to adapt to what he was working with. I think it was one of the old Outer Limits videos. Like he was like tapping into this new dimension with these new creatures, and like he was growing eyeballs in the back of his head and shit like that. Like his body was changing with the science. It was really cool.
Wow.
There's a movie out like that now called Titan. And it's similar to what you just described. They're trying to colonize Titan, one of the moons of Saturn. And they start to change a group of like astronauts physically, so they can so their body would adapt to the atmosphere of Titan and be able to live on Titan. And it's a real cool movie, man, because the dude go through these changes where he pretty much turns into like the most detached thing that you can, like if you're talking about detachment, this is what he turns into. But he develops all of these superpowers. You know what I'm saying? These superpowers, and he's the only one that survives the program, and he goes and colonizes Titan. You know what I'm saying? He turns into like a Titan. But it's a pretty cool movie. Y'all might want to check it out. But it's along the lines of what you were just talking about.
Funny you say that. He turns into a Titan.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he can do some serious shit.
Damn.
What's it called again?
It's called Titan, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
How come they're not raving about this on the internet, on the Facebook?
Who? I don't got a Facebook. I don't even know.
Usually everyone. Oh, I know, probably because the main character's not black.
Oh no, it's a white guy.
Yeah. Usually whenever there's some type of occult themed movie, not suddenly everybody's a movie what they call it, decoder. This one might be too deep.
The movie. Yeah, it's got old buddy from Avatar in it.
Oh.
The dude with the broke legs.
Yeah.
I mean the dude that was paralyzed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a pretty dope movie. But yeah, that makes me think, man, like when you said that, and then you just went full circle and said that other thing. And it was like, wow, like
do you develop the sense first? I mean, because the sense of smell and sense of taste, I mean, that had to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all of those things had to come from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you just came here with that. Uh, because if that was the case, I mean, you would be loaded with all of the senses, you know, but we missing a bunch.
Right. And they say, you know, according to the Samkhya tradition, that the senses come out of the five elements. They come out of the bhutas. They come out of the tattvas. They come out of them, and they also are what our bodies are composed of, and what our minds are composed of. So, like I said, it's like a socket and a plug. They're made for each other, but that's just on the lowest density that we can perceive, which means that there are higher densities. And I think that that's what we're tapping into here with this extra physical communication that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
The higher up we go, the closer we get to source and the further we get away from body. So just looking at that kind of diagram where the higher up you go away from body, the closer we're all to each other, right? I mean, that would kind of explain why astral projection and that type of thing is beyond time and space. How you can interact with another person on a more subtle level because we're further away from the physical and closer to source.
Mm.
And for us sitting here practicing it, we're practicing that shit on a daily basis. I mean, I guess it would only make sense that we're starting to gain some type of fluency, you know, and some people will naturally be more gifted than others and some will be less. But just by doing this work, you know, I think that it definitely gives us an upper edge. I'm kind of glad that these books didn't talk about this kind of thing like outwardly in the beginning. They kind of lead you to it, but you kind of have to do it to see it.
You're gonna have to do it and see it. Wise thing.
Yeah, she says in Tatwa Shuddhi, page 119, doing this practice will absolutely get you to start developing siddhis. He says it grants blessings quickly. She was not playing. Sister Shuddhi.
Sister Shuddhi.
Yeah, that's the one thing, man, that I need to get in and incorporate more is the practice. You know, the study and stuff. You know, I feel like I'm at the point where I need to incorporate more practice as well. That's what I'm saying.
I'm always a big fan of the practice. I don't know. I guess maybe I can only speak for some people in my experience. Maybe I think that some people might think that they don't see the value in it, that they might think they might be wasting their time, or that it's, I don't know, too difficult. But honestly, I like the way that Sister Shuddhi described it. And she basically said that when doing this process, it builds on itself. So maybe the first time you do it, it might feel good. Second time, nothing spectacular. Third time, nothing spectacular. 10th time, nothing spectacular. But they say if you keep that consistency and you keep going, I think Niranjan Ananda said that in the beginning of Dharana Darshan. If you keep it up on a regular basis, you will begin to accumulate change on a subtle level, and it will begin to build so much that it breaks through the physical level. In other words, if you keep doing it just out of maintaining it, it starts to cause change.
Yeah.
So have you guys always like maintained a strict practice of meditation, or do you go through bouts like I do? And I try not to chastise myself too much, but like bouts of
Hmm.
um like if life gets in the way, it kind of throws you off of your practice. Like, if you're moving or a holiday comes by and you got family coming in town and sometimes you find it hard to get back on the wheel.
Shit. Man, bro, I could tell you straight from my experience, that's what I've been going through. Like even with this fucking, it seems to be a theme, and I'm trying to find out what the hell it is because I would start something and have a good run, and it would be something that changes up in my life that just like interrupts it. I don't know what it is. Like even this situation with this stuff in Dallas, you know what I'm saying? Like I had okay, so I I had a week off on the beginning of February, and I was taking 3 days to go meet a mentor about something specific, and it led me. And then I was going to come back, and I was going to focus more on um, recording more of the stuff that I need to do for the Tattoo Shooty and get all my stuff prepared because I still haven't even got my BASMA yet. It said it'd be here by March the 3rd. I just remembered to check it just now as I was talking. So while I'm waiting for that, I was gonna take the extra time when I got back from this meeting to actually focus on really, getting it down packed the way that I normally do the other ones. And it's just weird. Like once it was a lot of series of event that added up to where I spent more time down there in Atlanta than I did being able to come back and actually do what it is that I had my mind set to do. Then a week goes by, and then this week I was supposed to go do training for 2 weeks, which is going to start next week, and they had pushed it back because of this storm came through. So like this whole week I've been kind of discombobulated, but I've been seeing this being some type of a theme. Like when I start something, it seems like it's always some other extra stuff that kind of gets in the way. And even if I do say, okay, I'm going to be consistent and try to do it when I can, if I can throughout it, it seems to always kind of fizzle out. So I've been trying to find out if this is a specific theme for me in my life, or is it just something that's going on, some thought form that I developed or something like that that's replaying in my life. But when it comes to, I'm doing it in the spaces that I can do it. The best thing I can do for me is when I get to the truck is do like 20 to 30 minutes, you know. Um, but that's just as of right now, to some of these sadhanas that you do, um, you're gonna have to work to that 30, 20, 30-minute mark if you can get it in. And some of them, you're not trying to rush them. You're trying to make sure you go through them, but they don't need to be no more than probably 45 minutes, you know. So that's what I've just been experiencing, just kind of a up and down when it comes to this. And I'm trying to figure out what is this theme, and what is the main thing that is I know what the main thing is that is preventing me to have a more consistent schedule. So that's what I'm working on to alleviate myself from that. I know John and them will speak for themselves, of course, but I know that's just been my thing that I've been doing because I can only do so much in the short period of time that I do have off. And these spiritual practices definitely are delicate, and they take time, at least for you to get used to them, until you can kind of be to where you can shorten the time that you can do it to more. You can find the time to do it more consistently. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's definitely gradual for me, and I know that I have to make accountability for myself. You know, um, I like accountability because I know how my mind works, and I will definitely look for an excuse So that's why I like to do it first thing when I wake up. Right? I'll have no excuse if it's first thing when I wake up. If it's like before I start anything else, you know. That's also why I like these Rudrakasha beads on this necklace, because I will not wear them if I have not done my meditation. I don't care if I'm gonna be on video, taking pictures, if I'm going out and about. I'm not gonna put them on for fashion or style. I'm only going to wear them if I've done my meditations and my mantras, period. No exception. I think that helps also with keeping me accountable. Um, you know, and it's always just kind of been my method to whenever I read about a technique I learn, I go try it as soon as possible. So that way I can lock in the experience before I forget about it. But I mean, in the past, yeah, it was kind of hard to really maintain a regular schedule. And I'm not going to say I'm perfect with it now, but I'm a whole lot better now than I used to be. So far, I've been keeping it up every day.
And that's the hard part for me. Try to do that every day. Some days come successful, some days comes, go for the day, go for the flow. But the one thing that will keep you motivated is that when you do constantly doing your practice, you will start noticing results. Maybe for like maybe in a week. Depend. I don't know. I don't know. But those results keep you motivated to keep doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, I have like one dedicated Kriya that I do every day. And then the rest, it's kind of led me into exploring how, or I explore the ways as to how meditation kind of comes into my life. This is where I'm kind of battling, where I don't know if it's just me being like, I'm my own boss, or if there's actually like something to it. But like, I feel like after I have that one specific meditation, just that one meditation that I like for sure will practice every day, I get led into different avenues that allow me to see the ceremony or the ritual of life and everything. So like all of a sudden I'm able to kind of catch that state that I enter when I go into my meditation, but at like different times doing different things throughout the day. Like I can automatically go into a mantra or into a meditation. Like it's a lot more easier to experience. But that only started happening when I started with that one promise to myself that I would do that specific meditation every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like really, I don't know, I've been getting into a lot of NLP recently, and like they talk about how we're in a constant state of hypnosis. We're already living in a trance, literally. It's us becoming aware of that and utilizing that to our advantage, like creating the greatest advantages for us. So if we're already living in a trance state, then we're not ever really awake. We're always meditating on some level. It's just a matter of
Well,
how easily we can tap into that at any point in time. I think that's kind of like the goal, sort of. At least for me, it is.
and you can say never really awake, or at least redefine what we call awake.
Right. It's like redefining what it means to live. Like, isn't it just another state of consciousness? Like we have our dreaming reality, and then we have our conscious reality. Or like, what if alive is equals the same thing as our conscious reality? It's just like our physical reality, but we're actually living in two places at once all the time. Living, existing, moving.
I don't even think there's a word for it. I mean, I think you're always going, especially in the English language. I think you're always going to run into a roadblock. Somebody always going to be able to contradict you on that. But I understand exactly what you're saying. And I think if you look at everything else, and if the Kabbalion is true, then what you're saying is true. It's gotta be two places at once. I mean, it's always going to be two things. They just blend. It's not static. you know.
Right. Like we're constantly bouncing in between from one branch to another, and yet all at the same time. It's chaotic order.
And and until we learn how to not do that, because that's about attachment too.
Yeah.
The whole reason we get into trance states is all about attachment. Like the only I want to say non-influenced position is in the center. When you're in the center, you can't be pushed. But when you're off center, you're already, you know what I'm saying, in an unstable place. So of course it's easy to push people in the direction you want them to go because they're not anywhere. But when you find yourself in the center, it's a lot easier to stay there. That's why they say be in the now. Like what I mentioned before, we're either in the past calculating what just happened, or in the future trying to predict what's gonna happen. So it's easy to influence that type of mind, right? Someone who's stuck in the past are looking down at their feet. Someone who's trying to calculate what's gonna happen next, they're not aware of what's going on. Only living in the now. That's where you would find free will if such a thing exists.
Yeah, what's the now? That's simply awareness, right?
Right.
It's literally just be like, oh, here we are.
Right. And it sounds
Like,
so simple.
yeah. Yeah, like I was watching a thing and they were talking about how you can make anyone fall in love with you by asking them 3 simple questions. But the basis for all of these questions was to create a rapport with the person by having experiences that were familiar to them and having a harmonious emotional response to those experiences that you share. That literally is like how attraction works. So imagine being aware every second of every day and realizing the way that you communicate with people is already inducing or moving them along in their own trance state. Like you become the hypnotist without even meaning to, really, because it's the communication that we have with one another.
It's a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yes. But it's also, I think it's even more fun when you realize that it's being done to you. like,
Yeah.
Like, got me.
I heard somebody call that like call something like that forward. It was like family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. And they was like that right there. If you keep those things in mind, you can have a conversation with anybody and not have any lull or dead points in the conversation.
I've heard that before.
Because one thing would lead to the other if you know how to transition. You ask somebody about, their family, and they tell you about it. Then you ask them, what they like to do on the weekend, and they tell you about it. But it's always, you always asking the question and getting them to talk. And that's what most people like to do anyway. So it's like a psychological thing, and like dating or making friends and shit like that.
Well, and you can even break it down to reading faces. Like there's this practice, it's what I know it as is Chinese face reading, but it's like I have a whole new appreciation for wrinkles now, because you can read where certain lines show up on someone's face, and that tells you about the experiences that they've gone through. Reading faces is like someone reading your palms. These lines show up through experience and emotions that you've had or that you've carried. They are your attachments. So like if someone's cynical or typically like really like a skeptic or something, they might have a line that comes up here, like they're not easily fooled, like from kind of doing some stuff like that. There are joy lines that come up to the ends of your eyebrows, right? But then there's like I'm thinking in Portuguese, sorry. Then there's like sorrow, lines of sorrow. So like there will be lines that come down here, and there are specific lines that even go further, like down the cheekbones and down that are of like a lost love. And that doesn't mean like, yeah, but that doesn't mean like a bad divorce. It doesn't just mean that. It's like you could have lost your father or your mother when you were young and they were a dominant part of your life, or your grandparents or something like that. Like, or you were playing college basketball and you broke your hip and could never play again. Like that line would show up. So like you can even tell where someone's at just by like literally looking at them and just being aware of how they've distributed, of how experiences have influenced their life, and then start asking your questions, or start influencing that connection, whatever it is that you're wanting to share with that person.
Yeah, you gotta read the nonverbal communication, because that's like the majority. That's like over half of the communication that's displayed in this world. Humans are the only thing that talk. Everything else, most of their communication is nonverbal. And we all give off tells. When when you ask somebody a question, the way they scrunch their face up, could tell you a whole lot if you know what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? Or people crossing their arms, that shows that they're defensive, or tapping their feet, or those kind of things, So yeah, it's all about awareness, like you were saying. You just have to be aware.
Right. And that's where it's like when they say mind-body connection, when they mean body, they don't just mean like your diet, but even your stance, because it changes the chemical distribution in your body. So even if your mind is going off hinges with anxiety or whatever, if you change your body posture and you use it as like, so I was watching this guy named David Snyder, and he was giving what? Okay. But he was like giving an example. Essentially, he was creating a trigger point for people. So what he was doing was he was asking everyone to stand up straight and then have their arms up like they just won something. And he wanted everyone to think of a memory of when they achieved something. They set a goal and they worked towards that goal and they achieved that goal. And he had everyone like envision that thought. And for 2 minutes, he had them stand like that. And then afterwards, he programmed the trigger, right? He programmed the trigger that was already going to happen because the body was straight and in a celebratory stance. Then he asked the whole group to get in that same stance and think of like the worst thoughts possible. And he was like, it's not possible at that point because you've already programmed, because your body is already programmed to have responded in a way that withdraws you from every other situation, that takes you away from that accomplished goal. Like if you get your mind and body literally in balance, programmed, you'll be able to become bulletproof. You can easily withdraw from situations because that awareness brings you back to your body. Let me change my biochemical structure for a second. Let me readjust my atoms, and then let me come back in. because
get my
that's when
atoms right.
everything aligns.
Let me readjust my atoms. Let me get my atoms situated first. This David Snyder guy sounds pretty interesting.
Very good. Indeed.
Did I get his name wrong? Or
You called him Nicholas Tesla.
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 I did. Is he Schneider?
That's Schneider.
Schneider.
I work for Schneider. I drive for Schneider.
You're right.
David Schneider.
Schneider. Thank you. Oh, that's who you're talking about. Okay. I know him. I know Schneider.
Yeah.
Oh. All
You're in
right,
the
we
right
got
place,
it now.
Laura.
Huh?
You're in the right place.
Definitely.
Yeah.
If those are the kind of videos that you're frequenting.
I am. That mind control, it's got me.
Let me know when you're able to handle more.
I am.
I mean, we got a lot.
Oh yeah. I think I even want to enter into like an independent study of just face reading. Like even just to break into that, like how we I feel dirty using the word manifest, but like how we move our energy throughout our lives due to certain experiences and allow those attachments to mark us. You know, like we are like the palm of our hands. We're marked up. We kind of got these like these real scars that are part of that physical manifestation.
Resonance.
Yeah.
And then, sorry?
Resonance.
Yeah. And then once that's cleared, a lot of people who go through face readings and all of that, they come out of those classes complete, like their faces change. That's crazy.
Got rid of those apps. Those apps that were showing, your apps are showing. You need to update those apps.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard this guy, he was a Moor on some like radio show. God, I got so lucky to come across this radio show because I never heard it again. But he was this guy who was talking about how one day he realized the code, like that everything was a code, and so he got into coding like in technology, and then also like just his reality, like he all of a sudden started seeing like codes on trees and all that kind of shit. He was talking about how he reprogrammed his own mental brain because he realized that his whole system was also a code. We're just computers. So anytime something, an unfavorable attachment would come up, he would just delete the code for it.
Kind of like going into meditation, into the small thoughts that are behind all the big thoughts, and sitting with it, letting it pass through you.
Yeah.
I love how the scientists take ancient philosophy and like just reword it.
Yeah.
Delete the episode.
Even Snyder talked about how NLP comes up out of this Vedic shit, or the metaphysics is what he called it, the metaphysical stuff. Bandler and Grinder and all them, they were into this stuff. That's where they get the face reading stuff that originated in China. But a lot of stuff of what they talk about with the mind and everything, I'm seeing that echoed now right here in these more recent books. It's amazing. It's amazing.
They sampling like hip hop. Ain't no original thought. No more original music. It's all just samples.
Well, I'm gonna take these people to court, so they got to get a parental advisory sticker on these books. Copied from Vedic. Warning: copied from Vedic. Nigger magic inside.
You know, that ain't how this work, man. That ain't how this place is designed.
Nah.
Everything is taken from the indigenous people of the land and mass marketed as food for the soul.
Mass marketed.
Fast food for the soul, actually.
Yeah, it's like GMO.
Yeah.
It's like it used to be a real tomato.
Right.
Now it's tomato.
We call this tomorrow.
Ain't that crazy how everything is done like that in this society though? Everything it has a knockoff. You know what I'm saying? That makes it palatable for the Western system.
Well, the Western mind is so damn impressionable because it's so limited. Like you only need to throw in certain trigger words for people in Western society for them to think that they're enlightened or that they're experiencing something real. I mean, we're so fucking programmed. It's almost too easy to continue the hypnotize, you know? The hypnotism.
It's true.
Yeah. It's crazy when you think of the scale that it's on, dealing with certain aspects like religion and, you know, I mean, you know, to each his own, but, you know, being in this position, you know, I guess raising that perspective, you can, you know, see the thing as a whole. And you can see that it's mind control. You know, it's all business and big business and stuff like that. But you talk to people and it's like they hold it so dear. And it's just like amazing how that programming and the only reason I can speak about it is because I was there. You know what I'm saying? But it took somebody to just pull me back just a little bit so I could get a bigger perspective to see exactly what it was doing. You know, I didn't do it on my own, you know, and I think it's harder to do it on your own because you in it, you know, like that saying, you can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get a perspective because, you know, everything that you're doing is you're surrounded by it. So everywhere you turn, you know, you looking at it, you know.
Perfect and beautiful system.
Look into my eyes and tell me what it is you see in me.
Fun.
Man.
But yeah, it is perfect in this operation, man. You know, the way it works, you just gotta marvel at it, man. I mean, if you really detach from it, like you saying, you know, detach from things. If you really detach from it and look at it for what it is, bro, it's genius.
And if it exists in this magnitude, that is only an indication that it's supposed to.
Yeah.
That's something I think that, you know, of course, not you, but just the other 99.9% of the world can't seem to grasp. Like when they see these things happening, like, oh, America this, and oh, they're doing that, and white people, and oh, the black people, or whatever. Like, it's this way for a reason. There's not a mistake that can be made. Humanity doesn't happen like, nature doesn't happen like that. Nature doesn't make a mistake. It's never made a mistake according to who, right? What is a mistake?
Yeah. Like, what are you judging from? You know, what perspective are you judging from? You know.
So we look at the majority of the population and how, like Alora said, they're in a trance eternally. Right? I can't be so quick to count us out of it because until we reach the level that we're striving for, we're still affected by that to a degree. The best thing that we
100%.
can do is manage it, right? I put myself into trances, right? I put myself into states all day long. That's what we're doing. What do you think we're doing when we meditate, right? So I think maybe the big difference is most people are allowing themselves to go into trance under some other premise and influence versus us doing it intentionally for our intents and purposes. If it's the natural state of the conscious mind to seek trance, then why not utilize that? You know, just like with Mike's example with stepping in shit for 7 years, why not utilize that, flip it around, make it beneficial, make it useful?
I wonder is it a attribute of the conscious mind to seek that, or is it an attribute of the human? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I would imagine that the closer you get to Purusha, or that source, the more. I mean, it never sleeps. It's always aware. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I would wonder, and maybe you guys got the answer, but is that an attribute of consciousness, or is it an attribute of the body that it needs to get into these trance-like states? And sleep can be, considered one of those things.
Well, I guess you would have to ask what's your definition of the body and what's your definition of the consciousness? Are they separate or are they the same, but just moving differently?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that, but that would definitely still give it two different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? It would look at things from two different, because they live in two different aspects. You know what I'm saying? One lives in what we consider to be physical, the things that we can touch, and the other one. What's that?
That's good, because we're always so quick to think of the body as a separate thing and the mind as a separate thing. They're separate. The body's a prison and the mind is da 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 da. But when you really look at it, the body is a lower vibration of what we call mind, and the mind is just a slower vibration of, intellect, and that's just a slower vibration of Purusha. So if all these things are just levels of the same entity, then again, everything's according to plan. Like the body is not meant to be the mind. It's meant to be the body. Like, just to me hearing that and thinking about it, because that's another one of the things we would just quickly be like, yeah, well, whatever. But when you think about that, the body and the mind are the same thing, but they're just moving differently. They're vibrating at different rates, but they're the same thing. So it's like, what I see is, again, like my example with that kite. You have the kite up in the clouds and the human down at the bottom holding it and the string in between. It's all the same thing, just at different levels of perception.
So let me ask this then. What the thing that the body decides to introvert to experience the other vibrations, that process within itself, what is that?
Well, would the natural inverted then go to extrovert? Like, wouldn't they switch positions then? Because
Wouldn't it be?
go ahead.
No. You go ahead. You going. Go right ahead.
Well, I was just thinking, because they say that Purusha couldn't replicate itself because then everyone would be a clone. There's a reason why we have differences within us. We have this duality that constantly exists at the same time. That's just one aspect from another, the cause and effects from the causes thing, right? Like, we have these layers of existence. So if one wishes to experience another, I can't help but imagine that other naturally wants to experience whatever is switching with it. Thus, for that even to take place. You know what I mean? Because it's all movement in the end.
So it's like it's subject to the law of polarity. Like in order for one to become to experience that, the other one has to shift.
Right. In order to allow the one that's coming from the outside or whatever in.
So what is that process though? Like, I guess that's what I'm still getting at, is that shift, that actual moment of shifting. What is that? What made
I
that
mean,
decision to do that?
Wouldn't it be
what
like
made the
masculine and
decision?
feminine?
So if we've got, okay, just to kind of come to some common ground here, because the only way we can really talk about this stuff is if we're on the same page. Are you talking about body as in the objective experience and mind as in the subjective experience?
You asking me that?
Yes.
Yes. Well, according to the example that you gave, um, that could the kite, the person holding the kite, and the kite and in the sky, it's all the same thing. So if the guy who's holding the kite, or that end of the kite, that whole one thing, decides it wants to be the kite in the sky, now the kite has to be that person. That process of that switching of polarity itself, that's what I'm getting at, is what is that?
But
Does that make sense?
that the what you're saying makes sense, but is that what happens though? Like, can the kite become a person ever?
I
Can the
don't know.
person ever become a kite? From
Well,
what I see, that string would represent ego, and the ego is the apparatus that we use to connect those two. Because without ego, body wouldn't be able to be aware of mind or that higher thing. Mm,
so
Travis, I think you're going through that right now with your settings.
oh,
Whatever that process is, that's what
I
that
call
is.
that's smooth John right there. Smooth Tiggly John. Smooth Tiggly John. I
smooth
took some
Bentley.
screen I took some screenshots, bro. So I got you. I'm gonna send them to you. All those different things. These little screenshots. That's so weird. You talking to, like, not seeing a serious face, like this little avatar looking thing. That's crazy. But anyway, I guess the way I'm seeing it is that if it's all the same thing, then, like in our situation, we're looking to um, let go and really go within ourselves to experience or have more realization. So when I say the process of switching, we're going from just being aware of just our objective reality, our physical body and stuff like that, to now switching to a mode of, oh wow, there's something within me that I need to have self-realization, to come to some clarity or a different level of thinking, or uh, to become one with myself and stuff like that. There is the visual that I'm looking at, it is a turning from the ways that we used to do something to do something else. So there is something that you're turning away from doing, so to speak. Um, if this physical flesh can't become consciousness, it would probably blow. I don't know what would happen with it, but the process of us going within to reach samadhi and stuff like that, there was a time where we weren't doing that,
Right.
and now we're at a point where we're like, oh, there's something else that, there's more than meets the eye, and we're looking to have an experience or to become one with that, or to realize another part of ourselves that's bigger. So us doing the work is going within to have these self-realizations. So we're doing a turning away, I would just say, just for visual sake, of doing a 180 from going from what we're normally doing in our objective experience to getting more in tune and in touch with our subjective experience and whatever is to be experienced beyond that in our quest of self-realization. So when I mean by that's what I mean, that process of actually coming, that process of actually going from not being aware that there's something else to now being aware of something else and then going to running to that to get more experience or more self-realization. That's what I'm talking about. What motivates that process of actually becoming aware that there's something else and then going to that.
Well, when you say that, that makes me think of the tree of life. You know, like the universal code that we run off of, that's just matched up with our vibration. You know, like I don't know of the names yet, but I know that there are pathways that you take to each sort of, I guess, plane of consciousness or understanding and evolution. And on the tree of life, you know, there are, if you look, there are like the two triangles and they're facing downwards because they're focused on the physical matter, you know, the material, right? The condensation of matter. And then you have the top part of the tree of life where the two triangles are facing up because they're closer and less condensed, so they're closer to the source. So I think when you say that, I think what I think in my head are the pathways in between each sector of the consciousness that becomes less and less dense. Like that's why we have that attraction to it, because we are not just dense forms. Like we're constantly, our mind, or there's a part of us that's constantly seeking to be limitless, right? To be its true form, which is free form.
Formless.
Yeah.
So in the example of the man holding the kite and the man wants to be the kite, well, we know the man could never be a kite because a man, you know, is meant to be a man and walk on the dirt along the beach, maybe catch some fish or something like that. And the kite is designed to float up in the sky like that. That's its purpose. And we've got that string, right? I mentioned was more like the ahamkara, the ego, and the bodhi, the intellect. But the thing is, if the man wants to be the kite, he's got to release a lot of that heavy shit, a lot of the earth element, because none of that earth element's going up there. So that's the process of releasing ourselves from the senses or attachment from the senses. Because what we can get up to the kite, yes, but what part of us, right? Not the body, not the perception of what I am in the world. All that has to stay on the ground. So we would have to find that part of ourselves first and foremost to even make that journey upward. Like the spaceship, it's got all them big ass fuel tanks, and that little tiny tip is the only part that's actually the spaceship. There's a lot of refinement that goes into place to find that aspect. But it sounds like the question that you asked was what causes that experiment to even take place. I think that it would have to be in the person to begin with, you know, because what does the unfortunate say? Nothing that is evolved, whatever is evolved must first be involved. And yes, she delicately plucked that from out of Swami Vivekananda's book. But he said it also, whatever is evolved must first be involved. So I think that that aspect, the Brahman that we're trying to attain, existed first in the Atman, and it's slowly expressing itself out of us. And its outness reaches all the way up to the high heavens.
Yeah, I mean that's really what I'm getting at is I get the whole process of being one and this is all one thing. But every time I wake up in my regular waking consciousness, I don't have any recollection of experiencing those higher states of being. And so I have to do the work to activate and work towards that. And by me doing so, my question is, I don't know if you guys ever heard this. You ever heard somebody say that, you know, out like when, okay, when the mother and father are coming together to make a baby, and that kid grows up, and then he becomes aware that he was that actual thought, the motivation behind his father and his mother attracting for him to come into existence. I don't know if you've ever heard somebody say something similar to that. So but the essence of that is that there's a motivation, that there's something beyond that baby coming into existence. It is an idea, it is a motivation, it is an attraction that the father and mother had to bring this baby into being. And then now this baby has so many different journeys, and then he comes to be aware of the fact that, hey, I was the thought, I was the motivation behind my mother and father even getting together for me to come into being. I forgot who I've heard that from. I want to
Ain't
say it
that
was
from Cupid? Ain't that the story of Cupid?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that story. I know I've heard somebody break that down in one of these videos, or it might have been on a song, hell. Um, but basically that same concept is that since that idea, that thought is, or whatever that is, that motivation is beyond the actions that come after it, I want to know what actually caused that motivation. What is that motivation? Because that seems to be the thing that's not tangible. And same reason by the question I'd say about the what causes somebody to become, what caused somebody to become aware of themselves, aware of their, want to question their reality. Was that placement a tick that was influenced by something that's much beyond this system, or is that a result of the system waking up, or what we think is what we call waking up and questioning this system is a part of the system, you know? So I was more into what is the motivation, what does that come from, because that seems to me that comes from something that's much beyond this game that we're in.
Yeah, I mean, I always think that it's Purusha learning to recognize itself. So, like, when I see it in that viewpoint, it's like I can see that, we're simply the incarnations of something past. And yeah, we are part of something better, bigger, because we're part of those cycles. Like, I don't know if there is a inner motivation for it, as there is just, we're just part of the motion that's already happening. And that maybe we're just further down the line in recognition of oneself than we were.
It's 3 o'clock.
I guess to what I'm trying to get at is seeing it the way, when how you guys see it. I want to see it from you all's perspective and understand it the way that you understand it. Because whenever you guys say it, it sounds so clear. Like it sounds like not that you guys understand it all or got it all, but there's something within stuff that you've studied and have come to understand that gives you a certain level of satisfaction to articulate it the way that you're articulating it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like essentially our own individual sensory inputs Like
Yeah.
how we've registered information and thus process the information in such a way that benefits us.
Yeah. And so I'm trying to find out, see how you guys see it, if it's possible. What gives you that satisfaction to a certain degree to keep you motivated, but how you see it the way you see it, that's what I'm trying to find out. Maybe it can give me more clarity on how you guys are seeing it, because I definitely have, of course, my way of thinking of it, but I'm really interested to see how everybody's piecing it together in their own minds.
Man, I don't know if you talking. I don't know if you're talking about me or not, but I guess in my opinion, the way that I see things is I try to get to the basis of things. Like
Same
when I
here.
was talking earlier, and I said something about feeding the homeless, and I divined that can't be the work that is talking about in the Bible, but that's what the Christian people talking about, just using this as an example. And I'm like, because homelessness is a condition that's created by humans, that can't be the work that's going to get you past humanity, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? That can't be it, but that's what they'll tell you it is. So since I'm it's like I try to get down to the meat and potatoes of everything, and see what it looks like from that perspective. You know what I'm saying? Which ain't really easy, because you program to think of things a certain kind of way, so it takes work. But just scrutinizing everything with all of the abilities that you have available to you. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what I do. And maybe I overthink it. Maybe I overthink things. People tell me that a lot, that I overthink things, but I think that that's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? Just, because if everything is an illusion, then maybe things aren't as they appear to your senses. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you need to go a little bit deeper and in trying to divine what you're looking at, or what you experience, but
Yeah.
that's my take on it.
Yeah, no, we're definitely on the same page on that. When it comes to getting down to the nitty-gritty of these things. And I mean, that's pretty much what I'm doing here, is because when you hear people describe these things, it's still it's so frustrating, because it's still within the constraints of the language. Because whenever we talk about what is it, Purusha, and is it Purusha and Prakriti? When we talk about that, just in us saying that gives a distinction, even though I know that we can say that it's one, because it's one at the highest level. It's one, just like the yin and yang, it's one. But just by us even breaking it apart by calling it Purusha Prakriti denotes you separating it. That's the language that we're using. And so it's very difficult for me, I just say, it's difficult for me to process what somebody is saying to mean something else, when in all actuality the language and what they're using to describe it is divisive within its very nature. You have to break it down in these ways in order to separate it, put it here, Prakriti over here, consciousness meets matter, the slap, and all of that stuff denotes different actions. And so trying to piece that all together as being one thing is a little difficult. So that's why I'm trying to find out how everybody else is able to see it. And maybe it's something that I'm not catching on that maybe others might be catching on. So I'm actually honestly trying to see it from other people's way, if it's possible, just to stretch my own mind, just to see how everybody else is thinking. So no, I definitely what's your name, brother? Stuffed Dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot the 69. My bad. My bad. I left off 69. My bad, brother. You know, I'm definitely right in sync with like how you think. That's very similar.
Yeah, man. You know, I think what you getting at is like all of these things that in my mind, that's the way I think of it. Everything is like just a concept. You know what I'm saying? A man-made construct of an abstract idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Because once you get on the other side of these things, you know, a form, everything is just abstract. You know what I'm saying? So everybody is just using their experience with it to describe it. So it might not look the same to you as it did as the way that they describe it in the book, because that's their
Right.
experience with it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Abstract thing. You know, and that's just my thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? How can you describe something that has no form?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just do it to the best of your goddamn ability.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, you're gonna only get glimpses of it as long as you're living in this. Like, as long as we're living in this form, we're only gonna get glimpses because we can't describe what's we can't describe
Undescribable.
it in human terms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, we would have to
that's real.
ascend and talk on the astral realm just to get to the next level of how to describe this, you know? Like, it's we place, and like you were saying, like you know, we put a division on things even though they're the same, but we know there isn't one. It just things it's it's like, so I'm kind of like, I think for me, I'm a very visual person, and
Mm-hmm.
so like the more like fantastical and mythical this world can get, the better for me. Like, so like understanding that everything is an illusion, I'm realizing that our for me, my experiences and my processes of reality have to go beyond my words. And so the only other way that I could describe something that's beyond words is through pictures. You know, like, is
Yeah.
through symbols then, because that's the other form of our senses that we can use in understanding things and starting to even conceive what kind of reality or plane of existence we're living in at this moment. Like, we're, you know, for example, I'm looking at my hamper right now, right? Now it is a blue mesh bag inside of it, okay? And it's
Mm-hmm.
reflecting from the mirror. Now this is the same hamper, except the hamper that's in the mirror is reflecting a blue light off of the white frame that it has. So it's a blue hamper. It's all of a sudden different,
Mm.
but it's the same hamper down to the like, it is the reflection of the hamper.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's a stem from the source, and yet it has a different aspect simply through that reflection of the light. And we
Mm-hmm.
ourselves are reflections of light.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where I get kind of topsy and turvy and like my processing of things, because we are this information, but we're not even all, we don't even see all of who we are. Like, I don't know. I don't think we can describe like what, oh man. I don't know, man. There's some points where I just kind of get lost in shit.
Shit has been coming up a lot lately. Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to describe it because once you come in the form, then there you are.
Right.
You know
That's
what I'm
what you
saying?
assume, right?
Yeah, there you are. And that's it's like you it's the same thing with like where you are. Like if you ask somebody like where are you? And they're like, well I'm at home, and you're like, where's that? And they give you the street, and you're like, where's that? They give you the city. You're like, where's that? And they give you the state, and you can keep on
Mhm.
going, until you get
Mhm.
to like somebody will tell you that you're on Earth, and I'm like, well, how do you know? you know,
Right.
how
Yeah.
how do you know? And it's like because the only way you know is because somebody told you that. You
Mhm.
know, how would you feel if I told you that it wasn't even called Earth? Like a few thousand years ago, you don't know where you are because wherever you come to, there you are. We
Mhm.
wouldn't know any better if we had if the human form was 4 arms and 4 legs. It would just be that's the form that you know what I'm saying. It wouldn't be anything different. You
Mhm.
know, that's why I asked that question to Trav earlier about inhabiting different, the sequence in a different dimension being slightly off to where the creations are just slightly skewed from this one. Instead of 4 legs, elephants got 6 legs.
Mhm.
Just bring me into the realm of Avatar, where
Mhm.
all of the animals are like a combination of like two animals in our world. You know what I'm saying? They got like
Mhm.
platypus bears and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And I subscribe to that. And
Mhm.
all of this information that I read, tells me that I'm, what I was thinking in my own mind, I'm kind of on the right track. And
Mhm.
that's why I can say that am I won't say sure, but I can lean more towards this information because it lines up with what my mind already thinks anyway. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm. Mm.
So it's got to be something there. It's like a connection. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be something there. Every
Yeah.
like you say, nothing happens for nothing is happenstance.
Well,
Yeah.
I think
So
that's part of the realization, right? Because it's like we may seem solid, but we've never been,
Mhm.
like this right here, I'm not actually touching, yet I have the sensory that tells my brain that I'm touching my fingers,
Right.
but I'm not.
Right. That shit's crazy to me. I
Yeah,
said
like
that
we're
should have bring you.
magnetic.
Like that should have bring you to forever real quick. It's
Yes,
space and space and space and space and more space. The deeper and deeper you go, it's just more space and shit.
think about how
right.
hard that think about how hard that is to go into and how just mind-boggling it is. When we, it's just a small group of people sitting there having this conversation, but if you try to have this conversation with somebody outside of this, man, you'll see they'll change the subject completely. Man, it's because it's
Mhm.
hard to process, man. It's not easy. It's not the normal operating system. You know what I'm saying? You questioning the actual fabric of reality.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And that messes with the fabric of reality. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yes.
like you are almost getting it's like a crab, like a hermit crab. You know what I'm saying? When it gets too big for a shell, it needs to crawl out of it and find another one.
Hey,
So
Stuff
Mhm.
Dog, it's like their program gets overloaded when we start talking about that stuff.
yeah,
Mhm.
bro. And it starts to send things your way. You ever notice that? Like things will start happening
And
and
then the first thing they
like
do is they go to something comfortable, bro. I see that a lot.
Yeah.
always it's a comfort zone. You know what I'm saying? And you can see the glitch in the matrix, man, if you really in tune, like you were talking about earlier. I'm not sure what your name is, but when you were talking about the facial lines of people and we were
Hmm.
talking about their demeanor change and when you
bring up a subject that they're uncomfortable with. And if you're in tune with the conversation and with the person, you can actually see that shift, you know. And now you automatically know that everything you're saying is going in one ear and out the other. They in la la land thinking about daisies and goddamn fields of roses. You know
Have
what I'm
you
saying? It's
have you
like the
guys ever
conversation is over. You're wasting your time.
have you guys ever like not even looked at a person and just felt and just knew for a fact they just weren't, like, just the whole, like, uh, the the feeling of the room changed. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but would you say in a like how would you say in the way that you're describing? Like in
It's
general
like
or
it's like that feeling where someone cut oxygen out of the room in a way. It's just like, oh, like I can't explain it, man.
The
Like,
pressure
like this is the
changes.
reason why
You're
I like to
talking about
listen
like
to a lot of you guys speak. Like, definitely Mike and Stuff Dog. Like the way you guys question things, I get stuck with the way I want to say something because you guys speak everything that I think in my mind. You know what I'm saying? So like certain things I just can't get out the way I need to in a way. But yeah, it's just like I don't know, it's a different type of feeling though, but you just feel like, let me shut up, you know, without even looking. Like, okay, I know I'm talking too much. Like they're not asking questions or, you know, stuff like that. I don't know.
So you mean Kurt, like in the middle of you explaining them about something like this, and you can see them physically like just like give up on the conversation? Is that what you mean?
In a way, but you don't even have to look at them, you know?
oh, like
yeah,
with them just
yeah.
registering your presence or whatever is there, they kind of
Yeah.
or maybe you kind of phase out. Like there's a one of y'all gotta go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, you know, when you're talking to somebody, they grab their phone like as you're talking and they start getting into Instagram because that's their comfort zone because their, you know, brain is overloaded.
Is there
But
some
imagine,
magic
so
sauce?
imagine that same feeling, but without you looking at them. You just know they're going someplace else, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, man. It's like I don't know if that's like something that you just develop, or is that just a deeper level of perception? You know what I'm saying? Like just being
That just
knowing that.
developed like literally a month and a half ago, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
For me, that developed a month and a half ago. I don't even have to look at somebody. I'm just like, all right, this is not their element, you know? Because then if I switch the conversation to something that they like, I don't have to look at them. Just, you know, you can feel the upbeat heart. You can feel that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
they're more excited type stuff.
Yeah, man. It's crazy because you gotta do that, man. In the world, if you want to be able to live a normal life, you know what I'm saying? You have to be able to do that. Because I find myself, you know, going into things like this, and I won't even bring the conversation up. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just, you know, just give my perspective, and you'll see that energy drain out of the conversation. You'll see that person change. They'll grab their phone and start texting, and then just to test this theory, start talking about something that you know they're interested in. Like if you're talking to a guy, just be like, you know, how about some football or basketball, and watch how quick the phone goes up. And the conversation, the life of the conversation comes back. And it's just insane how that, I mean, it works like clockwork.
Hey, Stuff Dog, I used to be petty, bro. I would see they'll get dead in like spiritual conversations, and I'll bring up something they like, and then go grab my phone.
But
you know, exactly what they just did, just to be petty.
But you
give them a taste of their own medicine. That's funny.
But you know, too, you know, somebody who is very perceptive, like this is what the whole NLP thing is about. When you understand that, now you can actually say, okay, let me see how I can translate. If you're willing, if you care to try to help drop some of these nuggets in this person's mind, you can utilize what they know and what they're excited about to help them understand what you're talking about.
Now
Just
we're talking.
give it in examples of give them in examples and stuff that they talk about. If they love basketball, then everything can relate. Because remember, we're talking about master keys. We're talking about the fabric of existence, right? We're talking about, and anything can be broken down in those 5 elements. So if you know how to work that, then you can find out, how can I explain this? How can I bring this person to understand this through what they already know and excited about? And then you can harp on that. And that's
They
how
call that putting the medicine in the food.
exactly. That's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. And that goes into controlling your reality,
Mhm.
you know, because you can take that so deep, you know what I'm saying? Like, to where, you know, when you find the right trigger, you know, like you say, it's a master key.
Mhm.
So when you find the right trigger, you can move the pieces around on your chessboard the way that you want them to move.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's true power right there. That's
Yeah.
what's being done to us right now. You know what I'm saying? Like this, you know, the coronavirus and the food shortages and all of that. That's just moving people around, bro. That's just done on a massive scale, and they understand these principles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's data
You know,
collection.
that's
They're,
it.
It's mind
they're
control.
shaking it up. They're shaking it up so they can see the responses, and then they know how to serve you better with stuff that you already are addicted to.
Yeah, I didn't mean to take it in there, but I'm just saying,
No,
like, you
yeah,
can
yeah.
go,
Mhm.
you can go, you can go
He said, "That's
Yeah,
too
very.
far, buddy. That's
I
too
hear you
far."
on that, but
No, I wasn't trying to say it like that. I was just saying I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to take the conversation in that direction, but
Mhm.
that's
Mhm.
exactly possible, and it's crazy, man. But if you're not aware, somebody will be aware for you. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
definitely. I'll serve you those bologna and cheese sandwiches that you like so dearly.
For sure,
Watching your basketball games,
for sure,
you know.
for sure, man. Everybody got a trigger, man. Everybody got a trigger, and they will find it. They magicians, man. They masters at it. If you can if you can get out of judging it and look at it for what it is, like I was saying earlier, it's pure genius. Using your nature against you, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's diabolical.
Yo,
And that
Mike, when you brought up that example just now too, I
Mhm.
use that against a lot of my friends that I got into the Kabbalion and stuff. Like some of them, they don't believe there's somebody up there that's controlling the world, but they also don't believe but they're not atheists. You know what I'm saying? So I would always sneak in a
Mhm.
conversation like, "Oh, you want to know the middle ground? Read the Kabbalion or get into this book." You know what I'm saying? But to see it working like when you guys talk about NLP, to see it work in like different elements, like using I can't imagine someone using someone's child in a good way, right? To get them into the occult. You know? So that actually makes me want to study that even more because that's interesting. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's great.
You're talking about with NLP?
Yeah, like what he was saying, like using like people like using someone's attachment to like or their addictions in a way to get them to see a different perspective in a way, like using NLP.
Well, the
Mhm.
thing
I think
about
that's how he was trying to say it. I think so.
what I
Yeah.
think what's interesting about that is that people will volunteer on their own to do that. Like they have the thing about it that makes things so like diabolical or whatever is that, or how we perceive it, is that they don't have to advertise your child for you to use your child as an attachment for what they want you to attach them to. You know, like our emotional responses to things and our memories and such are so are our own, but the emotional attachments that trigger those memories. That's where the control lies. If a person is unaware of their emotional state when certain things are presented to them, then they're not going to be aware of what attachments come up. Therefore, you can never force anyone to do anything.
So that's where Trav was talking about a few weeks ago, dealing with the 7 or 8 basic human needs. So like them causing, so marketing tips. Okay, so them causing the attachment to present themselves, or they look at the 8 human needs, whatever. And most marketers that are very smart, they probably will watch the person's face based off of whatever they present to see what they can utilize against them to make them want the product or make them feel like they need it, right?
Listening. I'm gonna cry.
Bro, what's up with that sim face, bro? That sim face. Wait, is that Sims or is that, what's that other one?
It's like a Disney avatar.
No, I think it's IMVU or something. IMVU, I used to play that game.
I don't know what any of that stuff is.
But basically what I was saying was on point, right? How I was understanding it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think so. Like,
here's something that's
it's all
really
about
interesting. This advertising and shit that we're talking about, it is a level of NLP and hypnosis and mind control. They're the same thing as the titles,
right?
But just to kind of illustrate a little bit better astrologically, this is the work of Rahu. Those are things that are indicative of Rahu. Just for a heads up. That's Rahu business, espionage, mind control, secret agent type shit, undercover shit. That's all Rahu. Just to illustrate.
Makes sense. Rahu has a lot of fog around him and stuff. The smoky planet, right? The shadow planet, I believe. Yeah.
Because we know what Mars does, right? Mars is aggression, warfare, assertiveness and that type of thing. We know Mercury, learning, studying, arts and merchants. We know Venus, she's combusting up there with the other boys. We know what all the planets do, but Rahu and Ketu in this Vedic stuff is a little bit foreign to us because North Node and South Node, that's nothing in Western. We don't know what the fuck that is. But Rahu is like, Kristen described it before, kind of like the mafia gang leader type thing, the undercover not undercover, but the underworld kingpin type deal. But also in relation to what we've been studying, Rahu is like the NLP master, the hypnotist, the David Snyder, not even David Snyder, the Richard Bandler and Grinder. He's those guys. Where K2 would be like Niranjanandananda and Satyananda. So he's the opposite. Just for illustration purposes.
But I thought that depends on.
Oh shit. Master NLP KP. What's popping, dog? What's good? Money. What that, son? What that done?
What's good, nigga? How you doing?
What's popping? What's popping?
What's cracking, dog? What's good? Yeah. Cold.
What's up with life,
jacket.
Is it a brick outside right now, son?
It is. It is.
Is it a brick? It's brick as hell outside. He said, is it a brick?
Nah, they just say it's a brick, though. Like it's a brick.
It's brick. It's brick, son. It's brick as heck out here.
You smell me, though? Yo, the funniest lingo from New York I heard when I lived up there. I felt offended a little bit. My homeboy's like, yeah, homie, I'm about to go bust them cheeks. And I'm like, wait, what?
Oh shit, that's prison terms right there.
Nah, they use it on a daily sometimes.
Man. I just keep getting these visuals that we keep like tapping the ceiling or something, or tapping at the glass
That's what she
with
said.
this conversation. It's like tapping the glass.
Well, it's true, right? Because we just keep reiterating the same shit.
Yeah,
But
and
like,
that's what I'm saying. It's like it's like we're attacking it in different ways and shit, in different days, different conversations. We'll end up
I
here again.
see,
We're gonna tap that shit again, tap it again.
I see it as if like we're trying to design a ladder and we keep ending up with a step stool.
Oh shit.
Working on it though. Like that's what this is. And that's kind of like, and there's always that thing in the air where it's like, we may never fucking understand. We like, how far can we actually go in describing what in human terms we already know we can't really describe? There's only so much that we can, there's a million different perspectives that we can come at the same thing with and explore that. But eventually we're just going to have to experience our own, we're going to have our own experiences and then talk from the dream level, like at a point where like how matter manifests in our lives now isn't even going to be a fucking thing. Like we're going to be coming from the dream realm. Like we're going to have to learn how to swap up our consciousness to the point of being able to drift in between two realities and talk within those different realities in order to gain, I think, the next level understanding, which I think we're at. But
I'm trying to tell him, Allura, but ain't nobody hearing me.
Yeah, but I think we're there. I think it's just a matter of, the reason why we keep, at least I feel like I keep tapping the ceiling, because there's so much that I have to like sort through at the same time as I come through these understandings. Like, Amar, since he's been here, right? He sees everything as like a symbol, right? Or like as a ritual, like he's deified his life, literally. So like there's mad synchronicities happening, like tons of shit that happens where he'll just be like, and if you notice, that's part of his everyday conversation because it happens all the time because he's deified himself, so like just seeing from a person living from that type of reality, I'm now seeing it in my life. That's starting to, the metronomes are starting to swing in the same direction kind of. So like I'm seeing that there's, like for example, the other day, right before I trained, so I trained martial arts, and before I had started training, I was doing a Freya mantra for like the first time. And then I had an awesome training and I was like, that's great. Okay, cool. Woo. And we go to a metaphysical store, and at this store, the cashier, her name tag was Freya. And
Wow.
I have never met a Freya in my life. I've never met anyone named Freya. And I told her, and I was like, I listened to a Freya mantra.
Oh shit.
And she was like, oh, that's great. And then she tells me how how her father was an astrologer. And she is of like a long lineage of women in her family named Freya.
Wow.
Like, yeah, like
I
all of a
wasn't fucking
sudden.
onto that. Wow.
Yeah. And like all of these just all these types of synchronicities keep happening when I simply change my perspective of how matter manifests, in the sense that it manifests for me as the deity. Like everything for me now is going to be a repeated symbol. Everything for me now is going to be something that I can see again because it gives me joy. Every experience that I this pen right here, every time I see a pen like this, I'm going to attach a memory or something fond or some type of emotional experience to this type of pen. So
Mhm.
then it itself becomes a trigger. So every time I see a pen like this, I'm now going to have an internal dialogue that
Mm.
helps me to control my own mind and therefore have greater influence on this dream reality for which I'm experiencing. And that's
Yeah.
simply fucking with this material world that ain't shit compared to the astral.
Mm.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
You might need to put these books down, Laura. I think they're starting to get to your head.
Too late.
Filling you up with all that gobbledygook.
There's a lot.
But in what you're saying, like you said, like I mean, and I think this was said before too, and the main thing is just everybody getting their own experience to get to
Yeah.
that next level. You know, that is, because there's so many we already sit up here and basically talked about the words ain't really that much, it ain't really all that much. You know what I mean? Like it'll frustrate the shit out of you. Even if you learned other languages, ancient languages, it still has to integrate with you, that symbol. So what's always left is experience, and that's what what's his name? Stuffed Dog. That's basically the nitty gritty about, to the basics. Everybody gonna have to have their own experience.
I think you're right, bro. I think you're 100% right. I don't think you can get to the next level on in this mindset and this form. I think you gotta transcend this. You know what I'm saying? And like you guys are saying, I think that's where the next step is.
Mm-hmm. What did John say in the chat here? That's where I was going earlier. I used to keep thinking of a big event, but it's all in eternal evolution. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, we get this feeling of something impending, something's coming. Whether it's superpowers on the 21st or everybody's waking up, y'all. It's finna happen, y'all. Or we gonna have aliens this year. Like we're almost trained to look for a definitive event, but just looking at how this shit continues to evolve, there's never a big event. It's just more and more and more evolution. I think it just shows me that we're attached to a different kind of stream, right? Because Laura mentioned that in NLP, it mentions how we are constantly jumping from state to state. Well, what if we're attached to a type of state, to a type of stream that is a bit more consistent? And maybe its consistency is in its expansion of awareness. And maybe we just keep becoming aware of things. Maybe these things keep coming into our realm of perception, and maybe there's not going to be some big explosive event, Jesus coming back or 9/11 or whatever, but maybe it's just that we're seeing the picture bigger and bigger, like that Katamari game. We're rolling up our ball and our field of vision increases until we're eventually able to roll up the whole planet.
Dang. What if we started having what if we were the ones to start evolving, like part of the evolution of humanity, where we don't even need to use language anymore at a certain point?
Ooh.
Yeah. Wow.
That's some good karma.
That's good.
I think that's the next level right there. Because I mean, even like you were saying earlier, I mean, there's only so much that can be conveyed and understood through language. You know what I'm saying? I don't care how much you get into it and try to break it down and use different analogies and use, different wordplay to try to describe something. You can't get to the essence of it through language. You know what I'm saying? It has to be an experience. You got to stop talking at some point.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Man. Man, oh man. Wow.
And that's where I think, like, when Travis was mentioning how he was collecting the astrological charts because he was seeing psychicness and all that kind of stuff, and how it was a similar trend, like that really got me thinking, like, what if we're not, like, what if our stepladder gets another step because we don't have to speak anymore? Like, we just get psychic as shit.
Right. Right. Wow.
That would also only show to serve. How do I say it? That would show the importance of releasing attachment also, because I mean, if we're going to be open up on such a level, it would behoove everybody just to start letting go of the bullshit. We all want
Well,
to be psychic.
I think it's a delicate balance because our attachments are held in place by our emotions, because our emotions are part of our sensory system, right? And yet at the same time, most psychic revolutions or revelations, however you want to say it, they end up being like, our psychic revelations end up kind of coming through us through pangs of emotion, right? Like maybe some people get visions all of a sudden or whatever, but like, from my experience, I've heard a lot more of people, like, they may get a vision or they may have a dream or something like that, but the most dominant sense that they get is their emotions. So to me, it really seems like once we control our reality and thus, like, our emotions, and are able to direct those through our control centers, it'll be a lot more clear as to how we can reach the level that we want to reach. But it's a delicate balance there because we still have to remain detached, like, we have to perhaps reassign the attachments.
So this is a gray area, and it's still new territory for me personally. I mean, I'm experienced here, probably more than anyone that I know, but it's still very new. You know what I'm saying? And from what I've picked up over this amount of time is that it may be just my own perspective, but on one hand, people who are very sensitive but not capable are easily influenced just by proximity. And if there is anything that's being held on to by me that might be unsavory, it kind of trickles into that other person as well. So I would think that it would almost be part of my responsibility to purify myself as much as possible. If my brain is contagious, I wouldn't want to cause any more problems. I think that's more of what I mean.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, and I think that's true every minute of every day, even when we're not, like, we're psychic beings as it is naturally, right? So we're constantly communicating with each other anyway, without language, like, all the fucking time. So, like, even when Curve brought up, like, when you don't even have to look at someone, but that shit is down, systems down, like, it's not, or there's a different reaction or whatever, and you don't even have to look at the person. Like, I think that we yeah, we have to perform the hypnosis on ourselves first to get ourselves processing correctly, or in a balanced way,
In a harmonious way.
Harmonious way. Yeah. And it's yeah, and it can be challenging because we have so many somatic responses, so many automatic responses, because we live off of our memories. So we have to recreate our memories, our reality, to fit within the now in order to be able to create new patterns and to actually see what that harmony is, instead of guessing at it or trying to go with the flow but lose that connection. Because I think we're always going to be kind of trying to tip the scales there, trying to balance all that shit out. Like, I think that's just part of our struggle at the moment, is that we have to balance out our material realm with our astral, with our psychic, with everything else. So it's a thing that we really need to dive into, especially as we're still living in cities. Like yeah, there's a lot.
These things are a process, you know, and we have mentioned earlier how this stuff all works together as part of of a singular organism. I mean, naturally, as we get closer and closer to source, our whole environment begins to adapt to that. Everything shifts. The people that we deal with on a daily basis, the activities that we perform, all of it shifts in conjunction with the states of awareness that we achieve through the work. And also remembering that whatever we get or whatever realization we come to is for a reason, it's for a purpose. It's not just because. You know what I'm saying? I think that we are starting to reach these levels of perception because there's a purpose to be served by it. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I don't think it's for flexing on the internet. I think that there's a real purpose. With great power comes great responsibility, they said.
Yep.
We just got finished talking about how this NLP knowledge is very well known to advertisers and politicians and people who sway the public. But I don't know. I'm starting to
What do
think
they call it? Sham? Sorry. It's self-help self-help associating marketing or something like that.
Oh,
but
damn.
Yeah, sorry, go on. But yeah, I was like, that's sham. But
it just got me thinking about the wealth redistribution that we're experiencing, right? We're experiencing a time where the wealth is shifting from the very rich to people who weren't very rich, right? It's being distributed. So who's to say if such a thing is governed or at least reported astrologically, I would say that this information is very valuable as well. So it's quite possible that the shift is happening right here also, you know? This is almost the equivalent of the GameStop thing that happened on the stock market, you know? Us little local jokers, nobodies, Joes and Susans, coming across the most potent information in the universe. Willy-nilly, all public on YouTube, and like nobody seems to give a shit outside of us. I think that's another example of this wealth being redistributed. Because we're gonna use it inevitably. You can't have this info and not use it. But the thing is, our intentions collectively are a bit different from the people that we've just talked about. So, of course, we're gonna change the world. That's what this data does. It changes the world.
I wonder what that system looked like the last cycle. Because if it's a cycle, then this has happened before, you know, and the vehicle through which that information you're talking about is being disseminated is the internet. Like if the internet wasn't here, you know, I don't know if it would be able to achieve the scale that it is, you know what I'm saying? Because everything is out there now. You know,
Right.
before the internet, it was a couple of people that was in libraries doing it and they got paid to do it, you know what I'm saying? But now you can get it yourself. So I just wonder what the system of this information being disseminated looked like in the last time that this cycle came around like this. I just think random things like that. I don't know.
Well, honestly, I think those people in the last cycle were probably real fucking hardy because they didn't have internet. So they didn't have a lot of the technology that we had. I mean, the accounts that I've read, those people, when they found a book, they sought the author. Like they went to the cities and were like knocking on the doors and
Hey,
like
you wrote this
seeking
book?
it out. Yeah, like they were going. And I think too, law of correspondence, I think that that's a real thing too in all cycles, right? There are these laws that we go through, so or that we live through. So I think, that what they put out, they returned, and it was returned to them. And so I think that there were definitely within spheres of availability more information available to those seekers who were like us, essentially. Like this information I don't think was ever truly hidden. I just think people needed different means of getting it. But essentially they did the same thing we did now, except they just it just took longer to get to somebody's house, but they just had a different method.
They were meeting up every Thursday and Sunday. They were meeting up like, once a year, twice a year, some shit like that.
Right. For like months, like 5 or 6
Yeah,
months at a
yeah.
time, because that shit was intense to travel, so
But
like
but that would definitely, I think that would be still a difference in that and this, because even back then, like you just said, it was a bitch to travel. So that would probably be exclusive to the wealthy.
Right.
But the internet is not, it's nobody is cut off from the internet. It's like one of the cheapest things that you can get. So everybody has access to this. This is like, I won't say it's unprecedented, because like my original question, I wonder what this looked like the last cycle, because it had to be a way of disseminating the information to everybody, making it available to everybody. So I just wonder what that vehicle looked like.
Well, you're right
Yeah.
about the wealthy. I mean, because last time you got folks like Aleister Crowley or Madame Blavatsky and many others who didn't go down in history. They used their family inheritance and they got on a boat or a train all the way to India, and they learned from these people straight out the titty. They got the milk. Or they were fortunate enough for someone like Vivekananda to come to their town and do a tour, or Pascal Beverly Randolph, to go through the country and tour and teach this stuff, lecture circuits in the 1800s, 1700s. But I think the last time that this resurgence happened was in the early 1900s, when the new thought stuff started coming out. I think that was
Yeah.
the last time this right here started happening.
the new
Okay.
thought,
Yes.
what is that?
New thought is like think in the 1900s where all these new books are coming out, Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People, William Walker Atkinson, The Subconscious, Conscious and Superconscious Mind, all those books in the 1900s that were talking about mental power and the subconscious power and how to influence people with your mind. It was a resurgence that came out. Why? Because this Indian stuff, this Vedic stuff, was kept a secret for a while because the British came in and tried to, stomp around on everything. So they kept the stuff relatively secret. But at one point, a guy named who calls himself Arthur Avalon, is actually called Mr. Woodruff or Woodcliff or something like that. He finally got one of these yogis to talk, and he wrote a whole book on it. It was called The Serpent Power, and that's sold off the shelf off the shelf in America. Now everybody, you know, they started practicing it and they started unlocking some things. So now everybody's this magical guru. And word eventually got back to India, like, you know, these white folks going crazy with our stuff. So let's go out there and try to set the record straight. And that's why you started having Vivekananda and others start traveling around the world teaching it. But that's something that is not talked about.
You know the planetary placements when that happened?
Ooh. I know that was a pandemic at the time, the Spanish flu.
I feel like that was a Saturn conjunct time or something similar.
And we've also got Sadhguru in America doing a tour.
What?
History repeats itself.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
It's crazy too. I ended up buying this dude's course when I got into his course, which was man, it was 3,500. Right? I got his course. He talks about heals in the Sadhguru course. I look at Sadhguru course. That shit was $500. I was like, man, shit.
Yeah, and its NLP stuff is like $2,000. I think it would be worth it, but fuck.
Ask Amar about it.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's expensive. Trying to figure out a way to get the hookup.
Ask
Find
Amar
the plug on the NLP.
Ask Amar about it. Oh, Lord. Okay. I got you. Shout out to KP. You with us, bro? I guess not.
So if we're in emergence, then when everything is like a reemergence of new thought, essentially, right? We're in a new cycle right now. What can we say that emerged from new thought that you think might be an evolution that happens within these circles in this cycle?
So what happened directly after the New Thought boom? Hundreds of magical societies appeared across America and Europe. From the
Yes.
Dawn to Dion Fortune's group. These groups were sprouting like freaking fungus. But again, it all came from Indian influence. Now, those magical groups, you know, they were members of all types of society, including the government and the military and, you know, industry, all types of places. But typically people who had money.
Right. Well, and now for us, money, at least in North America, that value is starting to go down a lot. Like, yeah, we're seeing the wealth redistribution, but the US dollar is not doing so hot.
No.
So, right. So it's kind of like, we're not going to really be the people with all the money, but we have technology.
I mean, honestly, we have what we need. Like, what? I mean, yeah, it's good to live comfortable, but when you have your basic needs met and you're able to align your personal experience, your consciousness, if you're able to harmonize that with the center, I mean, that would come along with an experience that does not have any lack.
Right. I'm thinking mainly in terms of travel. Like right now, I think that's a big difference from this cycle from the last. Probably is
the travel's on a different density.
different.
The world is changing in such a way that it's almost making travel only for the can affords, for the we're being more and more, the water stage of fluidity is now being turned into the prithvi, the earth element, locked in a stable container. This is our travel in these boxes here.
Makes me think we're going more towards Star Wars.
Oh.
Well, everything in Star Wars, right? It's based off they're in the stars, but they're constantly in ships, or they're in containers that keep them safe so they can breathe. They wear helmets and masks and shit like that so they can get around from planet to planet or whatever. What if this is like a metaphysical realm like that?
Interesting. You put interesting ideas together.
It's the weed. Just kidding.
And then she has a weed, then she has a weed laugh.
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting how things are developing. I'm very curious to see, because we are definitely that I definitely think we're that generation that's going to be part of that introduction to a new way of life. Not a new way of life, a reemergence. Like they were saying, the onbringers of the cycle.
Yeah. We're definitely on the cutting edge of a different type of experience. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That we're able, there's an opportunity to live life and create an income that doesn't require your time and effort, which means that there's a possibility now to practice seriously, right? To make money by providing a service, but also be able to free up your time so that you can actually practice this stuff, just like in the older days. I think there's opportunity in everything.
Hey, Trav, the fact that you bring that up, and for some reason, because I think Kristen was talking about that earlier, like some people, they feel like they need to have that income or whatever, and then they focus on the spiritual. Mm-hmm. For some reason, like I always do that, and I think it's because of one of my charts, Rahu's in the 8th house and K2's in the 2nd. So like, if I go extra hard on spirituality, I fall back into like going extra hard into business in a way,
Mm-hmm.
I remember Kristen brought that up.
Because like for me, it's like if you're stressing about, like your daily, the things that you need to the things that you're responsible for in this realm, right? I feel like it would, in a way, if until you become fully unattached from it, it will affect your practices too,
Yes. And in some instances, it may affect those others around you, with your radioactive thoughts being as potent as they are.
Damn. Why you have to come at me like that? I'm just kidding.
Well, maybe I guess I'm speaking from my perspective.
No, I was kidding, bro. I was kidding.
They are radioactive, though, aren't they? Like that's
when you're still, you can notice it more. When you like are still as possible for an extended amount of time, like weeks, you notice the stuff that goes on in your head finds itself in other people's, especially when they're around you. And they usually have no idea. That's why I say it's important to, begin this practice of detaching and purification, because maybe it's more difficult to control what's going out. So you want to make sure that everything that's coming out of you is nice and crispy, not saggy.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a little off topic, but did you guys ever see the Boondocks? This white dude got bumped into a black dude. The black dude turns around and says, "Nigga." The white dude's like, "Actually, you're not talking to me." And he turned around and walked away. Sorry, that was random. He caught himself in the attachment and released it real quick. Oh wait, I'm not a nigga. All right, we're really off topic. My fault.
Yeah, that's how I felt when that spider jumped on my foot. I brushed it off, and then I realized what happened. And then I jumped and screamed. Then I thought about it.
Wait, you jumped after?
Yeah, I brushed it off, and then I realized what happened. It was one of those old samskaras. But then I thought, well, it didn't bite me, so maybe I should just put it back outside. He came in because it was raining.
Oh.
But now the rain has stopped, so time for you to get out of here, buddy.
Yeah. So what do you think of synchronicities then? Like, when people say something that you were thinking or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, we're all on the same wavelength, right? But part of that detachment is sort of being in control of your influence when you enter the wavelength. Like, how
Are you under the impression that it turns off and on at some point?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, that's what's tripping me up, is that it's kind of like, okay, so detachment is you being detached from the results in a way.
That's a big part of it. Hell yeah.
And therefore, you would have to be detached from the synchronicities that happen between you and other people when communicating. And go ahead.
Knowing full well that they are happening and knowing that it is cool, but can't afford to be attached to any one instance because they are going to be abundant.
Right. And at the same time, being aware of how you're influencing that other person, or that, like, I guess my question is, how would you necessarily know if you're the one influencing the conversation?
Over time, it's easier to tell the results after more data. I think it would be preemptive and foolish and immature to jump to conclusions quick. It's usually best to delay judgment on all things, but just over time you start to notice patterns, because that's all this stuff is patterns, pattern reception and pattern projection. But over time you start to notice and act accordingly or don't. That sometimes just because it's happening, that doesn't mean you have to do anything about it. It's just what it is. Like what we were saying earlier with Kristen about the zodiac, maybe that person needs what it is that you're providing and projecting, for that time being, because none of this stuff is permanent. None of the relationships are permanent, I'll put it that way.
None of the relationships are
permanent.
Yeah.
Or maybe the relations themselves are permanent, but the actors in the play shift and change.
Yeah. Like change of role play. Wow.
The Slacia wheels are turning.
Indeed. Because I feel like our connection to each other as humans are so different than inanimate objects, right? Or anything. Like you can see material things and be like, oh yeah, I don't need all of this. You know, this is just kind of excess. I just like it because it glitters or something. But when we look at our personal relationships or the way how we communicate with each other or hold relationships with one another, those attachments go down to deeper levels. Like the other day we were talking about the the phenomenon of like twin flame and soulmate shit and all that. And you know, the thought came to mind, what if who you feel is that connect there is someone who is perhaps from past lives or past experiences that go beyond your physical realm, but it's really just an energy that you both are attuned to that hits you on the deeper levels of your conscious, subconscious, subconscious minds.
Yes.
And so the deeper that's instilled in you, the deeper levels it goes, the deeper the connection to that energy.
Yes.
And all channels that harvest that energy.
Yes. And you know what? That even goes for these deities, these entities. The Lucifer, the Christ, the Shango, the Yemaya, and all the other entities that people claim to contact but are just probably imagining things. Or just might be surface level.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. But regardless, it's an attachment to an energy, to a stream of emotional like an emotional attachment or reaction. Like each one gives you a certain reaction. That's why they say you invoke the deities. You invoke the faculty for that energy that you then use to do
your hocus pocus with.
Yeah.
So is energy in these entities, is it just another word for a pattern, a cosmic pattern, right?
Yeah.
It's a cycle. It's a loop. It's a signature, right? That's how we can tell what kind of energy is, but how it vibrates, how it rotates. And it's been consistent. It's a consistent pattern, so much so that we're able to give it names. We're able to do things like law of correspondence, like say maybe even do these mantras, right? So you're literally invoking that energy by doing that mantra over and over and over again. That's putting you in a position to align with the other things that come with those mantras. Doing these meditation practices, coming into these states of awareness. These are all patterns that we're falling into, which bring results with them. Which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Because it's been documented, so we should know what to expect. Many people have done it before us. Some have perfected it and mastered it.
And that comes with trusting what comes out as well. I think that we as Westerners do come from, I see you, dog, get off. No, you're not getting on the bed. But so much of our Western thought processes limit us to, oh no, I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted. I'm sorry, carry on.
Ah, shit.
What were you just talking about?
I knew it because I was gonna find a quote that was talking about what you were saying. Trust. It comes with trust.
Yes, thank you. Yes, trust of what comes out. So yeah, we definitely I think we get told too young that we shouldn't have imaginary friends. We shouldn't be connected to our imaginations. Part of growing up is living in this one subjective reality instead of seeing instead of seeing things for what they are and allowing ourselves to express what we learn or what we know, what we're automatically connected to. So we create it, like these masters, they spend time not only studying, but studying them. The studies are so they can learn about themselves. That's what these studies are for. These studies are for us to learn about ourselves.
Yes.
And therefore, whatever we can create our own mantras or yantras, follow rituals, and it will naturally feel good because it's always what we're naturally drawn to. And we have to trust within that process of what comes out. I think we're like so quick to judge our stuff, you know, that we don't allow ourselves to actually take form. And therefore naturally connecting is more difficult. Like that's where you have people kind of lose themselves. Like I even I've lost myself tons of times in practicing rituals that were really not like authentic to me. And then I got into Vedic, and all of their, like, even though you follow a structure, all of the experience is your own. Like this is just your reference point.
Yes. It's as if these practices provide us with guidelines, you know. It's a path and it's pointing us along the path, but the path, it's all pointing, all those road signs are pointing to your experience directly. That's why somebody can sit up here and read all this shit, but they're not gonna get it if they haven't practiced any of it. We can read all of the books, but the book isn't the work. But you know, not to throw it out, because obviously the study gets you to a certain level for sure. Just reading about the Samkhya and you know, some of these other yogas starts to really open your awareness to what reality is. But it's those meditations and those mantras that give you an experience of what the reality is, that goes beyond the intellect. That's the thing. You got to go beyond the intellect. Where's that trust at?
Dang. I cannot read that.
Basically cultural qualities of the East and cultural qualities of the West. In the East, intuition is honored. In the West, intuition is suspect. In the East, man is unified with nature. In the West, man stands distinct from nature. In the East, intuition, no, wait, I already said that. In the East, there's a trust me attitude. In the West, there's a prove it attitude. In the East, astrology is linked to religion. In the West, astrology stands apart from religion. I love it.
Yeah.
And I think I've been seeing this transition, you know, in myself and in the content that we're studying and our conversations. Our minds are really in the process of transitioning from the Western mindset that we've been given and this Eastern mindset that was previously established. You know, it says here in the East, nature is explained in metaphors, whereas in the West, nature is explained in formulas. So, you know, you're seeing this transition of us going through this information, and it's explained in metaphors, stories, parables, and shit like that. versus the magic that we came from was formulas and how to invoke this spirit. You got to have this candle and this. It's so cut and dry, you know, and we wonder why it doesn't work, because it's so easy for the left brain, logical mind, to get tangled up in that thing.
Mm-hmm.
In the East, consciousness is at the center. In the West, science is at the center. In the East, knowledge is self-revealing. In the West, knowledge is gained through instruments and processes. Very external based. And I've talked to people who get so stuck because they want an external objective proof, but that defeats the purpose. It's not about objectivity, it's about subjectivity. You can
Yeah.
go so much further if you stopped looking for objective proof. How do I summon a demon? Because I want everyone to see it so I can prove it to them. It's not going to work, because it don't work like that.
Indeed, and I have seen on YouTubers, satanicals, this dude who's trying to call Azazel, or you know, Azazel, and well, whatever all the type of demons, and he's like making all his invocations and everything, and he just like kind of like saying, and I try to do the invocation, and I have the cameras on me, and you can see it in there in a second. You can see his spirit walking by, just trying to prove, just like you're saying. All right, giving our own.
Trap. It's a trap to get stuck there like that.
Yeah.
You know? But all these things that reinforce the ego, including trying to prove to everyone that demons exist, that only keeps you further buried under illusion and non-reality. And the whole thing is flawed. It's even assuming that if you were to do such a thing, that you would convince the other person to believe in it. Who's to say that they're not the kind of person who's just going to come up with another excuse? Oh, well, you're just doing this, or oh, well, technically, or oh, well, this not just, you know. So now you're running off on another quest to prove something to someone. But anyways.
Hey guys, I'm not gonna be able to hang much longer. I have to get some sleep, man. Are you guys gonna be on Sunday? Everything's back to normal?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some sleep.
All right, stay
Good
warm.
night.
Nighty nighty.
Good night. Keep hot.
I appreciate y'all.
Mike.
All right, peace, bro.
Peace, Mike.
All right, peace.
Do you remember what you just said, Travis? What you were talking about? Because I had a question that had come up, but I forgot the question now. But it was about a past conversation.
Was it about the demons, or was it about science? Trying to prove that demons exist to other people?
Yeah. Trying to get their approval.
Yeah. 'Cause even if you
Yeah,
do,
that. Yeah, that got me. We had a question last time about that. Oh, what was the like that kind of relates to the question we had where it was like, what attachment is that needing to get approval? Because that really links us back to needing to speak to one another. Like, why even talk to each other at all?
Good question. I think that needing approval stems from, you know, a person that needs to be governed by something else. How can you not be satisfied with your own decisions that you need someone else to sign off on it? There's a lack of boundary, lack of self-awareness, lack of maturity even.
And lack of education too. Because they impose you when you were born, they impose you to have someone superior to making the decisions for you.
It's a very child mindset, a mindset that's still learning and growing to become an independent thing.
Right. So if we know this, then why is the need to converse with one another so important? Because isn't that just another form of asking for approval?
Is it?
I guess you could share just to share it. I don't know.
I'm sure some people do it for that reason. I'm sure. I mean, you know, haven't you seen people who get a little bit of information and they quickly go make a YouTube channel or they start selling oils and shit and say that it's spiritual oil and demon chasing oil and what did I see today? Archon busting oil or something like that. Archon killing oil. Who was that? It was somebody on Facebook. Yeah,
Love spell oil, the love spells, a lot of those this year.
Yeah, I meant some things were simple. You had your love spell oil and your, you know, protection oil. Now we got Archon busting oil.
Archon busting. So what about those people that learn a little bit who share? How does that fall into like the non-attachment of communication?
For those people?
Well, weren't those the one that you were using for examples?
What was I saying? Oh yeah. Those would be examples of seeking approval, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. So like I guess what I'm having trouble is seeing as communication as being something that you could have as a non-attachment. Like I understand it's a tool, but it's a tool for the exchange of ideas, right? Or the desire for a companion essentially, or someone that you can like bounce off information.
If that's why you do it.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out the root as to why we do it. Like, because we had talked previously of communicating our emotions. And so just kind of anything that comes out has a certain resonance with it, a context. So the act of speaking is really just grunting in different tones, emotions that we are conveying mentally. So
oh my goodness. I gotta, oh wow, that was an example right there. You just
someone's snoring.
Who is that? Who's breathing heavily?
That's samadhi meditation, you know what I mean? Like,
what's it called? What is it? The Ketchari breathing? What's that breathing that those two ladies talked about in the video you sent me?
oh shoot. Wait, the two ladies?
The two Indian ladies that were talking about the damn, what were they talking about? All I remember is this movie.
Oh yeah.
I've been using that, by the way.
Yeah, that's like the Surya one. I've been using that too. I think you can, Trav, I think you can like mute all at once and then we could like turn our mics back on.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was switching myself from the host from the phone to the computer so I could see.
Or just go over stuffed dogs. I think he's asleep.
Oh Lord. I think we
Oh
found
yeah, we've been knowing he's
I think we found the culprit.
I think I get why they call him stuffed dog now.
Okay. Oh man.
Oh my goodness. Grunting in different tones. I think I thought that exact same thought earlier this morning, Alora. Like, I just remember when you brought that up.
Oh, that's crazy.
Different context,
Wait.
of course. Now I'm shook. Alora's reading my mind too.
God, what a moment.
Laura, what's your sun sign?
In Vedic or in Western?
Both.
In Western, my sun is Libra. In Vedic, my sun is Virgo. So the nakshatra is Swati, I believe.
I get Swati vibes for real. What's your ascendant?
Ashlesha, which is
you have like that social butterfly, like, you know. And I bet you people look at you and they think they're smarter than you, but then you just start talking and like, oh shit.
Do you get that a lot?
Yeah. Well, especially too, I do think being a female plays a part of it, because generally, socially, I think we're kind of taught to be more reserved with our thoughts and opinions. Like, you're supposed to kind of wait till later in the conversation. Generally, people don't really expect like a female to kind of just be like, "Oh, what's God?" You know.
To be honest with you, I expect that more from women than like when it comes to like the spiritual side of stuff. I always expect that more from women, to be connected, and not all women. But I think for when people judge you based off your knowledge, I think they judge you based off of your high energy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The high energy, yeah, that's it. Like,
yeah, that's cool you noticed that. Yeah, I work at a group home right now, and there's like all the kids, whenever they come, they think I'm one of the kids. Like, they know I'm the staff, but when they come in, they're like, "Oh, she must be like a volunteer, or she must be like one of the, like, whoever." Like, they don't really know that I work there until I tell them, just because like I do all this shit with them and stuff. And I don't know.
you're always very high energy, and I couldn't imagine you pissed off because I feel like that would be
It's
high
intense.
energy too.
It's intense. I mean, I don't like throw shit or nothing. That's good. But but I cry. I can't like, yeah, I'm a hot mess. I'll just be like, I feel really bad. then I calm down. Then I'm good. Man. Yeah, it's super. And then I'm like a Hasta moon, I believe. Because I'm Cancer, my moon. And
Okay.
in Western, I'm a Leo moon. So very showy.
Okay, I'm Pusha.
Hasta.
I mean, I'm Pusha. I'm Parnavas.
What's that? You're Parnavasa?
Parnavasu moon,
Parnavasu.
which is Cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that's like Cancer Gemini side for me.
Oh, you know what? A lot of people in this group have Gemini.
Have Gemini what?
Gemini somewhere in their like dominant, like one of the role players and a lot of people's charts I notice in this chat are in Gemini. Gemini, Libra.
Yeah, I have in my D10, my Rahu's in the 3rd house. Then I have Gemini in the 2nd house, Mercury in the 2nd house. And then Jupiter in my birth chart in the 3rd house, which is like, I think, yeah, third, yeah, that's Gemini placed.
Wow. So how does that play out in your life?
Man. From what I've seen, from you guys, it's different because of the amount of knowledge that you guys accumulated. But when it comes to other people, and I like it because I like being in this group because then I could just shut up instead of people asking me questions and me giving out different perspectives and them instead of them looking at it just one way. But it usually comes out like people always look at me as like other friends look at me as like Morpheus. Like I've been told that a lot. Like, yo, you connect the dots or you just give me the right guidance to where I need to go. So I can say it like that. But one thing that I realized too is like one thing I see Swati a lot and I can like tell the energy a lot because my brother and my sister on my dad's side, they're both Libras. The mother of my child is Libra. I've dated a lot of Libras, but yeah, their Swati energy teaches me a lot because like the Shweeny side of me was like very one-track minded, but then when I fell in love and got to be around that surroundings consistently of a Libra, I learned balance in my thinking and not always just like, all right, it has to be this way. It's more like all right, what's another perspective that I could add on and see the similarities into this, you know?
Wow, that is very much how we were just talking about the energy that you connect into. You know, you say you fell in love with Libras and that you really go along with that perspective generally. And really what it
at
is
first I
that
used to hate y'all.
balancing, right? Huh?
At first I used to hate y'all because y'all had a power to like, because like for me, it's like I used to, how would I say it? The illusionary effect that you guys have with your words.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Yes, very, very good. But definitely the ones that's lean more towards Scorpio.
I'm a Scorpio
like,
rising.
Yeah, because even Kristen said it, like they can be very good with their words. And she said it in a different way, but like they can control Maya, basically. Swati people, or I think she said something like that. So I think
You're able to not get wrapped up in the illusion as much.
yeah, so I used to get wrapped up in it. They could create it and I would get wrapped up in it in the past, but then I started seeing it and started understanding why they do it. And that's when I fell in love with it because I just like the independence of like those type of people in general. They are very diplomatic, so they can appear very nice and they like everybody. They're very flirtatious, but they just don't like you on deep on the inside.
clear means
Oh, I think that depends. Well, yeah, definitely like not wanting to rock the boat's a real thing.
Yeah, because and then the thing with me and Ashwini is like I would cut off somebody so quick and voice my opinion, but then
You
it's
know,
like I would burn bridges where if learning from a Libra, I
you
could
know
have used
what
that
though?
bridge later on.
Those like well, it's interesting because those kinds of people, like I've surrounded myself with very blunt people who like are not afraid to speak the truth, because that inspires me to be more assertive in communicating and stuff. So I think, you know, like I was saying, like that's connecting into the balancing energy that you naturally, like you are projecting, you're living your life through this one perspective, and through this specific perspective you were able to kind of see, okay, this other part of myself, this other part of energy that's in this universe that I'm vibrating with, this frequency resonates deep, which is why generally it's channeled through people who you love or who you connect to, is because that's your balancing, like that's your chakra balancing right there. You know, there's like a part of that that you are sending out as well, because that's the energy you're channeling.
Exactly. The opposite of Aries is a Libra. So yeah.
Yeah. So that's like already, I love seeing that, like how that's like already just a natural part that you're always going to be project or receiving.
And I always tell people that I encounter like that, definitely women, they always tell me, you taught me how to be assertive, like how to stand my ground and not just hold it in, you know, say what I need to say. And I was just like, all right, cool. So yeah, exactly what you're saying. I see that a lot.
Yeah. How other way, what, so you mentioned the third house a lot. Tell me how that really works in your life.
The third house is the house of, I'm not as deep as Kristen, but from what I know so far, third house is the house of Gemini, basically. It deals with like Mercury and stuff like that. Speech, communication, short travels, I believe brother and sister, I believe so. Siblings. So in a way, like I said, like I can see like from people that are not to the level of information that you guys have, I can captivate them with my words. I could also, in a way, I think it's dealing with the Pranarvasu, the Cancer side, based off of the body movements or how someone's feeling. I can and kind of just adding up their character from past times of dealing with them, I can estimate what they're going through. So I'll probably call out 2-3 things that I know like that's heavy, that affects them, and they'll start talking about it and give them a different perspective and help them like work through it in a different way, like in a mothering way. You know what I'm saying? So like I see those combinations. I can't say it's and then also with the Aries side, I can be very motivational to people, inspirational. Cause like I could talk to them, connect with them about what I've been through, and and then they'll just, I don't know. Like I just connect emotionally well with people, and then I can put it out in words. I don't know how else to say that.
Yeah. Well, I know I was kind of wondering like how a Gemini Cancer, because I would think that you would probably be like, I'm essentially probably just going to reiterate what you were saying, but just so I can get more clearer on that relationship there with Gemini and Cancer. Like, I feel like that your style of communication, you would look towards helping someone realize something within themselves that they have that you see, or like you having an emotional connection with someone like about their good qualities or whatever. So whoever you meet, you look to bring something to the table.
in a way. I don't look to it, but it just happens to come up. Yeah. So I think I've been in a young age with a lot of stuff that I went through. It made me able to connect with people faster. Definitely where I had to, I think in last life, I was probably more reliant on people, where in this life, it's like I have to make my own decisions, and I don't have a mother that gives me advice at all. She doesn't even try in a way. She's just more of the, it is what it is. So I always have to figure it out. So I'm more forced to go through these things and make the mistakes. So I don't know, like I always have a certain thing that I can help with certain people. Like Trav, oh yeah, before I get off topic, Trav, well, I'm about to get off topic. Trav, I have to talk to you about something, bro, because there's a few things that I feel like we could connect, like we connect on, definitely with our child, and something else I'm currently going through that you talked about, that you went through before. So I need to contact you. But yeah, I just have to say that.
Yes. Oh my. No coincidences, right? When do you wake up?
Me or Laura?
You.
Oh, man, my sleep's been bad lately. I'll go to sometimes, bro. I'll sleep at 5 o'clock in the morning, wake up at 7. Sometimes I'll wake up at 11. I always been so I don't know. But I don't sleep past like 8 hours or 7 hours. So it all depends on what time I go to sleep, basically. I don't even want to blame it on Mercury, but bro, my tongue's been twisted for the past 2 to 3 weeks.
Wow. So with Venus being where it is, a certain astrologer said that it might indicate there would be a rise in sexual energy. I found that odd because the opposite happened to me. I've never been very good at semen retention until now.
Yo, that's crazy that you say that.
Is it so crazy considering these charts?
Like since like, would you say since like Friday?
Probably since like the last time we had a meeting.
What's that? Damn. Yeah. Mine's been for like a week and a half.
Yeah,
I could
dude, yeah.
I could relate. I ain't gonna put no time in because it's none of them damn business. But we could talk about it personally.
Well,
Omar, I'll tell you what to. But yeah, I could definitely relate with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Only reason I bring that up is because, like I said, I've never been good at that. But it's got to be these alignments or something, because it's not even. I've been straight working, reading, meditating, mantras, calm, peace, quiet, no attachment, no distraction. Feels pretty good.
Did you take a break from like social media and stuff?
Not really.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I have some temptations being sent to me constantly. But
Bro, yeah.
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 But
I got put on that. I got put on that list
Which list, man? The list of 10. What you talking about?
Yeah, list of temptation.
Man, I went on a bar. I went on some a celebrity's page, and I went to go see something real quick. And I was like,
you talking about
Lamar
Rihanna?
follows her.
Wait, you're talking about Rihanna's?
You said what?
Wait, my bad. I didn't even hear what you said, to be
I
honest.
said I went on the celebrity's page to go check out what she got going on and stuff for some reason.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit. Lamar follows her.
Which one? Like who? What? I follow a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, I kind of saw that. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
hey, working. Okay, that's called shadow work for real. But Ruby Rose, I was like, my dog. Okay, he likes what he's.
Oh yeah, she bad, bro.
She guess what she is? She's swatty too, bro. Trust me, I already know.
Oh shit.
That, bro, it's the delicate, flirtatious, niceness, please a man energy, and then it's like straight bitch mode after. I like that shit for some reason. I'm different.
Because my K2's in Ashwini, but my Rahu's in Chitra, not Swati. But I have a lot of Swati in my D9.
Okay. I have Jupiter and Swati. That's it.
Ooh.
In the third house.
Swati.
You said what?
I got Pluto and Swati. 12th house.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Scorpio. No, not 12th house. I think it's 11th house.
I got Moon in 12th house. I'm like, wait, hold up. The first time I saw that, I'm like, am I emotional in the Akashic world? I'm just kidding.
No, I think I got mine in that as well. I think I have like my moon and my sun or something like that. I have like a shitload of planets over in my 10th and 11th houses. Moon.
In D10, I have Moon and Jupiter in the 11th house and Mars in the 10th. Saturn and Rahu in the 3rd. What the heck?
Dang, I don't know.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. What an interesting place to be what it is, you know? What an interesting spot to resonate. Like, what even brought us here? Well, okay, that's a ridiculous question. What brought us here was our own desire.
Or even, because you got to consider, if you're really going to ask that question, you have to take the answer outside of time and space. It could be that what brought us here is this that's already here, or rather the experience that we're heading to could be so powerful that everything before this point was leading up to this point.
I waited 2 damn weeks for this point. I'm just kidding. Okay.
Dang.
I like to line up the moment too much.
Sorry, you said that you like doing what to the moment?
lighten up the moment too much. I think as soon as he said that, I just started thinking a lot about like all that shit that got me to the spiritual world. And I think I just said it to run away.
Ah, good catch. That stuff is that's the awareness that then puts you into ascension mode. So like evolution is already happening.
Awareness, 5D consciousness.
Superpowers.
5-dimensional, 5D consciousness. Fuck 4D. We going straight to 5.
Gosh.
What distinguishes 5 from 4? What distinguishes 4 and 5 from 3? Why not go all the way to 10?
Wow. What if on one level we're just like notes in a stream? Like we're just the mantras.
Our whole lives are mudras and mantras and asanas. We're a sigil. Each one of us are a sigil.
Right.
Collectively, we're a sigil.
Yeah. Right.
For something, some other existence to access or become aware of.
Yeah, there has to be more. Like I almost think that we're kind of to discover, or maybe not even discover, but discuss the topic of there being another Purusha. Or like one that is above that. Like, is there truly ever just an all?
That's what the old folks say.
I don't know. Because if there's always an all, so if there's always Purusha and there's always Prakriti, but they're not ever always the same one. Right? Like they're constantly
not from this perspective, not from this perspective, but outside of it, it is only one thing. The changes don't manifest until we're inside the game, but outside the game, it's just a disc in a box. Introducing the new Prakriti, featuring 3 gunas.
right. For our universe.
Whose universe?
But what if
Whose universe?
The current all's universe. the current universe that is what we know and can possibly conceptualize as the all.
Because Purusha and Prakriti are still levels below the all. There's still stuff above those two.
Right. That's what I'm trying to break into.
But like what Mr. Scorpio a few hours earlier was talking about, there's no form past the microcosm.
Yeah, there isn't.
So we're getting more into states of consciousness, levels of consciousness. Form starts at Prakriti, really. Now there's Shakti, which is life energy, but not necessarily form.
Yes.
It's 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Do you have Taught with Shooty?
I do. I have it right next to me.
Turn to page 44. $45.
Yes, the macrocosmos.
Right. Now, see, Samkhya Darshan, if you see the cover of that, that starts right there at the microcosmos. And to them, that's good enough. But what Taught with Shooty goes into is those subtle planes above. And really, they just consist of different veils over ultimate consciousness, the different levels of awareness beyond form. So our limited human minds, we always think of other realities in terms of form. And that's because that's all we know. You know what I'm saying? We think of like Star Wars stuff, different planets, and what are they called? Wookiees and Yoda babies, and you know, but it's very difficult for us to think of what could actually be more of a reality, which is different types of consciousnesses. You know, we're so limited. You know, we think that we're the highest on the food chain. Even leaving the planet, we think that we're going to discover some civilization of underdeveloped protoplasm things, not realizing that we are the underdeveloped protoplasms. And the things are
Right.
like, look at those humans. They think they're doing something. How cute. I remember when I was a human. Never do that shit again. Jeez Louise.
Right. So this is the kind of stuff that we really, so we're always, as beings that are in this formation, we always come up against Maya, because that is our dominant projection, really. It's all illusionary force. Illusory force. So yeah, we would have to leave our physical whereabouts in order to achieve these next levels.
Right.
For sure.
The microcosm is physical existence.
Yeah. So we would need to become experienced in communicating within each, how do you pronounce this word? The willing force?
Yeah. Ischa.
Ichcha kriya jnana.
Now those things are extremely subtle, like the code behind the software. I mean, we employ these things regularly, but it is those things that create everything else. Like all this stuff stems from each other. I think that the whole world is locked into the lowest portion of this tree, the five tattvas. The whole world is squeezed tightly into the five elements. And I think that what we're doing and where we are is we're starting to reach levels of upper buddhi. That's what I think that's where we are in this map. With the work that we're doing, I think we're reaching levels of upper buddhi.
Ooh.
Starting to
Okay.
see Prakriti, and we're catching glimpses of Prakriti in her unmanifest form.
Yeah.
The way that most people are conditioned these days, I think they're very locked into ahamkara at best. But many are locked in manas with glimpses of ahamkara.
Mm-hmm. So once we make it to this Creatrix right here, I haven't finished reading the book, so I'm not this far. So Prakriti Creatrix is like the cafe, like when we've talked about in dreams, where we have that place that we visit with the Akashic records. That's the Creatrix. Yes. Or a form of it. Okay. So that's a meeting point. That could be used as a meeting point.
Prakriti is all the meeting points possible. The womb of form.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I kept saying how the tree of life is the map of Prakriti. Well, shit, that little small point right there, that's the whole tree damn near. That's Bina. That's the black sphere. That bottom of the map you're looking at on that page is the top of the map on this one. That black sphere right there.
Oh.
Bina, the giver of form, the gates of death. Consciousness enters into her to take a shape. She's the womb, right? That's supposed to be a vagina, but it's like a seed or whatever. And you look on the other side, you see that veiled penis, because they're very shy about sex over in Dion Fortune's country. But that womb is called the gates of death, the vagina, the gates of death, Bharani, right? Because going into it means you have to take a form. And by default, taking a form means you have to die. That's why the mother is the giver of death. Because by encapsulating the life force and squeezing it into a body, it's condemned to death. It's a death sentence.
Mm.
But, again, from perspective, because what dies? The body dies. The form must die. So as long as we're attached to the form, we agonize, we suffer, and, we beg for a new one once we lose it. So that cycle keeps repeating.
Hmm.
I think that Kether on the top of the tree is Purusha.
Is this the Vita? This is the Vidya Tattva, composed of 7 subtle elements, is related to both absolute consciousness and veiled consciousness. It is the unconditioned and conditioned elements of the microcosmic consciousness. The development of the Vidya Tattva is responsible for the limitations which begin to manifest on the otherwise unconditioned Tattvas. At this stage, Shiva or consciousness remains complete in itself, but is enveloped by the veiling power inherent in Chit Shakti, i.e., Maya. Here, Maya operates through 5 limiting aspects known as the Kanchukas. Kanchuka literally means sheath or envelope, and together they act like a shell which obscures the kernel. Each Kanchuka limits the cosmic power of Shiva Shakti in one aspect. These limiting aspects or Kanchukas born out of Maya are Kala, the limits which the force of Kriya Shakti or the power to do all. Avidya Vidya, that which limits the force of Jnana Shakti or the power to know all. Raga, that which limits the force of Ichicha Shakti by creating desire and attachment, thus giving rise to unceasing discontentment. Kala, that which limits perpetual existence by creating the notion of time related to the changes in life, namely birth, growth, ripening, waning, and perishing. Nayati, that which limits free will, Purushartha, by creating the notion of fate and destiny, thus binding the individual to the endless cycle of birth and death. Thus, in this stage, we see the omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence of the Shiva Shakti unity, veiled by the power of Maya to create the notion of duality. So this is what we sort through.
Those are the things that tame and temper and bind ultimate consciousness and make it think that it's influence it to think that it's a finite thing. Those are the type of veils that we have to pass through in order to exist in this, to have awareness on this body. The body is going to do what it does regardless. All this is going to happen. I could check out and this would all continue going. Bobby Hemmett probably already left, but the body does what it continues to do because it's all part of karma. But it's those veils that make us think that we're here, that make us think that we're limited, that makes us think that we can die, that makes us afraid of time, that blinds us so we think that we can't know each other on a subtle, intimate level. I mean, what are you beyond the body? There's no gender. There's no race. Would many of us know how to operate like that? No, because we're attached to the things that we identify as. People think that when you astral travel, you're still a dude, or you're still a girl, or you're still black. People aren't even able to think past that. Oh, well, I reincarnated as XYZ. Like, just because you're a male, it doesn't mean you reincarnate as a male. It doesn't mean you reincarnate in your bloodline. Like, it's not, that's very small thinking. You got to exercise and stretch your mind.
Aren't you feel that you actually stretching your mind or your energy when you do astro though? Like people actually do concentrate the fact that they're male or females?
They should be. If they were actually doing it, then yeah, they would come to these realizations. But I have the feeling that a lot of people who talk about these things aren't actually doing it.
Mm.
Just like with meditation.
Right.
Meditation is, you know, the point where the observer becomes one with the observed. It's not.
And this is why you need a teacher, because if you think that you're doing meditation and you believe you're doing meditation and then you're not doing meditation, so then how you even understand meditation?
Right.
Right.
And what point do I go to my enlightenment then? Because I would tell you that if I feel that I do astral, right? In a way, sometimes I do meditation and I do astral, then I'm not even concentrate whether I am a female or male. I just feel that when I do my meditation or astral, my energy expand.
Mm-hmm.
That's as far as I believe or what I think. But what is it then?
I mean, doesn't that sound right to you, like what I'm describing?
And the perspective where you're saying female or male, I can understand that, yeah.
In other words, a person who's not actually doing it doesn't have the experience to relate to be able to say, wow, I'm actually expanding beyond this body. I'm actually more than what I know. Wow, I have an experience of that. You can tell, you know,
Okay.
by how a person talks about it.
Okay. And this is why they say that you need a guru in a way to lead you to understand these things. I can see why.
Yeah, because how else would you know, right?
The famous Maya, the Maya thing, right? Isn't that Maya the concept of like, yeah, I can see that.
All right, Charlie, I have like a question slash comment. So like, doing these like top with shooties and all that. So if we take the analogy of like the body or like we're inhabiting the body as a vessel and using it as a vessel and translating that to like when I get in my car and I take my car to get an oil change. If I'm meditating, working on my chakras, wouldn't that be analogous to me thinking that when I take my car to get an oil change, that I'm getting an oil change?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like not like that basically fucked me up this past like the first time it started hitting me was like after I got the consults with Arius. And then since then I've been like that concept like took me a minute to like fix my premise from that. Cause I was like, oh, I'm working on my chakras, like thinking that they're my chakras.
My chakras, my body, my choice. When you go to take your car to get an oil change, do you stay in the car? Get lifted up on the platform? Is it you that's getting the change? No. Interesting.
Yeah. And then I think from like that, because I have my notes right here, and that got me thinking into in the Agorha interview with Robert. He goes into this, like he goes into tantra, like what Vimal Ananda thought was tantra.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in one of the texts. I have the Hindi right here. It's Shivo Badva Shivam Yajet, which means like to worship Shiva, one must become Shiva, because only Shiva knows how to worship himself. And so that, like, I guess that like emphasizes the point of beginning from the right premise, going back to that analogy of the car and like the my chakras concept.
Only Shiva knows how to worship himself.
Yeah. And that got me thinking about the whole self-deification concept too. Like, because that's essentially become Shiva. I mean, it's pretty like explicit in the text.
Having to get to a point where you become Shiva. And how? By aligning yourself with the things of Shiva. Meditation posture, meditations, asanas, mantras, all these things. Wow. What I like about that and many of these other concepts on this science is that there's a part that is stated and then there's a whole lot more that is not stated. Right? The obvious, well, not the obvious. The gross is stated, but there's always a subtle aspect that is left unstated.
And left to experience, right? Like I mean, you have to experience that part because you can't.
Yeah.
That's like giving form to formless, like, or like trying to describe something that's not describable.
There's so much more that happens in the process of becoming Shiva. It's more than what we think of as far as worshiping Shiva, because only Shiva knows how to do that. it gets more intricate to the point where our concept of worship changes, our concept of Shiva changes, like everything changes. It's a self transformation that completely changes how we see the world. Just like with meditation, they say sit down, observe your thoughts, become the observer. But like I guess like you said, there comes an experience that can't be stated. But just doing that simple process on a regular basis transforms your entire life because you're getting down into the root. You're zooming in so close that you're able to see the ones and zeros of the program. Just having that experience alone will change everything.
Okay, so the root, as in like that's analogous, like the root social matrix, being able to see that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so in the interview he said that he just named it consensus reality.
Yeah.
And he said that, so I was thinking that what he was saying, because that interview, I don't know if it was recent, but he was saying that like the best time to be able to escape from the root social matrix would be in chaos, basically, because that's when it's fragmented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's like holes, basically, which is like now. I mean, like, yeah.
What we're doing, right?
Yeah.
So through meditation, is that what you're saying? Through meditation?
Or at least the study of this science and applying it. You know what I'm saying? Studying it and actually using it, whether it's through the meditation or any of the other recommended routes that these people are giving us. They all lead to liberation if done with the right intent.
Okay.
But what he was saying is that now is the perfect time for these type of processes to work. And I think a part of it is because being exposed to the fragile nature of the root social matrix, because all of our lives we're so dependent on it, and we think that it's strong, that it's stable, we can trust it. My parents always told me, you got to get a good job, you got to go to college, get a good job, you got to retire, you got to invest in your 401k, got to get you a car, brand new car right away, get you a house right away. You have to do all those things because that's how you live a good life. And they tried to beat that into me. But when you're exposed to, when you see through that, you can't live that. I just can't. I know too much to live that. Yeah. Likewise, seeing what's going on in the news and all over the world, if you're really paying attention, that should have completely destroyed any type of faith you had in this being a system that works.
Tell me about it.
So what that means, that creates a gap, that creates an opening for something else to be invested in, something else for you to invest your time and your life in. And this is the perfect time to liberate yourself from that system. Luckily, this group has all the necessary tools to do that. What up, KP?
Yo, it's good, yo.
Yo, bro. What you doing?
Yo, am I mistaken? Did Ophir make a book already about the top woods as well?
He did.
He did? Is that the same thing that Franz Barton was talking about with the personalities and listing the characteristics?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I also like how Dr. Savoto like talked about the relationship, like building the relationships with the elements. And I think it was towards the end when he was talking about like if you're working with one element, then the other elements are gonna get jealous, and then you have to talk them down. and be like, oh, no, I'm only working with this element because I have to work something out.
Mhm.
And like, it really gave like a different perception of what the elements are.
Yes.
That's a good question.
The way he described the elements in that section made it sound a whole lot like working with the goetic spirits.
Yeah.
Which the goetic spirits have a forms of elements, Travis, like a fire, water. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. There are different tables that attribute the elements to these entities, but I guess the easy way, it all comes out of the Vedic. The goetic spirits are related to each one of the planets, and by default, the planets are attributed to one of the elements. 27 nakshatras, 72 Goetia. Who's counting?
It's a mopping.
The goetic spirits are related to the zodiac in a circle, a lot like the nakshatras, but we'll get into that later. What do we got here? I believe you have that one, don't you, Veronica?
Yes, I do.
So just for example, it says Marbus is related to Mercury. The element is air, right? Gamigan is related to the element water. You know, Marcosius related to fire. Furfur related to fire.
For yeah.
Asmodee related to air. Yeah, and that has to do with the planet that they attach to. But honestly, I have a whole new realization of these things. They're not about spooky spirits to summon to do things for you. This is
Yeah.
like taught with Shooty. This is purifying the self. By working with these spirits, you're working with the elements to purify yourself. So everybody on the internet has it absolutely incorrect. And that's how
Indeed.
it's supposed to be. That's how it's
Indeed.
supposed to be.
So
Indeed.
just by using a spirit to increase knowledge or something like that, you're purifying yourself.
Yes. Just by working with it, you're purifying yourself. Just like in Dharana Darshan, that first exercise of chakra Shuddhi is where you are focusing on that chakra and the kshetram in front of it and breathing in and out of it. You're purifying that aspect of your subtle body. You're cleansing it. Working with these goetic spirits, you're doing the same thing. Because although you think you're playing with a spooky demon, what you're really doing subconsciously is coming into contact with a subtle representative of an element. Furfur may be represented as a deer-headed angel thing, but it is a employee of the fire corporation, and fire is related to Ahamkara, related to Buddhi, related to Prakriti, related to Purusha.
Do you know what Dantalian's element is?
Pretty sure he's air.
Okay, that makes sense.
Let's make sure. My good close friend Dantalian.
Those gangsters, man,
no.
they're corporations.
Water?
A water entity. Hey, guess what his metal is?
Copper. Yo, I'm drinking water out of copper right now.
What's Kim Pieman in there, man?
Pretty sure he's air. Let's find out. I say
She's
air.
not fire?
Oh, I thought he would be fire. Yeah.
I say he's air because he represents the sun. No, but check it out. It says here he's water as well.
Whoa.
What?
So yeah, the way that they have these, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense according to what we're used to, at least. I'm
Right.
still looking for like how they got this organized because it is astrological. These all line up across the zodiac and with the tarot cards. So I think it has more to do with tarot and zodiac. But maybe somebody will figure it out someday.
But
You.
if it was based off of Western astrology, it would be like 23 degrees counterclockwise for if you were to look at it in a Vedic perspective, right? So some of, depending on where those signs are at, they could be one over.
I see what you're saying.
King Payman falls under Gemini. Actually on my birthday. But it would be in the Pada of one of the, I want to say one of the air cards, one of the swords. I think like the 8, 9, and 10 of swords. Oh yeah, I've got the tarot card book right here. Oh shit. Ooh, that was close.
What happened?
Got to be more careful. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Meet me at the altar in your white dress. We get no younger, so you might as well do it. Let's get married. There we go. Yep, the 8, 9, and 10 of swords. It's weird.
Wait, so is that related to your Mercury placement, or?
Ooh, Mercury placement. Wait, what do you
Because
mean?
because my card on there is like my Mercury in Sagittarius is the 8 of Wands.
Your Mercury in Sagittarius. It's 8 of Wands.
Yeah, this is the. Yeah, it's called Swiftness. I had it on the back of my. This is the card. I have the. Let me take this off. There we go. It's the Thoth Tarot deck.
Neat.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Western system, it seems overly complicated. Like it doesn't make sense when you look at it. Like you have to keep digging for other things to make it make sense. There should be a clear explanation as to why the Goetic spirits are listed as they are described and why they have the qualities they do. But I have not seen anything documented to explain them. If King Paimon is represented by the sun and he's in Gemini, both the sun and Gemini are air signs. Why is he represented by water?
Maybe the wrong information on the books, Travis. Because time to time they change these textbooks similar to YouTubers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Similar to YouTubers. You see something on YouTube, you make your book.
Right. Yeah, that's shit right there.
I'm sorry, I'm such a bitch. I'm sorry.
It's so annoying. I think that yeah, it'll be good for someone to redesign these things according to where it all came from, it might make more sense then.
Yeah.
And then sell the book for $100, just like Brother Panic.
Yeah, you're right. I try to dig it in something from, you know me, I like to dig it in books from the old time to find the correct information. And like you, it was like it was just stories, like where the goetics came from the Arabic, from whatever the hell it was. But there's no actually information on pages, on you know, like documented. And when you go to the computer, you only see the regular ones, the regular books that we have today. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna address the question in the chat. Natalia Dozier is asking about karma. Essentially, she's asking who and what is karma and who determines it. So, disregarding what everybody on the internet has ever said, because they're usually talking about good and bad, cause and effect, which is incorrect. I mean, it illustrates and it points to a truth, but as far as a comprehensive definition, it is incomplete. So, to understand karma, it isn't like a people are using it as a buzzword, but it's not a buzzword, right? It actually comes from a complete system, right? And the system is complete because every aspect is covered. Every aspect is covered, so there's nothing left for interpretation. It's a description of a function of the universe. So if anyone is talking about karma and they're not giving reference to anything Vedic, we can assume that they don't know what they're talking about or their data is incomplete.
Yes.
But ultimately, where does karma come from? It comes from the Vedas, right? It comes from the Sanskrit philosophy of 10,000 years ago. What is it about? It's just an explanation of the evolution of energy. It's the explanation of the process of the evolution of energy. So karma is the process of
Evolution of energy.
it's the process of Purusha penetrating Prakriti, creating a baby called intellect, Mahat Buddhi, becoming ego, becoming the five elements, becoming Akasha, and then air, and then fire, and then water, and then earth. That whole process is karma. That's the process, karma. And then from earth back up to water, right? Through a human vessel, through earth, back to water, back to fire, back to air, back to Akasha, back to ego, back to intellect, back to Prakriti, back to Purusha. That's what karma is. It's the process of the evolution and outflowing of energy. It's the process of the LVX coming down from the unmanifest into Kether, bouncing all down here, and then snaking its way back up. That's what karma is. Karma is that process of energy evolving. That's what it
Got it.
is. So whatever any other person on the internet's telling you about, oh, good deeds and bad deeds and all that other stuff,
Karma will take care of that for you.
yeah, that stuff, that's a lack of data. So it's the description of the evolution of energy, and it comes from the most ancient system on Earth, that even gave us any type of notion about spirituality. I hope that that serves to fill in the blanks or answer the question that you may have had.
Actually updated in mine because I just put up that book that you gave us last time to read for the karma. The karma,
Karma yoga.
yes.
Excuse me, Natea, not Natalia. Natea.
Name.
But yeah, the karma yoga, both from Vivekananda and from
It's one.
Niranjananda, I mean, I didn't finish them, but it does give an excellent description of what's going on. Okay, and then Natalia asks, who determines the root of karma? So, I mean, really, you can't. The root is the Big Bang. The root of karma is when Purusha bump and grinded with Prakriti. That was the root. When consciousness crashed into matter to create reality as we know it, that was the root. And its echoes continue eternally. It doesn't stop. It's the flow. It is Prakriti. It's the three gunas of tamas, rajas, and sattva flowing from disharmony to harmony over and over and over. It's on a loop. It's on a repeat, and all of physical reality will continue to flow through it. It doesn't stop. It will never stop. But your consciousness, the thing that is evolving, one day will get tired of it and seek to go into a different direction, which is upward. You can leave it and watch it spinning around forever. Just like in the first steps of meditation, where you sit still and you watch your thoughts go through karma. You watch the karma play, because they're not your thoughts, it's karma. It's not your thoughts, not your body. It's all karma. It all belongs to Prakriti. But when you sit still and you observe those thoughts, you rise above them and you're able to look at them and see all of this stuff playing itself out. And as you continue to rise and practice non-attachment, now you're able to go further.
Yes.
The problem is we attach to that loop-de-loop. We attach to the karma as it's unfolding. We think it's us unfolding. No. That's why we keep reincarnating, because we get stuck in that washing machine, thinking that it's going to stop one day. So yeah, the source is what happened in the beginning of time as we know it, which is consciousness crashing into matter. Natea asks, is it safe to say if the root is our own individual perception? Who is really wrong if automatons exist, you know? Well, wrong and right, you know, that's relative. Who says that wrong or right is a thing?
Yeah.
I think we talked about it earlier, that everything happens because it's supposed to happen, including rape and murder and theft and racism and all the worst terrible things you can think of.
Why is that, Travis? I missed that part.
It's just the unfoldment of energy. Everything must take place. I don't even think there's really a reason why. It just does. It's the mechanical outcome of consciousness meeting matter. All things must happen. All things.
In the cases of rape, if you don't even ask, it has to happen no matter what.
Attachment, right?
Okay.
Attachment to it being a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not, you know that I'm not saying that I condone personally any of that stuff. What I am saying is that it exists. And if anything exists, it exists because it's supposed to.
Right.
I'm not here to say anything is good.
Right or wrong.
Right. Because these things are going to happen, you know?
Right.
Now, if it's in your power and in your sphere of influence to, you know, prevent that thing or to help or whatever, by all means. But how many, 6 billion, 7 billion people on the planet? And these things are literally happening every second.
Yes. Indeed.
It's beyond our control. It's beyond our awareness even. But automatons, quote unquote, exist because again, it's supposed to be. They're supposed to be. They're the little batteries that make this whole that the energy is expressed through, right? Everything has a role. Every person, every level of consciousness. And gosh, I just use these examples. I'm really not, you know, I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
trying to trigger
understandable.
or make light of anything. I'm illustrating that
Chaos has to happen.
yeah, and it's not easy, especially when it is a reality for you. That's not easy at all. Fuck. Hmm. Hmm.
Karma, karma. Seriously, even the yoga instructors, they teaching us about karmas. The yoga instructors don't even know what karma is by now. Oh, geez.
Yeah. Speaking of yoga, I was just considering that they're all the same. They just utilize different modes of expression. So we see the physical karma and the stretching of the body, right? The end result is that you become extremely flexible and limber, and you're able to bend and move in all types of ways. Well, interestingly enough, Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga do that same thing to your mind. It makes your mind to the point that it's flexible, and it takes a flexible mind, just like it takes a flexible body to be able to withstand what happens in life. It takes a flexible mind to do the same, but that only comes from the yoga of the mind, which is Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga. And there's also the flexibility of behavior, which is Karma Yoga.
Yeah, it takes work, indeed. I mean, it takes a few years for you to be that flexible for the body itself. This is why we classifies that yoga as the beginners, intermediate, and advanced yoga, because each step, it takes years.
Yeah, years of consistent practice, right?
For yoga, yes, I did actually the yoga certification for teaching training yoga. In New York, we have 500 hours of yoga. I took it like in 2 years program, but in those 2 years, you you pretty much break down the poses. Like for beginning, yoga was 1 year, a whole year completely. You can actually they have stupid programs in there that there's an institute they call Omega Institute that you can accelerate the process for the yoga certifications but you don't want to accelerate the process. You need to take time for that. So it took me 1 year on that, and then I decided that I wanted to continue. And then in the advanced yoga, they teach you how to become a teacher and teach the advanced poses. Now, even if you are trying to become in the advanced poses that they have on yogis, and I'm talking about like the higher concentration poses, man, and um, you also have to teach the students how to be able not to hurt themselves with these advanced poses, because a lot of the students, they make we well, and I used to say we make the mistakes that we wanted to be all show up with that, look at me, I'm an advanced yogi. Meanwhile, you don't even know how to do the downward facing dog correctly.
Downward
So
dog.
exactly. Because we all depend on textbooks, right? We all depend on the pictures. So it's very hard for us to find good teachers up there. At least my professor, the one that I took the program from, he was a religious type of person. Like he's still doing it. Like he's very, into he's into a lot of Bhagavad Gita, of course, and so we got influence in the Bhagavad Gita. But he always was bringing us people from different places, different teachers to teach us techniques. So in here is like technique, 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 not more as the way that you're saying, like be flexible from your mind and then be flexible on your body and have a specific type of yogas that can help you out to improve your technique or skills. So yeah, it's interesting. The most famous one is the hatha yoga or the hot yoga. Obviously, everybody wants to go with the yogi pants and yogi mat and their glass of bottle of water, and they're like, "Ooh, look at me! I'm pretty and sexy. I got a big booty with my yogi pants.
The hot yoga.
I
Hot yoga.
had to do yoga." Yo, seriously, guys. Shit, I was in the fucking back of the fucking wall. I didn't want nobody to look at my ass, man. I was like, "That's it, bro. I see in the back of the wall, these chicks could be in front. I can care less."
Careless.
I was so shy and I was training to become a yoga teacher. I'm like, fuck. I tell you, Travis, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. Crazy stories I can tell you, bro. Crazy stories I can tell you. I was like the most fatter of all these chicks in that group, man. Everybody was so skinny with their tight pants. Man, I would go with my big gangster shirt, man, like the queen of everything logo shirt. And uh, yo, I gotta tell you, I one time I questioned this guy, why these chicks are so skinny. I sweat the same way these chicks do, man. I'm like, I sweat on that floor and I don't lose the goddamn weight. He's like, that's because you eat garbage. I'm like, what do you mean I eat garbage? He's like, well, you eat your taquitos, you eat your beans, you eat rice. And like he's trying to make it so the white boy was trying to make it like so cute, like so like Hispanic way, but it didn't work. So since then I was like, okay, I consider it to try to switch my nutrition as more as vegetarian. And of course I got influenced by the girls, because they were eating their organic salads or whatever, their organic juices. I was like, okay, whatever, I'm gonna copy these ditches. And look at me now, I'm like, okay, now I'm vegetarian. uh, it was funny.
Taquitos and beans.
Taquitos, mija. He's like, that's because you eat garbage. I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, you eat some taquitos? You eat frijoles?
Frijoles.
Frijoles.
I recently had to change my diet as well. I don't. It all happens together, but yeah, I've been taking the concept of purification very seriously, and I know that diet has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, bro. He does.
Took me a
That's
while
one
to finally eliminate meat, but I think I've been pretty
slowly.
good for about a month plus. Yeah, a little longer than a month so far. As far as like sugar, I greatly reduced that too. Sugar and sodas. I mean, I drink ginger ale still, but a lot better than Monster and Red Bull and Coke all the damn time.
Eventually, you're gonna be hitting seltzer water.
Yeah.
Because I did the same thing. Like I mean, I'm not gonna tell you, Travis, you're going to stop eating meat in 1 month. It's not gonna happen, bro. You eventually going to see in your in the barbecue grills and stuff like that. You're going to see people eating it, and you might be tempted to eat something like that. But along the road, obviously, you are so way advanced on your meditations, bro, that your body automatically is going to tell you, "Fuck no, bitch, you're not."
Right.
I'm telling you, eventually your body is going to tell you, no, homie, you're not eating that. I have people telling me, yogis, and they're not even spiritual like the way that, we might think that we are, or might think that I am. But a lot of these yogis, dude, they like, oh no, 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 no. If I eat the meat, I feel the animal energy. I feel the chicken energy and coming into me, and he didn't die happy. Or vegans themselves too, and they have that. And I was like, okay, homie, that you're going a little bit too far here with that one, right? So, but in fact is that it might be not the animal energy, it is actually your own energy telling you, bitch, don't eat that meat. You know what I mean? But their belief, their perspective is, it's respectful. I'm not going to disrespect what they believe, but the fact that I'm thinking now, it is not really that the chicken's energy was telling you, don't eat meat, don't eat meat. It is your energy saying, there's toxic in there, don't eat it. You know what I mean? So I usually get very picky too with like cans. I don't like cans. Like I would not eat cans of food. Like my mom tells me, oh, if there's no food, you will eat cans. I'm like, no, mom, I'm going to literally go somewhere up there, plantation somewhere in this in Vermont state where I know they have a lot of plants, and I'm gonna be eating right there with no problem, because there's a lot of plantations. So but with the vegetarian, you can start with vegetarian. You don't have to be completely vegan. It's going to take time for that. So usually, or pescatarian, where you can eat just the if you wanted to be in the need of eating meat, then you can replace your red meats, and you can start just eating just fish, right? I mean, there's a lot of people there up there that they just eat plant-based and fish. And along the road, you can, if you want to start eating your chicken, that's fine too. Nobody's saying no. But along the road, you are going to realize that either whether you do yoga or whether you do meditation, your body itself is going to tell you, don't eat it. It's just, it just tells you that.
Yeah.
And it's not because I wanted to be like skinny, pretty, and all that. No, it's because of your health. To me, is the health. And believe it or not, with the sugars, Travis, I've been noticing that when sometimes when I finish work, I come and I try to sit on the chair, or I try to, I intend sometimes. I'm not gonna say all the time. I intend sometimes to do my meditations, and literally I can feel my heart pounding, beating so fast, man. And I realized that it is the sugars. And I'm like, I'm not even eating meats. Why is my heart beating so fast? And that's because the body is literally telling you, you put in too much sugar.
It's
And
6 o'clock.
believe me, just because you're vegetarian or vegan doesn't mean that you're a completely healthy person. You also get your bad habits in there, right? So you might be eating some, you probably say chocolate, but the chocolate has a loads amount of sugars. But instead of eating your chocolate, then you're going to go to your cocoa or cacao, whatever it might be, if you want to replace it. But either when you start digging with that sugar, your glucose levels or your insulin levels and your cortisol levels goes high, just like if you're eating a regular piece of meat. And then when you do your meditation, you will have to take a little bit longer the process to your meditation, because now you're feeling all your heart beating, all that rushing energy coming into your body, that it makes your meditation more harder. So this is where I thought that a lot of the meditation spirituals or the yogis, they prefer just to have clean plant base, because in the clean plant base you actually have energy, but you don't have that rushing type of, like, um how do I say, you don't have that crazy energy, rushing crush energy on you, and you can actually not be able to meditate because of that. I experienced this already like a couple of times. And since I'm like, okay, so I'm low of sugar, I'm not gonna be able to meditate, then I just sit myself, watch TV or do something and there, or do watch YouTube videos and magics or whatever it might be. And then I'm like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, I'm like, I cannot sleep. So it's because of that crazy sugar that you have in your body. So oh, and then there is this guy that he was saying to, oh my God, which one it was? I was reading a book to clean your whole system before you even do meditation. I mean, we know that, but he was talking about have like a specific hours being empty on your stomach before you do meditation. Just to have that, I don't mean starving. I mean just have your stomach like, you know,
Lighter. That's another
light.
reason why I try to do it as soon as I wake up, as opposed to like waiting all day before doing meditation. The empty stomach, but also because there's less, you know, sensory information running around in my head.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, what's in your stomach definitely has an effect on what's going on in the rest of your body, because the stomach is another brain, and the food that
See,
you have sitting in there and sitting in your intestines, those are all sending sensations to the mind.
yes.
So that's another reason why it is crucial to pay attention to what you put in your body. I put on this filter, changing spiritually, said not again.
That's funny.
Let it go. Let it go.
Joe, that looks hilarious. You did have another one in the past, a clown, like a spooky clown.
Spooky clown?
Yeah, I think I saw you one time with a clown.
No, I don't have no spooky clown.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that was a funny one. And I just started to drink my Haritaki, Mr. Travis.
Yes. Haritaki.
Oh my God. Good energy, bro. Good energy. Good energy.
Yeah, yeah. I've been doing it for a while. It's very nice. The haritaki and the trifala. I think those have actually helped me with doing away with meat. Shiva. Tree Marie, you've got some good ears. You thought that was Veronica singing in the background. It sounded like super low. How can you even hear
Me singing? You don't want me to hear sing. You don't guys want to hear me singing? Yeah, no.
it? Yeah, I need to get me some ashwagandha next. I went from buying books to buying superfoods from India just so my karma
Yo,
can.
the ashwagandha will help. Like for me, it helped with like mental clarity.
Cognition,
Hmm?
cognition, mental.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Cognition.
That's awesome. Does it give you more energy?
Like it's just like more clarity. Like the brain is no like brain fog basically.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot more like yeah, clarity. That's how I describe it.
Well, the haritaki got me a little happy today, man. It got me in the good mood.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, dude. I went to Panera today. I was like, yeah, bro. And reading the shit, man. So I was reading. I was a little sluggish, and then I was like, let me, you know what? Let me have the haritaki because I'm tempted to drink this baby. So I did. And I was like, yeah, bro. I'm happy. The whole snow was coming. The whole storm was coming. I'm like, fuck yeah. It's awesome. Uh, and then I was like, I can see why they say the third eye is open with the haritaki. It makes you happy in a certain way, of course.
My son was over for the weekend and his brother, and they wanted to play on they wanted to play on the tablet. So I told them the only way that they could play on the tablet is if they take the medicine. Like, yeah, cool, we'll take it. I'm like, nah, you don't want this medicine. It doesn't taste good. They're like, yeah, we'll take it because they want to play on the tablet. So I'm like, all right. I mixed them up some, put it into a little cup, everything's
Uh-huh.
cool. It was awful. They took one sip and they're like, oh shit, I got to think about this. But the oldest one, he toughed it out, finished his cup. But my son, it was very hard for him to put it down, but he did it. And not even 5 seconds later, it came all right back out. Oh man. Oh man, he wasn't having it.
Yeah.
I got it in a hot tea, bro. I'm used to with herbals because I drink Chinese herbs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm used to with the acrid, the sweet, the pungent, all these flavors, and I'm like, all right, let me try. So yeah, I got it in. I'm like, okay, I can see, I can see why people had a hard time with it. You had to drink it slowly. If you drink it too fast, of course you're going to reject it. Your body's not adjusted with it, so absolutely. And I can see the stickiness of it. The fiber, it has quality of fiber in it more than sugar. It has a lot of fiber and proteins on it. So yeah,
I guess it depends on the stomach strength, I
yeah.
don't have a problem with it, but my brother, I let him try some of it, and it was very hard for him to put it down. He didn't like it, but he ordered some eventually, and he's still on it. So you get used to it after a while.
Slowly by slowly, yeah. That is a good one in there.
Are you talking about the Haritaki or the other one you mentioned?
The haritaki.
Oh.
Well, first the haritaki, but I ordered him some trifala because I think that that would have been better. Because after doing some research, I found that it helps with it balances you, right? Don't laugh at me. No,
Did you get it from that same place, the Bunyan?
Put it back. It was hilarious.
No, I got it from a different place. Found it pretty good. What's so funny about this one?
These people don't know what they do no more.
She must have never played I forgot the game. Among Us. Among Us, yeah.
I haven't played it.
Yeah, me neither.
Do some anger expression, Mr. Travis. We'll see what you got. That was funny. That was hilarious.
Hey.
So your brother, you say that your brother was got adjusted with it, and then you got him the other one.
Yeah, because looking at Ayurveda, it heals. There's 3 different body types, and I'm pretty sure what's it called? What's that one called that we were talking about? Oh my god.
No,
Harataki. Yeah, Harataki. That one only
Mhm.
directly addresses Pitta, where the Triphala addresses all 3, so it helps to harmonize and balance. This
Okay.
filter is called Fire Signs. This one is
Yeah,
called.
he's Usagi, isn't he? Your brother is Usagi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good memory. Just like you and Amar and my rising sign.
Yeah.
Now I'm woke. Greetings. It is I.
That's a good one too. It is I.
Gay.
Oh, cool.
I'm the goat.
How did you get those filters, Mr. Travis? Like seriously, man. They look so cool.
Oh, you just update the app.
That's awesome. So much
Ew.
like Hollywood.
Boiling milk eyes. This is terrifying. Yes. Yes. Summon demons.
Put that in the Catholics and see how they gonna fucking react.
You know what? This Travis Matus guy seems pretty decent. Let me tune into his channel, see what he's talking about. Summon demons.
Start with a Zazzle.
Oh God. He needs to be canceled.
You're gonna receive an FBI phone call.
Okay, I'm sending out my thoughts. That's kind of cool.
That was a good one. Halloween type of. What did you have? Santa Muerte in there? Looks like Santa Muerte down there. Is that Santa Muerte, dude? Looks like.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I like this one.
It's one of your favorites.
I'd keep it if it wasn't for the lipstick. That's cool colors, though.
Yeah, I see that one before.
Bet you never seen this one before.
Which one?
I think I broke it.
Uh-huh. Dark Beta. I am your father. That's a cool one. Yeah, that's you right there. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I like it.
All right. Enough of this.
Who the hell is that? Damn, dude.
Technology.
It's fantastic. Everybody's sleeping right now. What's up?
I'm not asleep. I'm pretty sure Laura went to sleep though.
Oh yeah, she kind of just drifted off.
Yeah. She has like long ass shifts though, like 13 hours or some shit.
Damn. How was the move? I take it you're nice and situated.
Yeah. I mean, it's chill. I've been like, the gyms over here is open. So like that actually helped me to like, I guess, get into routine or like get started with the routine. And yeah. Like astrocartography wise, it's on my Pluto IC line, like right next to it. So it's been a lot of like, and my Pluto's in my 5th house. So like, it's been a lot of 5th house Pluto shit, thinkings, happenings. But yeah, it's good.
How is the weather?
It's at night is kind of chilly, but that's coming from California. So, but in the mornings, it's warm. And at the gym, the girls are bad, so that's cool too. Like that's always.
They really bad, really, bro. How bad?
Nah, they're like some of them were pretty bad.
Super bad.
Yeah, because I mean it's like in the same city as U of A, so that's what's up. Oh yeah, you need to keep that.
Go back in that one, yeah. Yeah, that one is a good one. That was a good one.
Chill.
Mamadula.
Oh,
Hey, wait,
Mama
what's the California witch? You look like her.
California witch?
Yes, there's a very famous California witch down there. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to Google it because she's one of my favorites, but I can fucking forget her name. Can you believe that shit?
California witch.
California witch.
Yeah, you're talking about from that show, aren't you?
Yes, actually, you have they have 2 tombs on her, the daughter and her. So people goes to the daughters. Let me see.
glasses.
That's Ashleisha.
Cat Yoni.
Oh, I think I'm about to go to sleep.
Let's see.
I'll catch you guys on Sunday.
All right, bro. Have a good
All right.
night.
Peace. You too. All right. Night or good morning. It's the morning for you in New York, right? I mean, yeah.
It is.
7:20.
Yeah.
The sun's about to come up.
Oh, for you too, yeah. We're about to do the Surya mantra. All right. I'll see you guys Sunday. Peace.
All right, guys. Me too. I'll see you guys. Maybe I'll see you on Sunday. I don't know. If I don't have work, I'll see you on Sunday. If I do, I'll see you Sunday or Thursday, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night, Veronica.
You too. Okay, now, oh my God, what is that? That is so ghetto. That mustache thing, it's like, no.
You don't like the mustache. Oh, I found my spider one.
That's a good
I'm out
one.
to be out, y'all. I keep going in and out of sleep.
Keep your spider one. It looks good.
That one's too scary for me.
All right, guys. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good day.
Good night. Good night. Now it's time for so long. All right. So everybody that was chit chatting with me has dipped. I wonder if anyone remains. Guess I'm having too much fun with these filters here. Let's see. All right. So it looks like there's me in heaven and sleeping Alora. What a night. What a day. What a night. So how are you guys feeling in Chatland? All 21 of y'all's. I must say, it was good to take a little break, for sure. So I got to focus a little bit on myself, which is a good thing. You know, I get to recharge and reassess my situation. Changing spiritually, I don't know what biokinesis is. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, I certainly didn't take a break from the work. I mean, I haven't really read any of the Bihar School of Yoga books, but I have been getting into the Vedic astrology and brushing up on my NLP stuff. So, also doing these meditations. just pushing myself to really do as much as I can, as consistently as I can, because what I found and what the authors are telling me is that consistent practice actually amplifies, like those video games where if you keep up a combo, the longer you're able to keep that combo going, the more damage it does. Well, just like these meditation exercises, the longer that you go uninterrupted, right, and making a serious effort to keep this thing a part of your daily routine, the effects begin to amplify. All right. Now, the thing is, these exercises from these books aren't just feel good meditations for the day. These meditations are designed to help you um, detach from the illusion of this individual physical existence. And it doesn't mean that you're going to, be a crazy person and lose your mind or whatever, but you begin to catch glimpses of ultimate reality, right? Now, there's two types of reality. There's ultimate reality, which exists and has always existed and will never cease to exist. And then there's relative reality, which is the reality that you live in with your opinions on your five sense data that you receive. Now, that reality is relative, right? It changes depending on your mood and your memory and your thoughts. That's why good and evil don't exist. That's why all these opinions don't exist or matter at all, because depending on what position you're in, it could change. But ultimate reality is the truth, not subjective truth or not objective truth. It's the truth, right? And when you perform these meditation practices and these mantras and you give it a serious effort to begin to transform your life, you begin to catch serious glimpses of eternity, of God, of the truth, of ultimate reality. You begin to catch glimpses. It's not impossible, right? You don't have to move to the Himalayas. It would help, but work with what we got. But it shouldn't even really be done with like an intention to get powers or whatever. It should be done because it's the right thing to do, right? Why would you want to continue living a lie if you know that there is truth, real truth? If you know that there's real truth, why would you not choose it? Unless you're attached to the lie, right? That's how it works. If you haven't made the time or the effort to do the things that you know that you're able to do and you can feel yourself being called to do it, I mean, why else would you not, other than being attached to the lie? I remember when I was in high school, I think people were trying to tell me about Christianity and saving my soul, and I literally plugged my ears like, I don't want to hear that, because I didn't want to know that I was doing anything wrong. I wanted to keep living what I was used to. I think a lot of people are still stuck in that state where they know that there's something better, but they plug their ears up or they throw up their defenses because they don't want to change what they're doing. But what if this thing on the other side was infinitely greater than what you know? We're not talking about moving into some Jim Jones place with Kool-Aid. We're talking about sitting still, sitting your ass still and being quiet. Believe it or not, that is damn near impossible for most adults. And that's only the very first step. After sitting still, then there's something that you're supposed to do with your mind. There's paths. There's paths to eternity that can only be reached in silence. So you got to navigate your consciousness through a stream to reach the ocean. It's easy in describing it, but the difficulty comes in focus and concentration, right? That's why we got to work up to this. And that's why consistent effort builds on itself, right? When your body is still, it's easy for your mind to be still. because the mind and the body are intricately related. The mind is, oh my gosh. So ultimately, there is cosmic consciousness. There's infinite consciousness that is nothing but awareness. That's it. Now, somewhere down the line, there is something to be observed. There's a thing to be observed, and awareness lays its eyes upon that thing. And in that moment, we begin the creation of our relative reality. So the moment that consciousness lays its eyes on matter, all this unfolding process begins. What used to be harmony has now been upset, in a manner of speaking. That doesn't mean bad, it's just the mechanical process. When consciousness laid its eyes on the harmonious nature of matter, it began to shift and change in accordance with the attention of consciousness. And from that shifting and changing, it reverberated the Om sound, and it echoed all through matter. And that echoing caused things to change. And they changed for billions of years until we get to where we are now. And the change is still going on, still unfolding. Because it's not going in a straight line, it's going in a circle, in a loop. Right? That's the reality that we find ourselves in. In that vibration of Om, right? In that clashing of consciousness and matter, what happened is it began to create things. It began to create patterns and waves that repeat themselves. And one of those patterns is mind. And mind began to create elements, or what we call elements, but really they're 5 categories of vibration, right? From Akasha, which is endless space. Right after Om, out of Om comes Akasha, because Om is related to the level of the third eye. That's why when you do your Om in your mantras, you're supposed to focus on your pineal, your third eye. So any mantra that has Om in it, when you're saying that, you're supposed to put your awareness in your third eye center. Anyways, from that Om center comes space, Akasha. From that Om center comes Akasha. And Akasha is the space. Whoop. It's the laboratory. It's the place for things to be done. And in this empty laboratory space, movement occurs. And of course, this is where we get Vayu. This is where we get the air element, because movement is occurring. Now, this occurrence of movement is creating fire because it's getting hot, producing heat. That's the fire element. And then eventually, through time, because now time is created, the heat has to cool off. So the cooling becomes water. And now that we're stuck in time, the water must become solid and the movement stops. So mind creates that experience. It's able to observe now, just like on a higher level, consciousness is observing matter. On a lower level, our individual awareness, our ego, is observing these 5 elements, which also relate to the unfolding of the chakras, right? So Om happens here, then it creates space, then it creates wind, then fire, then water, then earth. But the problem is consciousness becomes attached to those things, and it thinks that it is those things. We get stuck in the elements, we get wrapped up in them. Now, those elements aren't just actual fire, water, air, wind, and space. They are types of vibration. They're categories of vibration. So if you remember from Franz Barton's books, he talked about how purifying these elements involved identifying your good qualities and your bad qualities. And these good qualities and bad qualities can be categorized under one of these elements. And you have to go in and purify them, neutralize them, detach from them, right? Not run away from them, but neutralize them. And in that process, you're beginning to free your consciousness from these 5 elements. You're freeing yourself from matter. You're freeing your consciousness from matter, right? Now, each of these 5 elements also produce a sound on one hand. They also produce a taste and a sight to behold and a feeling to be felt. And on the other hand, they produce the apparatus for hearing, for seeing, for tasting, for touching, for smelling, and all that. So they go hand in hand. They're a part of a complete puzzle, right? Just like you see that yin and that yang figure, there's taste and there's tasting organism. They're part of the same thing. Taste and the thing that's tasted don't exist anywhere else but inside that element. These are the things that have comprised our reality for all of humanity. And the longer we live, the more deeply we get stuck in these things. And all of matter is changing and shifting and flowing and breaking apart and coming back together. So when your body falls apart, your consciousness remains attached to these essences, these vibrations, these elements, because you think that they're you. So you linger around and you float, right? And your powerful consciousness that creates worlds is now broken up into these 5 categories of earth, of water, of fire, of air. And as they go off and reform other bodies and other things, that powerful consciousness that used to be an individual person is now imbued in other things. This is a recycling process that's called reincarnation. It's also called karma. Notice it has nothing to do with good and bad. It has to do with the amount and type of consciousness imbued in these elements that are continually broken apart, coming together, broken apart, coming together. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. Consciousness can be imbued in these elements so hard that they linger. They linger. And sometimes people continue to feed these elements and their echoes reverberate through time, right? We were just talking about how the goetic spirits fall under the presidency of certain elements. Well, why do you think that is? Because they're patterns that have continued to echo throughout time. That's how all these gods and goddesses and entities work. They are consciousness that has been imbued within elements. That's how we access them and utilize them, because we are made of the elements, and so are the gods and all the other things. So it's easy for us to tap into them because we tap into ourselves, right? And what you come to find through meditation is that this is not a body like you thought it was. This is not a thing with eyes and hands. You're actually not even in this thing. You're observing it. You're aware of it. You're aware of it. You can never choose to not be aware of it. You're aware of it. What you're aware of is a collection of electrons and neutrons and protons, a bundle of nerves. You're a collection of 5 instruments. You're a band playing a song in a universe, right? And this band has a microphone, it has a speaker system, right? Microphone, speaker system, camera, right? It's got these sensory organs to perceive the other elements. It's a self-contained video game. Just like you have a joystick and you play inside a virtual world, that's what this is. You're observing the game. But the problem is you think that you're in it. You think that it's you. That's what this magic is, imbuing your consciousness into other elements. So when you have your little crystals, or you put a curse on somebody with some bay leaves with their name written on it, or whatever you do, all you're doing is shifting your consciousness on to other things, right? We talked about how fire is responsible for transforming one thing from one reality to another reality. Thanks, Dr. Svoboda. You know, so what do we think is happening when we're doing our rituals and we burn the sigil or we burn the offering or whatever? You're converting it from one form to another form with your intent placed on it, your consciousness. This is why intent is so important, because consciousness directs energy. Your consciousness directs energy. But until you're aware of that, you're going to let energy direct your consciousness. So you continue to suffer, you continue to repeat mistakes, you continue to reincarnate over and over again. No one's forcing you to do it. You choose to do it. You choose to participate in it because you attach to it. You cling to it hard too. Hard. We cling to our suffering. We choose to continue to propagate our suffering. What is life? But y'all want to see the milk guys, huh? So that's where we find ourselves. All of our practices and all of our spirituality and all that stuff, it's not about making a better life, right? It's not about getting creature comforts and more money and more sex. It's about getting out of this thing. It's about getting to the point where you realize that none of it is real. Wasn't real in the first place. It's as real as this filter, right? I don't actually have boiling milk, guys, in case you didn't know. It's an illusion. It's Maya. You feel me? So you have to open your third eye to see through that illusion, or else you'll be stuck. Like Chuck. Ah, yes. Now I'm in the cover of Jnana Yoga. What's good, Straight Panther? Aurora. This one's cool, right? Om Namah Shivaya. So what's the use? What's the point? What's the point? What if there was no point? Would you be okay with that? Would you be able to handle that if there was no point? Would that sit well with you? What do you guys want? Tell me something in the chat. You can hear that? How can you hear it? It's on the lowest volume setting. Tree Marie, you've been working on those ear cities. But then again, if our school is the air element, then I guess it only makes sense. The mundane is minor to the major, major to the minor. Natea Dozier. Yeah, I think that this is an excellent mantra. Are you guys doing mantras? Are you guys doing including these mantras in your work? So apparently, it's probably best to do them with your own voice, but it also is very beneficial if you're just listening to them. I've had this one playing since the meeting started. Yeah, nothing left to do except make a bunch of money, move out into the middle of nowhere, never encounter another human again. Tree Marie, I have watched geez. I think I watched at least one more. I watched that same one probably twice and I had another one playing, but yeah, I got a lot of stuff on my playlist. But I'm definitely going through some of his other ones. I see he's got a lot of 5-minute quick videos, which actually sounds like a good idea considering that the attention span of our generation is extremely short. Changing spiritually, I have no idea what biokinesis is. I don't think I've heard of it. Bio meaning organic and body. Kinesis meaning what? Moving it with your mind? Changing your biology with your mind? Is that what it is? Changing your health and all that good stuff? Hmm. Boiling milk, guys. One last time for the people. Special request. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Forget about the enlightenment. Summon demons. Demons. Summon them. All of them. Sending out signals. Give me free access to your OnlyFans. This is what I'm using my biokinesis for. Oh my goodness, my gracious. Oh my God. I want to go to sleep for a long time. But I don't think that'd be very useful. Buenos dias, Gerald. Did you get to see the boiling milk guys? Apparently that was a hit. Om Namah Shivaya. Man, oh man. So what it is, ho? Oh, what's up? Good, good. You got to see the boiling milk guys. A brown spider landed on my foot. Not sure what to do with it. It's raining outside, so it'll probably drown. If I kill it, then yeah, I don't want to do that. I could put him in the trash, and then maybe he could fend for himself and find his way out. I could put him in the back porch. It's covered. Yeah. Cities. Yeah, that song is not my vocabulary, so you probably sent it to me. That's how it works. I'm not the only one broadcasting thoughts out here. Some of y'all are broadcasting thoughts. We all start somewhere. We all start somewhere. Sometimes you start as a tater, potater. Awesome, awesome. You got power back. That's good to hear. Yeah, so you and Mike and Mo had to go through it. I'm glad everybody's doing good. That whole subject. I do not eat pizza with a fork. guess. Good night, Natea. Well, I guess if you guys don't want to watch me change filters, and I suppose it's probably time for me to head out into the next plane. Again? I have no idea who any of these people are. Yeah, I have no idea who these people are. All right, before I leave, does anybody have a powerful eggplant? I mean, any good questions or observations or anything like that? Okay. Oh, wow. Duke, you remember when your sister had a TV like this? You remember she had a TV like this? These Disney TVs with the built-in cassette tape recorder. Milking. Milking.
It's 7 o'clock.
I'm gonna have to make my own filters, my own devil horns. Boy. You guys got some pretty good guesses there. Ooh. Do 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 do. Okay. More taters. All right. So yeah, I guess I should go because I'm just doing this. Yeah. Melting, I'm melting. But yeah, I think that I have said what needed to be said. So hopefully I can pass on to the next life. But I have a feeling they won't let me go. At least not this soon. Still some shit that needs to be done. Do 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 do. Got some more cuddling to do apparently. Boop 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 boop. Ah, cumbrellas. Oh God, the hell is this? Why does he have an old baby head? Why does he have an old baby head? All right, y'all. Meet y'all on the astral plane, because that's where I'm going. Feel free to send any kind of energy my way that you want. I will definitely convert it. So yeah, appreciate you guys as always. I'm a weird kind of tired right now. Got some new filters, got some great information. Everybody had fun. Umbrellas. But yeah. Remember, the objective reality is an illusion, not just because it's cool to say, but because your interpretation of your five senses is not ultimate reality. It is a map of a territory. But as I say in NLP, the map is not the territory. Remember that. And for the most part, everybody around you who is reacting and doing what they do, they're not doing it because of you. They don't even know you. Everyone is reacting to their own stimulus and their own trauma, and they're projecting themselves on you. And we each come into each other's lives to fill a role, right? I am this person to you right now because a certain kind of energy is making its way into your life. And I just so happen to be the easiest way for it to get to you. And you know that inherently. That's why you come to my channel. And certain things happen here that make its way to you. And then you go about your day and do what you need to do with that information. Likewise with me, people come into my life and I receive certain types of energy because I need it. And it's not that I'm special or these people are special, because these roles, people come and go all throughout your lifetime. How many times have you said, man, you remind me of a friend I had in high school, or you remind me of a friend I had back when I was little? That's because that's a flavor of energy that's coming into your life and you need it. That's why it's there. And then sometimes you don't have it at all because you don't need it for the current formula you're in. Your life is like a recipe or a meal made of ingredients. The elements that you have right now is what's on the menu. So you can desire something or reminisce, but what you have now is what's required for all of existence. right? If you're single right now, that's because the universe doesn't need you wrapped up in somebody else. It needs you single. So to bitch and cry about it, you know, doesn't really help anything. But what does help is you accepting your current situation and finding out what your goal is and making your decisions based on, is what I'm doing and thinking useful to my goal, and is it relevant to my goal? If you can stick to those parameters, you can avoid the feeling of wasting time. You can avoid making mistakes as if there were such a thing, right? You avoid the feeling of making mistakes. But ultimately, you know, the twin flames stuff is taken way out of proportion, but everyone does filter in a specific type of energy for your life. That's why anyone is there. Nothing is out of order whatsoever. Nothing is out of order, including Bill Gates and vaccines and all that stuff that y'all bitch about and are extremely powerless to do anything about. All that stuff is there because it's supposed to be there. And most of it has no effect on you whatsoever. It affects some people, but it don't affect everybody. Some people are electing to be stressed out about these things. And that's why they put it on the news, because they know that you're gonna bite that bait and get stressed out and produce a different kind of formula. Because in order for our company, our country to run, it needs a lot of ingredients of the stressed out variety. So you can play that game. You can choose to play that game. Yes, there are lots of stressful events and opportunities to be stressed out, but a lot of these opportunities we choose to indulge in, right? And if you think that I'm making that up, just analyze your own life and look at the things that stress you out, and just analyze your reactions and your attachments to the thing that are actually triggering you, and ask yourself, are you electing to feel this way? 10 times out of 10 you are, right? If somebody says something to offend you and now you got to defend your pride, you're choosing to do that, right? If somebody's saying something to upset you, is a decision made that you're not happy with, but you can't do anything about it, that's the key. If you can do something about it, then by all means do something about it. But if you can't do something about it, or you've chosen not to do something about it, there's no reason to be upset about that, right? There's starving kids, there's homeless people, there's all kinds of stuff going on in the world. And if you can help, by all means, please help, if that's what you want to do. But if you're powerless, why are you upset about any of it? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? No, no. So this is an illusion because how you perceive it makes it an illusion. Yes, your consciousness is attached. Your consciousness is observing a body. It's observing a bundle of sensory organs. That is what's going on. But other than that, you're choosing to attach. So make the decision whether you want to stop doing that or not. Whenever you're ready. Eternity is eternal. I'm going to go. Take care of yourselves. You know, as if you have a choice. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.